I was just 11 home alone. Every Christmas while my parents were off with their friends. At 25 I gave them the speech I practiced my whole life. Original post. I found out when I was around 12 that my parents liked to play around, if you can call it that. I did not get until I was around 14 what that really meant. Anyways, I kept my mouth shut and focused on myself and moved out when I was 18, and we have barely spoken since. I ended up becoming very insecure. I struggled when it came to dating and girls and was alone for most of my teens. Mom and Dad were this perfect couple that was well liked by everyone. All I can remember is how alone I felt during that time, and was too afraid to speak to my parents about how I had it. They were always smiling, and seemed to have the perfect marriage while they saw other people, while I felt alone and miserable. They used to go on weekend trips and were alone for many weekends, and they rarely brought me along for vacations, and I ended up being on my own when they did as well. I struggle with depression, and started seeing a therapist, and am on antidepressants right now. I just felt like I did not matter to my parents at all, and see no real reason for why I should talk to them now. I have not celebrated Christmas with them, or not been at home since I was 19, because I honestly have nothing but bad memories from living with them. I just felt like I was in the way. Not sure what I should do here. My emotions are all over the place. I don't think they know I struggle with depression. Update 1. I tried posting this earlier, but yeah, some other things have also happened, so wanted to add that as well. I decided to write a letter but ended up using that letter as reference to what I wanted to say to them instead. I wrote the letter and actually just planned to drop in their mailbox and just let them read it. But honestly, after so many years I needed to have the conversation with them, so I did. So I went home, and surprise surprise, Dad and Mom had a friend over, the woman who I ran into a few days ago. Let's call her Claire. They were just sitting in the living room just talking. I asked Claire politely to leave because I needed to speak to my parents. She said sure, and she left. My parents understood I had something to discuss, and they did not argue. Apparently they were talking about me, and Claire actually came over because she was worried about me after I basically ignored her the other day when I ran into her. I sat down with my parents, and had the letter I had written, and they understood I had a lot to say. The whole thing was weird. I sounded like a prosecutor trying to convince a jury of all my parents' wrongdoings. It ended up being a 40-minute indictment of my parents. I went through all of it, how alone I felt. Me struggling with depression. Me seeing a therapist, on antidepressants. Me feeling since I was 11 that was always in the way. That I never mattered to them, and that other people were always more important. How Claire, who was 25, the same age I am now when she started hanging around with you, actually gave more of a damn than you did. How you, Dad, yelled at me when I messed up the settings on the dishwasher while you were away. I was 11 and did not know how it worked, and that I offered to wash them by hand, which I did. I was bullied in school and was socially awkward, had no friends and was always alone both at school and at home. I was 11 and had to deal with being alone on the weekends, even though Christmas was weird and awkward. I remember seeing families light Christmas trees in our street, seeing parents and their kids. But you guys went to your Christmas get-togethers and only on Christmas Day were you home, and I honestly felt alone then as well. I have no such memories or felt any belonging whatsoever, and now you keep asking me why I have barely spoken to you for 4 years? I don't know you and you never bothered to get to know me. Other people were always more important. When I found out and understood what you guys were into, I was even more mad. Why was that more important than me? How is it fair that you are happy and I am alone and miserable? It's not fair because you did this to me. I have spent my childhood alone, my teens alone, and now my 20s alone. So far I never had a girlfriend because I struggle to trust people, and have no idea how to get close to people. You shared a picture of me on Facebook. One of the few of us together from when I was a kid, saw Claire and your other girlfriend comment on how cute I was, and what a great family we were. Notice anything in those pictures? I never smiled. Why did you even have me to begin with? Clearly I was just a prop for you to show off to let others know what great parents you were. Your Facebook profiles makes me sick, to be honest. Dad wanted to say something and Mom just looked stunned, and she had tears. I just got up and left, and that was that. I never yelled or called them any names. I was surprisingly calm. I honestly felt numb walking out, but also a lot lighter. I left my spare key to their place, and just walked back to my place. Mom has been texting and trying to call me. I think they are both struggling on what to say to me. I just demanded they remove the pictures of me from their FB, which they did. They do not get to pretend to the world like they were great parents anymore. I refuse to be a prop. So that's the update. Still gonna continue with my therapists, or may need to find a new one. Update 2. Just wanted to give an update and thank you for all the comments. I decided to switch therapists, and the new one is better than my old one. Still dealing with anxiety and feeling very lonely sometimes, but trying to get through the day. Had a long talk with my mom, who actually decided to stop by my place. She and I talked for almost 3 hours. I decided not to berate her, and instead just be honest and explain how my life has been and how I am dealing with a bunch of things. It was as honest as it could get with me, basically just sharing how I was doing. Mom did not realize how bad it was, and she just gave me a hug. I don't know why, but that helped. She was not sure what to say about everything, and I don't really blame her. She said, "Come home for a while, especially at Christmas. You don't have to sit in your apartment alone." Told her I would think about it. Mom looks like she finally realized that I had been in pain for quite some time, and her recognizing that is, I guess, what I really wanted, like she finally got it. So yeah, progress, I guess. Still not sure what the future holds. Still feel very apathetic, and my anxiety can get the best of me sometimes, and have had days I feel very low, like nothing matters anymore. But I guess it's a step in the right direction. This is a repost sub. I am not the oop. Story 2. Am I the asshole for cutting off my parents because they plan on leaving almost everything to my disabled brother? Original post. My 24 female brother, 32 male, is a failure to launch. He's never been very smart. He did badly in school and never went to college. He tried 2 different trade schools, welding and mechanic, but he basically flunked out of both. He works at a gas station now. My brother and I are our parents' only children. They always treated us relatively equal until adulthood. They always insisted we earn our own way. They refused to pay for college or anything. I joined the military at 17, got an associate's degree while I was in, and my GI Bill went towards my bachelor's. I'm working towards my master's now. My husband and I have bought a house and have done well for ourselves. My parents, however, fully paid for my brother to try trade school twice. They've given him cash when he was behind on rent, and countless loans. They support him cosplaying as an adult. Meanwhile, they never paid for my wedding, education, nothing. I don't really care so much that they didn't give me money, but the disparity in how they've treated me versus my brother. Our parents are in their 60s now, and while they aren't that old, they're both in bad health and probably won't live another 10 years. They just recently started working on their will, and notified us that they were leaving almost everything to my brother. But they want me to be their medical power of attorney, manage their estate, etc. I told my parents to give my brother everything, and that I'm completely done with them. They told me to have some grace, and understand the fact that he isn't very capable, and needs their support, even after they're gone. My mother had a doctor's appointment this morning, and asked me for a ride since she medically can't work. I told her to ask her favorite child or pay for an Uber. Things have been tense and hostile. My brother called me to apologize and asked me to not be mad at him, but I told him that I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at our parents for not treating us equally, and he didn't do anything wrong. Am I the asshole? I meant to put disabled in quotation marks. My mother refers to my brother as disabled, even though he isn't. She's had him tested for every kind of learning disability there is. He just has a below average IQ. She thinks that counts as a disability when it isn't. Aita has no consensus bot. OOP received mixed reactions. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. He does not sound disabled to me if he went to 2 different trade schools, welding and mechanic, just lazy. Odds are if he gets the money it'll not last him long, then he'll be looking to you to pay his bills. OOP. He's not disabled, but he's very unintelligent and has poor critical thinking skills. He doesn't really understand how to manage money at all, despite having been taught how. How is OOP's brother disabled? Medical issues, etc. OOP. He's not. He's just unintelligent. I meant to put disabled in quotation marks. My mother refers to him as disabled, but he's been tested and has no actual disabilities. My mother thinks being dumb is a disability. Commenter 2. If his IQ is that low, he is intellectually disabled. An IQ below 75 is considered intellectually impaired. It doesn't excuse the implied favoritism. OOP. When they had us tested, mine was 131 I believe, and his was around 80. It's been so many years I'm having a hard time remembering. It definitely was above the cutoff for being considered intellectually disabled, because I remember them being surprised that he scored above it. Did OOP plan to take care of her parents when they get old? I originally was going to take care of them in their old age, but I now have decided they're going to a nursing home if it's up to me. I'm done. Commenter 3. But they want me to be their medical power of attorney, manage their estate, etc. This is a huge ask, even if you stood to inherit. That you're expected to do all the heavy lifting, and then be your brother's keeper after they pass it's a hell of a lot. Why can't OOP's brother live with their parents to take care of them? OOP. They don't want to ask him. He's forgetful, and they probably wouldn't be able to rely on him anyways. Update 2. Hey. So the consensus on my post was a bit of a mixed bag. I sat down with my parents and I wanted to give an update and answer some stuff. My brother is not actually disabled. He just has a low IQ, just over 80. You need an IQ under 70 where I live to be considered disabled, and to qualify for any sort of benefits. My parents have babied him because from a young age, he wasn't as smart as other kids, and had a low self-esteem because of that, and was quick to give up on things when they seemed too hard. He does okay on his own now. He works and pays his bills most of the time. He drives and lives with a roommate. On to the update, I sat down with my parents and explained that I've always felt like they treated me worse than my brother. They always emphasized to me that as an adult, you need to support yourself and figure things out on your own. I had to join the military at 17 because I knew they'd kick me out when I was 18. My parents never offered me any support outside of raising me as a child. They didn't buy my husband and I a wedding gift. They didn't offer much of anything. Meanwhile, they brag about having over $1 million in the bank and having succeeded from nothing. Meanwhile, they paid to put my brother through 2 trade schools that he failed out of, and offered him money to start his own business. They've always bailed him out when he was short on rent. For me, it's not so much about the money, but about the disparity in how we've been treated. It's obvious that they loved and cared for him more, because they were willing to do these things for him, and not me. But despite them not being there for me, I've still done really well in life. I told my parents about all of this, and they were interrupting me and talking over me the whole time. They told me I'm not entitled to a dime when they die, and that I'm an adult and I can handle myself. They just weren't understanding or even caring about my point. They told me I need to step up and treat them better, and that it's wrong of me to not take my sick mother to the doctor, or take care of her because of money. Eventually, I just gave up on trying to talk about my feelings. They just don't care. I told them that they're adults, and they're not entitled to anything from me. Just like how they were never required to help me, I'm not required to help me. I told them to completely remove me from their will. I'm not willing to be their estate executor, medical power of attorney, nothing. I don't want a dime from them at this point, and I suggested they spend all the money they've saved over the years to pay for really good nursing homes and an estate executor, because I'm no longer willing to do anything for them. My mother was floored and asked if I'd really put my own parents in a nursing home. I asked if they'd really let their 17-year-old daughter join the army to get sexually harassed by older men in order to go to school without taking on a huge debt. My parents cried and yelled at me, and I left. And that's that, I guess. I kind of feel relieved, like a massive weight is off my shoulders. I have a wonderful husband, we own a nice home. I'm getting ready to start working on my master's degree, and we're thinking about maybe having a baby soon. I no longer have to worry about dealing with my parents. They're adults, and they can deal with their own problems, just like I've done with mine. And yeah, that's it. Not sure if it's the update we wanted, but it is what it is. Too long, didn't read. My parents wanted to leave almost everything to my older brother because he's not as successful in life. I feel like my parents have always favored him over me. My parents don't care about my feelings and won't listen to them. So I told them our relationship is over. I don't want anything from them at this point, and I'm moving on. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Honestly, I would have cut them off at the wedding if they had $1 million and didn't even give me a $20 vase or something. Who shows up to a wedding empty-handed? Oop. I've been to a lot of weddings, and I would never show up without a wedding gift. It's rude. Not to mention my in-laws actually paid for the entire wedding, And my cheap parents became a major talking point. It was very embarrassing. Commenter 2. Not the asshole. Your parents are the assholes. I know this might be a sucky suggestion, but you may need to go NC with your brother as well. He'll be stuck with their care, and there's going to be a high likelihood they'll tell him to reach out to you for help. Or your brother may take the easy way out and stick them in a nursing home, which they totally deserve. Oopie. My brother's not a terrible guy. He makes bad choices sometimes, but at the end of the day he's still my older brother, and he tries to be good to me. I wouldn't cut him off without a good reason. Commenter 3. Not the asshole. I like how they told you that you're an adult and not entitled to their help, and you threw those words right back in their faces. Commenter 4. They tell you they're not leaving you a dime, yet expect you to care for them in their old age, drive them places and handle the estate when they die? Do they not see how ludicrous they are? Commenter 5. They've spent so long using you as their personal doormat, they're not even able to break from their delusion that you'll keep presenting your face for them to step on. Congrats on your newfound freedom. This is a repost sub. I am not, oop. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My parents screamed, "If you don't like it, get out." Now they're broke, my brother's gone and they came to me. But I said, ask your golden boy. My name is Elias. I am 27 years old. And for as long as I can remember, my life has served as a continual reminder that I was always the second best in my family. I don't complain just for the purpose of complaining, but growing up witnessing your parents give everything to their favorite kid while you make do with scraps fractures something inside you. My brother Luca, who was 5 years my senior, was always the king of the home. I was the one who polished his crown. It all began when we were children. My parents, Victor and Helena, had a unique manner of dispersing their affection and finances. Luca, with his easy smile and "I deserve everything" attitude, always got the best new clothes, expensive toys, school trips, and even the most spacious room in the house. I, on the other hand, inherited his old clothes, damaged toys, and a mattress that groaned when I moved. If I asked for something, my mother would give me the look that said, "Don't be selfish, Elias. Not everything is for you." My father, on the other hand, would add, "Luca is the oldest, he needs more." As if being younger meant I had no rights. I remember one Christmas when I was around 10 years old. Luca, 15, asked for a mountain bike that cost a fortune. Without hesitation, my parents went into debt to buy it for him. I had requested for a soccer ball with great anticipation. It wasn't pricey, nothing out of the norm. When the day came, I saw Luca riding his new bike around the yard while my mother photographed him like a movie star. In contrast, I received a pair of socks and a cheap plastic ball that shattered after only 3 uses. When I inquired why they didn't get me the ball I wanted, my father looked at me with displeasure and said, "Don't be ungrateful, Elias. We can't spend on everything." But Luca always had money. The distinction became clearer with time. Luca was not exactly a genius. In reality, he barely graduated high school with dismal marks, and showed no desire in furthering his education or obtaining a job. But my parents rationalized everything. My mother would add, "He's a free spirit," as if laziness were a virtue. In contrast, I was always the responsible one. I received decent grades, helped around the house, and when I turned 16, I began working part-time at a grocery store to assist with expenditures. Not because I wanted to, but because they required it. My father Victor was an electrician, but his salary barely covered the essentials. My mother Helena was a homemaker who occasionally sold cakes to supplement her income. However, there were always priorities, and they all revolved around Luca. When he turned 18, my parents purchased him a used automobile. It was not much, but it worked. At that age, I still rode the bus to work. When I inquired why they didn't help me, my mother answered, "Luca needs the car to get around. You can manage." As if my time wasn't valuable. At 20, I graduated from high school with honors and began working full-time at a furniture manufacturer. It wasn't the best work in the world, but it paid well, and I felt glad to contribute to the household. However, my parents were quick to take advantage. "Elias, the bills are tight," my father would tell me each month. "We need you to put in more of your salary." And like an idiot, I did it. I handed over around 70% of my earnings. I paid for energy, water, internet, and even food. Meanwhile, Luca, then 25, did nothing. He spent his days at home, either playing video games, watching television, or going out with his pals. He made no contributions. I was tired up with seeing him laying on the couch as I came home fatigued from work, so I said, "Luca, why don't you look for a job? Even something simple, to help around the house." He chuckled as if I'd made a joke. "Work? Nah, little brother, I wasn't born for that. I was born to enjoy life." Then, with that mocking look I despise, he said, "You keep breaking your back. Someone has to pay the bills." I wanted to punch him, but I refrained. I knew if I did anything, my folks would side with him. They always have. Time passed, and the situation worsened. At 24, I was working double shifts at the factory to make a little extra money. I'd return home at 11 p.m., my arms aching and my back in bits, to find Luca playing on his new console, which my parents had purchased with leftover money. Where are the leftovers from? I was the one who paid for practically everything. I once viewed their internet bill and realized that they had subscribed to the most expensive package, including with premium channels, just so Luca could watch soccer in high definition. When I approached my mother, she told me, "Don't be envious, Elias. Your brother needs a distraction." A diversion from what? After doing nothing all day? I reached my breaking point at the age of 26. My father summoned me to the kitchen, accompanied by my mother, and informed me that they needed me to contribute more money. "The bills are very high, Elias. If you don't put in more, we won't be able to manage." I was already providing over 80% of my earnings. I hardly had enough money to purchase myself clothes or go out with friends once a month. When I asked them what they needed more of, my father seemed nervous and said vague things like, "Prices are going up, and life is expensive." But things did not add up. A month later, I learned the truth. Luca and his buddies had gone on a week-long beach holiday at an all-inclusive resort. How did I find out? Because he shared it all over social media. Photographs of him enjoying beers on the beach and laughing, while I was sweating and moving furniture at the factory. When I arrived home, I faced my parents. "Where did Luca get the money to go on a trip?" I inquired, though I already anticipated the answer. My mother tried to divert the subject, but my father, in his customary authoritative tone, told me, "That's none of your business, you worry about doing your part." I could not handle it anymore. My hands trembled with wrath. My part? I pay for everything in this house. The electricity, the water, the food, even the damn internet so Luca can watch his games. And now you ask for more so he can go on vacation? Why don't you make him work? He's 5 years older than me. My mother remained mute and stared at the floor, but my father became red. "You're not going to come here and tell us how to raise our children," he yelled. "Luca is different. He's not made for work like you are. You work. Your brother enjoys it. It's that simple. And if you don't like it, get out." These words stabbed me like a knife. I looked at my mother, expecting her to say anything or defend me, but she simply nodded, as if she agreed with everything. I felt a knot in my stomach, a combination of wrath and despair. My entire life, I had been the worker, the one who sacrificed, while Luca lived like a king. And now, on top of everything, they were telling me it was my responsibility. But at that moment, something inside me snapped. I wasn't going to be their victim longer. "Great," I responded with the calmest voice I could muster. "Then I'll leave, and you can pay your own bills. It's that simple." My father's expression changed immediately. It shifted from wrath to amazement, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. My mother raised her head, eyes wide. "You can't do this to us, Elias," she exclaimed, nearly yelling. "We raised you, we gave you everything." I gave out a sour laugh. Everything? The used socks and Luca's leftovers were everything? Without saying anything, I went up to my room, grabbed a rucksack and packed the essentials, clothes, documents, and whatever money I had saved. I did not say farewell. It was not worth it. That night I stayed in a low-cost hotel while looking for a room to rent. It was not simple, but after a week, I had located a little flat. It wasn't much, but it was the first time in my life that I felt I could breathe. But as expected, my parents would not let me go so lightly. The first call arrived 3 days after I moved out. My mother, Helena, used that tone to make me feel guilty. "Elias, how could you do this to us?" she asked, her voice shaking like she was going to cry. "We're your family. We gave you everything, and this is how you repay us?" I remained silent and clenched the phone. I wanted to tell her that everything was just leftovers, that they never showed me the same love or support they did Luca. But I didn't. I simply said, "Mom, I'm busy. Goodbye," and hung up. I believed they'd get the message, but I was mistaken. A week later, Victor, my father, called. His voice was coarser as usual, but there was a tinge of desperation that I hadn't heard before. "Elias, this isn't a game," he added. "We need your help. We can't make ends meet, and you know we depend on you. Come home. We can fix this." I laughed. Not because it was hilarious, but because I couldn't believe his boldness. What should be fixed? Will I continue to be your ATM while Luca scrapes his belly? "No, Dad," I responded. "You said it yourself. If I don't like it, I should get out." Well, I got out. Figure it out yourselves. He hung up without saying anything else, but I knew it wasn't the end of the conversation. The calls became routine. Every day, at different times, my phone would vibrate, displaying my mother's or father's name. Initially, I responded more out of curiosity than anything else. My mother alternated between pleading and emotional blackmail. "Elias, please come back," she'd say. "We can't manage everything. Your brother is very depressed. He's not eating well, not sleeping. Don't you feel bad leaving him like this?" Luca. Depressed? How convenient. The last time I saw him he was playing on his new console, beer in hand, with no concern in the world. When I informed my mother this, she adjusted her tactics. "You're so ungrateful. We raised you, gave you a roof, food, clothes, and now you abandon us as if we were trash." I felt a twinge in my chest, but I was no longer the child who suppressed his shame. "Clothes? You mean Luca's hand-me-downs or the broken mattress you gave me? Don't make me laugh, Mom." So I hung up. In contrast, my father was very forthright. "Elias, you're the man of the house now," he once said to me, as if it were an honorific. "Your brother isn't ready to work. You know how he is. But you're strong. You can handle this. Come back, and I promise things will be different." Different? How? Were they going to assign me the large room and ask Luca to work? Of course not. Everything would remain the same. Me working till I dropped, and Luca living like a prince. "No, Dad," I replied. "If you want money, tell Luca to get a job. He's 32 years old, not a child." He responded with a yell. "Don't you talk about your brother. You don't understand anything." I hung up and stopped returning their calls. One day my mother arrived at the factory where I worked. I'm not sure how she discovered the apartment, but there she was, standing at the door with red eyes and untidy hair. "Elias, please," she begged, disregarding my co-workers walking by. "We can't go on like this. We're going to be evicted if we don't pay the rent. Your father is looking for another job, but it's not enough. You're our only hope." I looked at her and felt pity for a brief minute. But then I remembered how she ignored me and defended Luca while I broke my back. "Mom, I'm not coming back," I stated gently but firmly. "Ask Luca to work. He's the oldest, isn't he? Let him be responsible." She shook her head as if the concept was ludicrous. "Luca can't. You know he's special." "Special?" "No, just a lazy bum who had been spoiled his entire life." I turned and returned to work. When I peered out the window, I noticed her crying as she departed. Following that incident, I decided to block their numbers. I did not want any more drama or blackmail. I wanted to live my life, and for the first time, I was successful. I started getting out more and meeting new people. I made friends at the gym, including boys who invited me to play soccer on weekends. I even met a girl named Maya who worked at a coffee shop near my flat. It wasn't anything serious, but talking with her, joking, and drinking coffee without thinking about household expenditures was something I'd never done before. My salary, which used to disappear into my parents' hands, was now sufficient for me to save, buy things for myself, and live, and most importantly, to feel valued. 3 months had gone, and the peace I had discovered was broken when I received a call from my Aunt Sylvia, my mother's sister. She was always the only family member who treated me fairly. "Elias, I don't want to meddle in your affairs, but you need to know what's going on," she added, her tone serious and almost sorrowful. She told me everything. After I departed, my parents tried to keep things as they were. However, without my money, everything fell apart. They couldn't afford to pay their rent or energy, let alone food. At first they assumed Luca would assist them. After all, he was their favorite son, to whom they had always given everything. But when they asked him to find work, Luca laughed in their faces. "Me? Work?" he asked. "I'm not going to support old people. If Elias doesn't want to pay, you figure it out yourselves." He gathered his belongings and left. Nobody knew where he went, but my aunt assumed he was living with one of his pals and presumably wasting the little money he had left. Without Luca and without me, My parents were alone. The landlord of the flat where they lived gave them 1 month to pay what they owed, but they couldn't. They were ejected with no mercy. My father, who always boasted about being the man of the home, had to find employment as a plumber, a vocation he understood little about. He made a pittance, just enough to eat. My mother, who had never worked before, began sewing handmade coats to sell at a local market, but her shaky hands and lack of experience resulted in low-quality coats, and she barely produced enough to cover a couple of meals every day. They were now living in a cramped room in one of the city's most hazardous areas, where the walls were moldy and the stench of garbage permeated through the shattered windows. One day, while drinking coffee with Maya, I received a message from an unknown number. It was Luca. "Hey little brother, how are you?" it asked, as if we were closest buddies. "I hear you're doing well. Can you lend me some money? I'm in a rough patch." I burst out laughing so hard that Maya was shocked. Luca, asking for money, the same person who insulted me for working and said he wasn't cut out for it. I didn't respond. I blocked the phone and resumed drinking my coffee. He could figure it out on his own, just like I did. Now when I think about my family, I don't feel guilty. I feel relieved. My parents created their own calamity by producing a kid like Luca while treating me as a servant. Luca, for his part, was left without a crown, and no one to pay for his desires, while I am finally living for myself. I don't know what will happen to them, and I honestly don't care. Maya sometimes asks if I have any regrets. "They're your parents after all," she replies, with that soft expression that inspires me to be a better person. But I tell her the truth. I don't regret it. They chose Luca, and he abandoned them. I just chose to save myself. She nods. But I know she doesn't completely comprehend. Nobody can understand what I went through until they had lived it themselves. I'm writing this from my flat, with a beer in my hand and music playing in the background. Outside, the city is lit up at night. Tomorrow I have a soccer game with my friends. Maya and I are planning a trip to the beach over the weekend. It's not the ideal existence, but it's mine. Every dollar I make, every laugh I share, and every day I live without the burden of my family is a win. My parents and Luca believed they could use me indefinitely, that I would never revolt. But I did. And today, as they face the consequences of their actions, I am establishing my future. Update. It has been a year since I left my family, and today, as I stroll along the beach with Maya, the sun setting on the horizon, I sense a peace that I never imagined imaginable. My parents and Luca are only distant echoes, stuck in the wreckage of their own decisions. While I create a life for myself, I feel no guilt. Simply the knowledge that I did the right thing by freeing myself. Every stride I take demonstrates that I am more valuable than the scraps they offered me. And that freedom, that fairness, is my greatest accomplishment. You better fix your brother. Dad barked at me after I nearly died, but I was done parenting their kids while battling kidney failure alone. Hello everyone, I am a 40-year-old male from a large family. I'm the second oldest of 9 children. My older sister Lena is only a year older than me. There is a 6-year gap between me and my next sibling, and my mother had children every 2 to 3 years. Since Lena and I were the oldest, we were constantly tasked with looking after the younger children and doing housework. In fact, my parents and other adults frequently referred to us as Lena, OP, and the kids, as if Lena and I were not considered children. It's like if we were 2 other individuals living in the house. We were homeschooled, so we spent all of our time at home. Part of my job entailed getting up, making breakfast for the kids, and getting them started with their school or activities before beginning my own schooling. Lena slept in since she was a night owl, and it was her responsibility to help with the baby at night because there was always one. Lena and I did the majority of the household tasks. We alternated between cleaning the kitchen and doing the laundry, which was rather extensive. I did all the guys' stuff like mowing the lawn and putting out the garbage. As I became older, I delegated some of these responsibilities to my younger brothers, but it was still my obligation to make sure they were completed. When I was old enough to drive, I would conduct errands and transport the kids around. I can't tell you how many times I've taken the kids to playdates or doctor's appointments. I'd often snuggle the youngsters into bed and tell them stories. These things seemed natural to me at the time, but in retrospect, I felt more like a second father to the kids than a sibling. As teenagers, Lena and I had a lot of flexibility to hang out with our friends if we finished our tasks. We did not have cell phones back then. If we wanted to go out, we would just tell our parents, and they didn't mind as long as we returned by the next morning. I moved out when I was 20, but I still spent a lot of time with my parents, and one of my younger siblings was virtually always there at my home. Cal, one of my brothers, has basically lived with me since he was 14 years old because he and our mother did not get along. Cal was 17 years old when he was involved in a car accident and called me rather than his father because I was the one who handled such situations. Throughout this period, my parents frequently mentioned how vital it was for Lena and I to assist with the children because they were so busy with their ministry. I can't remember how many times I had to stop what I was doing to care for anything, because mom or dad were counseling someone. Sorry, I think I'm rambling. I hope I have accurately described my childhood. Let us go forward. I hadn't dated much, but when I was 25, I met and began dating Mira. We fell in love quickly and were married less than a year later. My younger siblings adore Mira. She is an excellent cook and hostess. Our house became a popular hangout. My younger siblings began calling her Mama Mira, which they still do to this day. We have now been married for 15 years and have 2 children of our own. Mira was disliked by both my mother and Lena. Lena and Mira get along well now, but Mira and my mother do not. I've never understood why, but I believe I've finally figured it out. It's because they believe Mira has taken me away. As Mira and I focused on our relationship and began a family, I spent less and less time caring for my parents. My father initially liked Mira, but their relationship has worsened in recent years. Throughout the years, my father has made statements to me about fulfilling my responsibilities. One day he phoned me about one of the younger kids who had gotten into a disagreement with my mom and said, "You better get your brother and change his attitude. It's not okay how he treated your mom, and you are going to make him apologize." Mira and I established some ground rules with my parents a few years ago, stating that we would not raise or discipline their children. My siblings are always welcome in our home, but we will no longer allow my parents to use us to straighten them up. My parents haven't taken it well. Mira damaged her foot around a year ago and was unable to walk for quite some time. Just as she was getting well, I was diagnosed with kidney disease, which progressed to kidney failure. I've undergone multiple operations, with another one scheduled in a few weeks. It's been a tough year. During this period, my parents have not only refused to help, but have intentionally made things more difficult for us, such as agreeing to help with our children but then canceling at the last minute, generally due to a ministry-related commitment. My sister-in-law, who lives in another state, recently gave birth, and my mother has been staying with her and assisting her for the past 6 weeks. My SIL has described mom as a godsend and a great person. My father has gone to help every weekend. This upsets me because my mother refused to allow us a single night to care for our youngest when he was born. Anyway, I apologize for making this post longer than I intended. I needed to get some things off my chest. This weekend I was telling another sister that I don't understand why mom and dad don't treat me like the other kids, even Lena. It's as if I'm not one of their children, and it now dawned on me that they blame me for marrying and starting my own family while abandoning them to raise their own children. Part of me is relieved to now understand why they treat me the way they do, and part of me is saddened. I'm nervous about this approaching surgery, and I wish I had a parent to talk to about it, but I don't feel like I have any parents, only people with whom I co-parented my siblings. Update 1. I talked to my wife Mira about it last night. I said something along the lines of, "I've realized that my parents resent me for starting my own family and not helping them as much, and that is why they treat me so differently, and I think you've been trying to gently tell me this for years, but I was too dense to get it." We were sitting in the bed at the time, and she leaned over and patted my head and said, "You are so beautiful." I laughed for maybe 10 minutes. It was an excellent emotional release. Many of you mentioned how lovely she sounds, and she truly is. I can't convey how much I adore her. About Lena. My older sister Lena married and started a family roughly 2 years after I did. Lena and I had a falling out and didn't communicate for several years, but we're fine now, just not particularly close. Our disagreement was mostly religious in nature. She is highly religious, like my parents, although I am not. I am religious, and we go to church, but it is not our entire lives, as it is for my parents and Lena. Younger siblings. The youngest is 22, so they're all grown-ups now. The second to youngest went away several years ago, leaving 8 of us. I'm really close to all of my younger siblings. They continue to visit my home on a regular basis, and they are all wonderful aunts and uncles to my children. All of them, including Lena, are dissatisfied with how my parents have treated me over the past year. Help with my kids. While I am upset at my parents for not helping, I do not require their assistance. Mira and I have close pals, and we also have siblings that help. Mira's parents live far away, but they help whenever they can. We are perfectly okay and feel very blessed and loved because of all the aid we have gotten. Therapy. Part of my renal treatment plan includes seeing a therapist, and I adore her. She has been really helpful in teaching me how to live with an illness. I'm not sure whether she's the best person to talk to about my parents, but I'll ask her and see if she can recommend someone. If not, I'll wait until after my surgery to bring it up because I need to focus on that right now. Setting boundaries. When I say my parents won't assist, I don't mean they won't, but rather that they volunteer to help, and then either bail at the last minute or change the plan so drastically that Mira and I are stressed out. Mira was sick a few months back, and my mother offered to take up our kids from school. It's a long story, but she kept altering things and complicating matters, and my youngest was left alone for a short period of time, which worried him. After that, I had a confrontational conversation with my parents, telling them how disgusted I was in them and how I wanted to focus on my health, and they were making it worse. I told them they could not take my children anywhere. They are not allowed to merely stop by my house, and they are not even permitted to offer to assist, because my mother will not take no for an answer and will nag until she wears me out. My parents were upset about this, but all 7 of my siblings rallied with me, and my parents have so far respected that. Going no contact. Many people suggested no contact. I do not want that. Despite the fact that my parents were not terrific parents, I still adore them. My children adore them, and I don't want to take that away. When they arrive, they make excellent grandparents. I don't think my parents are terrible people. I believe they had a goal of having a large family and a large ministry, but they underestimated the duties they imposed on Lena and me. I've spoken to them before about how it was wrong that they put so much pressure on us as children, and they've apologized. Putting my parents on blast in their church, several individuals suggested going to their church and telling them how I was treated. You do not understand this church. They would commend my parents for prioritizing God and the ministry over all else. These really religious folks are insane. I think that's it for now. My operation is in less than 2 weeks, so I'll focus on that. I'm going to put this conversation with my parents on hold for the time being, and then I'll determine what, if anything, to do. Thank you again for your comments. It's truly helped me get through some emotions. Update 2. Thank you to everyone who has contracted out to wish me a speedy recovery. My operation was last week, and things are doing better than predicted. All of the surgeries and treatments I've had in the last year have felt like they were just keeping me alive. But with this surgery and kidney transplant, I feel like I'm working toward resuming my normal life. It's been difficult and painful, but I expected it to be worse, so I can't complain at all. Mira is always complaining that she doesn't receive enough credit for her comedic abilities, so the fact that so many of you laughed when she said I was lovely made her happy. She stated, "I like these Reddit people." This entire post began while I was having a conversation with one of my sisters. I'll call her 6 since I can't keep coming up with names, and she's following this thread and will be offended if I call her that. 6 had an argument with our parents, and I was telling her that Mira and I had recently established firm limits with them and encouraged her to do the same. So she did, and they didn't take it well. This prompted multiple conversations with other siblings, and both 5 and 9 agreed to establish some boundaries. This has also prompted other siblings to approach our parents about how they have treated me over the previous year while I was sick. The day before my operation, Lena, the oldest, called to check on me, and we ended up talking about our upbringing. We had not been in touch in some years. However, I believe we bonded on this call. It was interesting to chat to her as an adult and relive some experiences. She has been in therapy for a few years, and she claims that her therapist will occasionally stop her and say, "Lena, you just casually rolled through some messed up stuff. We need to stop and unpack this." For a long time, I blamed her for how she treated me when we were younger, but I'm finally realizing that she was just a kid trying to survive. I have much more grace for her now. We've been messaging a lot these past few weeks. My parents did come to see me after the surgery, but we didn't discuss any family turmoil. My siblings have stated that they are having difficulty accepting these new limitations. I hope that one day they wake up and realize that all 8 of their children are disappointed in them, and that they strive to be better people, but I'm not holding my breath. They appear to be placing all of the blame, as they usually do. This is just an attack by the devil. Mira and I determined that in the future, we will maintain low touch with strong limits. With such a huge family, going no contact would be difficult and would result in a number of unpleasant situations in which we would still need to visit them. We've also talked to our children, and both have shown a desire to establish a relationship with their grandparents. While I don't expect my parents to change, I am confident they will accept our boundaries. My attitude about them has likewise shifted. I no longer feel as if I owe them anything. We will maintain our contact with them because it is best for my family, not because they deserve it. Finally, I was recommended to a family therapist and have an appointment scheduled for next month. Update 3. I've tried several times to write an update, but I either can't find the words or ramble on for 10 pages about my health. I'm going to push through, and I hope this makes sense. In May 2023, shortly after writing my first post, I underwent a kidney transplant. Recovering has been the primary focus of my life, but it is not the purpose of my report, so I will try to keep this section brief. Things were excellent right after the transplant, and I recovered considerably faster than expected. Then I had a dumb illness, which caused some tiny setbacks that eventually led to a larger setback, and my body began to reject the replacement kidney. It was not a good period, and I spent the holidays of last year, 2024, in and out of the hospital receiving various therapies. The therapies were difficult, but they performed their work. My body currently shows no evidence of rejection, and the virus is under control. Maintaining my health and new kidney will be a lifelong journey, but for the time being, everything is stable, and I'm feeling better than I have since before falling sick in 2023. I had mentioned how my older sister Lena and I hadn't spoken in years, and when we eventually did, we kept our distance. She had contacted me after my first post, when I was beginning to work through some issues, and we discussed how we were raised. We both had lately learned the term parentification, and we discussed it. We started communicating more after trauma bonding, which was a new phrase for me. Her family ended up coming to town late in 2023 and staying for a few weeks, giving us ample opportunity to converse and interact. I had harshly condemned her for things she had done as a child, but I eventually realized she was just a youngster who was under a lot of strain, forced to raise a bunch of kids, and she was desperate for some control in her life, which happened to be me. There were many tears and apologies on both sides, since I had not always been kind to her. We've grown closer than we've ever been, and we talk a couple of times every month. My family will be visiting her folks this summer. Our children are thrilled, as they have grown close as well. I'm not sure how to handle the following bit concerning my parents. My initial post was spurred by some conflict between my parents and various siblings, including how my parents had been unhelpful when I was coping with my kidney troubles. We all banded together and established strict limits with our parents, which they did not appreciate. At first, someone observed, "It sounds like you and your siblings are bullying your parents into being better people," which may be the best way to characterize what occurred. Just before my operation, I had a very direct chat with my folks. I had prepared by writing down the essential points I wanted to say. I wasn't angry when we talked. I merely gave multiple examples of how they had not only failed to help, but also made things more difficult for my family when I was sick. I basically informed them that I didn't need or want their support since I didn't trust them. Something about that, as well as the fact that all of my siblings were together, seemed to click with my father. He didn't say much at the moment, but he didn't defend himself or try to deflect criticism. Over the next 6 months they would check in by text once a week. If we were feeling up to it, I would encourage them to stop over, which they did several times. They offered to deliver a supper, and we accepted. They didn't push when I wasn't feeling it. This was all part of the boundaries I had established, which they respected. Over the course of the year, many things began to change. Honestly, I believe someone showed them my post. My siblings were all aware of it, and I believe that everyone who commented calling them out had an impact, so thank you to everyone. They left their church, which shocked all of us. Mom phoned numerous siblings and asked for specific examples of how she had let them down, then listened without defending or deflecting. The last of the younger siblings moved out on their own, which significantly altered the dynamics of their relationship. I'm not sure when or why it happened, but things appear to have improved during 2023. My parents began spending more time with my children and attending events. I noticed they were making an effort and spoke with them, telling them that if they truly wanted to connect, they needed to find things my kids like and figure out how to engage. I told them they couldn't just plan something they wanted to do and expect my children to go along. My father discovered a hobby that my oldest was interested in, and they have gone down a rabbit hole with it. My mother and youngest discovered a place they both enjoy, and they went there together. It isn't ideal, but they appear to be forming a healthy relationship. My wife and I remain cautious, but optimistic. In terms of my relationship with them, I've simply become emotionally disengaged. As a teenager, I read Ender's Game and identified with Ender in the way the adults were always setting him up so that he knew he would never have backup. He had to win on his own, or perish trying. I felt as if I had no backup or adult support throughout the majority of my life. Just me, and then my wife. I've created my own support system among my peers, and that's sufficient. I'm delighted my kids now have decent grandparents, but I'll never have a meaningful chat with my parents about what's going on with me. On difficult days I have my wife and a few close friends, and I consider myself extremely fortunate because this is more than many people have. Well, I'll stop there before I start rambling. My girlfriend used my card to host a $1,200 birthday dinner I wasn't even invited to. I didn't yell, just watched it all fall apart. Irene, 29 female, and I, 32 male, had been dating for almost 2 years. We met at a bar trivia night through mutual friends. She was attractive, self-assured, and had a way of drawing people to her. I went down hard. Irene is employed in IT at a downtown IT company. Entry-level position providing assistance. She often talked about it as if she was in charge of the place, even if the compensation wasn't tremendous. I manage my own little business as a general contractor. I've taken it from nothing to something I'm proud of, but it's not glamorous. It covers all of the expenses and more. Everything was great when we first started dating. On weekends we would explore the city, try out new eateries, and see independent films at the small theater she adored. Looking back though, there were always subtle clues that something wasn't quite right. Little remarks about my attire, subtly humorous remarks about my truck, and the fact that she had never once introduced me to any of her co-workers in the previous 2 years. Since I was in love, I chose to disregard everything. Irene noted that her employer was hosting a large client appreciation party at a high-end hotel in the downtown area, approximately a month ago. She was assisting with the planning, and appeared to be under a lot of pressure to make sure everything went according to plan. One evening, she casually stated, "Jessica from IT is bringing her boyfriend," as she browsed through her phone. "He's a lawyer or something." Without giving it much thought, I said, "Oh, can you bring someone?" I observed her moment of hesitation before she said, "I could come for moral support if you want." I mean, I guess you could come. It's just a bunch of corporate people talking about boring work stuff. Since I was aware that she had been experiencing financial difficulties recently, I volunteered to assist with some of the costs. She had been making hints that she might have to move because her lease had increased. In the end, I paid for her new outfit, $450. Her boss's gift basket, $200. And more party materials. Hardly exactly pocket change, but hardly a fortune either. I cleaned up nicely on the night of the party. Wore my finest outfit, which I kept for meetings with possible high-profile clients. Got a new hairstyle. The process. When I picked her up in my pickup, Irene asked if I remembered the present basket and hardly acknowledged my appearance. I could feel her getting tight next to me when we got to the hotel. She began to move a little ahead of me, putting some distance between us as we made our way through the foyer and into the ballroom. "Maybe you should wait in the bar," she said abruptly. "I need to check on some things first." I said, "I'll just come with you." Although she didn't argue, she appeared irritated and said, "Maybe I can help carry something." I was impressed when we walked into the ballroom. It all looked fantastic. Gourmet appetizers being served, an open bar, and mood lighting. Irene saw some coworkers right away and went over, with me following. A woman wearing a sleek black dress commented, "Irene, everything looks amazing." "Who's this?" A beat too long, there was this pause. Irene interrupted me as I reached out to introduce myself. "This is Alex, my driver for the evening." The words lingered in the atmosphere. Her colleague, who was obviously not convinced that I was a driver, looked perplexed and glanced at my suit. She cocked an eyebrow and said, "Your driver?" "Yeah," Irene said with an overly loud laugh. "He was nice enough to drop me off, but now he's actually heading out." She glanced at me. "Right, Alex." It seemed as though someone had punched me in the stomach. I was her driver after 2 years of dating. I helped her go a few paces away from the group by taking her elbow gently. "What the hell was that about?" I said softly, maintaining a calm voice. She looked over her shoulder to see if anyone was observing as she rolled her eyes. "Look, these are important people. My career is on the line here. You really should just go wait in the car or something." Reminding her, "I helped pay for this party. I bought your dress." She stated it at that moment, staring at me with a look of utter disdain. "You should be grateful I even let you in." Everything became quite evident in that instant. All of those hints, all of those remarks, they weren't only oddities or bad days. This was her true identity. I didn't raise my voice or quarrel, simply gave a nod, replied, "You're right," and turned to leave. After getting my jacket from the coat check, I drove quietly home. Irene had left a dozen missed calls and texts on my phone by the time I arrived at my house. "Where are you? Are you seriously leaving me stranded? Don't be so dramatic. You're embarrassing me." None of them got a response from me. I just opened a beer and switched off my phone. It was as if I had finally woken up from a long dream, and and I felt oddly at ease. Irene arrived at my door early the following morning. She had been crying, as seen by the puffiness in her eyes. However, I saw that her makeup was still flawless and constantly prepared for the camera. Irene was that person. She insisted, "What happened last night? You just left me there. I had to get an Uber home." I didn't invite her in, so I leaned against the doorframe. "You called me your driver." "It was just a joke." "God, you're so sensitive. Those people are important to my career. I didn't want them to think I was, dating a contractor." She had the grace to appear a little embarrassed when she said, "I finished for her." "That's not what I meant. It's just complicated. Office politics and all that." Then the tears started to fall. That was her forte, crying when instructed to do so. She apologized to me, said that she had been anxious about pleasing her employer, and promised to put things right. She even recommended that the two of us go on a weekend break. Her words, "I love you," touched my face. "You know that, right? Last night was a mistake. I was being stupid." I gave the impression that I believed her. Listened to her justifications and explanations, made her coffee, and invited her inside. She apparently thought we were fine, and left soon after. On the surface, things appeared to be back to normal a few days later. Irene was very loving, always sending me heart-shaped texts and discussing our future. She phoned me a week or so after the party occurred, and she sounded quite excited. "Babe, guess what? My birthday's coming up in a couple of weeks, and I was thinking of hosting a dinner for some colleagues at that new fancy place, Antelli's." "That sounds nice," I responded in a neutral tone. "Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm a little short on cash this month after that party and everything." Knowing the answer, I asked, "You want me to help pay for it?" "Would you? It would mean so much to me. Just my work friends, A chance to network a bit." I saw that she had not extended an invitation to me. "How much are we talking about?" "Probably around $1,200 for the private dining room. They need a card on file." "I can put my card down for you," I replied. "Just let me know when you need it." She cried, "You're the best. I'll come by tomorrow to get it." When she visited the following day, I gave her my credit card. Unaware that it wasn't my typical card, she accepted it with a smile. I said nonchalantly, "So what time should I be there?" Her smile wavered a bit. "Oh, actually it's just going to be work people. Boring shop talk and all that. You wouldn't enjoy it." "Got it," I replied with a sympathetic nod. "No problem." She gave me a short kiss and murmured, "Thanks for understanding," before heading out. "You're the best." I reported the card I had given her as misplaced when I called my credit card company the day of her meal. They issued a fresh one right away, and canceled the old one. I then went to Antelli's wearing my finest suit, which was even nicer than the one I had worn to her work party. I chose to sit in the bar area, which was partially hidden by a decorative partition, but had a nice view of the private dining room, rather than entering through the main entrance. They got there at 7:30. Irene was surrounded by her co-workers and looked lovely in a new dress that I had never seen before. The partygoer who had seen her call me her driver was someone I knew. Additionally, there was a man I didn't recognize who kept touching Irene's little back. She didn't want to leave his touch. She appeared to be leaning into it, in fact. I watched while ordering a scotch. They were raising glasses, toasting, laughing, and taking pictures. Being the focus of attention was exactly what Irene was doing. She looked different here, I noticed. Exuberant and self-assured. Not at all like the frequently whiny girlfriend who worked just as an IT support specialist. The server delivered the check to their table at precisely 9:45. Irene waved down proposals from her coworkers to divide the tab, and I watched with a smug look as she confidently handed over my credit card. The words, "It's my birthday, please. This is my treat," came to me. With the card, the server departed. The minutes passed. Then I saw him come back, bending down to talk to Irene in a low voice. Her expression turned from bewilderment to fear. Presumably checking her banking app, she struggled with her phone. Then she began typing furiously, perhaps messaging me. In my pocket, my phone buzzed. "Alex, something's wrong with your card. It's declining. Call me now." I didn't answer. There was another text. "This is serious. I look like an idiot in front of everyone. The bill is over $1,200. I remained silent though. I simply sipped my scotch and observed the scene as it transpired. Irene was now clearly upset, and when she excused herself to her co-workers, her face reddened. I could imagine her experimenting with different wallet cards. Maxed out. She had just complained about her credit card debt last week, so I knew. 5 increasingly frantic texts later, I responded, "Look behind you." I saw her head shoot up in astonishment as she read the message. She then spun around and looked around the room before focusing on me at the bar. Her face was devoid of color. Pulling an envelope out of my jacket pocket, I proceeded quietly toward their private dining room after getting up and paying for my drink. When I walked in, there was an almost ludicrous hush. Irene's horrified eyes grew wide. The woman from the party, and a few others at the table appeared to recognize me. One of them questioned, "Isn't this your driver?" "Irene," I said with a charming smile at the table. "I'm, or was, her 2-year boyfriend." I took a few pictures of us together from the envelope, including ones from holidays, events and trips, and laid them out on the table. "I also happen to be the guy who paid for her dress at your client party, the gift basket for her boss, and who called her driver for my troubles." There was a loud awkward silence. Suddenly, the man who had been caressing Irene's back moved away from her. The woman at the head of the table, her employer, had her eyes narrowed as she stared at the pictures. Irene, her face now scarlet, screamed, "Alex, can we talk about this outside?" "No need," I remarked amicably. "I just came to wish you a happy birthday and let you know that the card was cancelled. Reported lost yesterday." She threw up her attempt at poise and yelled, "You did what?" I straightened up and straightened my suit jacket. "Oh, and to answer your question from 2 weeks ago, no, I'm not grateful you let me in. But I am grateful for the clarity." I looked at the table. "Enjoy the rest of your evening, everyone. The check's all yours, Irene." She grabbed my arm and leaped to her feet. "You can't just leave, at least pay the bill." I glanced at her hand on my arm before turning my attention back to her face. I murmured softly, "Fuck off," and turned to leave. I could hear the mayhem breaking out behind me as I walked away. Irene shouting my name, confused muttering, and someone proposing that they divide the cost. I didn't turn around. The calls and texts continued unabated the following day. Irene took between pleading for my pardon and threatening to ruin my reputation. Her number was blocked by me. She made 2 appearances at my house. The door was not answered by me. From her pals' phones she left heartfelt voicemails. I didn't listen and erased them. In fact, one of her coworkers contacted me on LinkedIn a week later. After her manager found out that Irene had been lying about her function and responsibilities, claiming credit for projects she wasn't involved in, there apparently had been an HR inquiry at work. The man at the restaurant who had been groping her. After the dinner event, a senior developer she had been covertly seeing broke up with her right away. My door was knocked on 2 weeks after the disastrous birthday meal. When I opened it, I saw an elderly couple standing there, appearing uneasy. There was no mistaking the familiarity of Irene's parents. Saying, "Mr. and Mrs. Davis," I was truly taken aback. Only once, while they were in town, had I had the opportunity to meet them. Her father murmured, "Alex," with a distressed expression. "May we come in?" Curious as to why they had come to my door, I opened it for them. The uneasy atmosphere permeated the air as we sat in my living room. When she eventually said, "We wanted to apologize," her mother said. "For Irene's behavior. For everything." Her dad gave a nod. "She's been struggling since that night at the restaurant. Lost her job. Had to move back home with us." I said, "I'm sorry to hear that." And I kind of meant it. I didn't want Irene to endure any hardship in spite of it all. All I wanted was for her to leave my life. With firmness, her mother answered, "No, don't apologize. She did this to herself. We've always known Irene could be materialistic. We probably indulged too much when she was younger." Her dad had a disheartened expression. "We encouraged her to find someone financially stable. Told her to use her looks while she had them. But we never thought she'd go this far." That clarified a few things. I recalled that when her father learned that I had my own company, he used to make jokes about Irene getting a huge fish. Then her father added, She told us what happened. Not at first. She came home with some story about you humiliating her. But eventually, we got the truth out of her. An envelope was taken out of her purse by her mother. She's too ashamed to come herself. But we wanted you to have this. A $925 check and a handwritten letter that said, for the dress, the gift basket, and everything else, were found inside. I apologize. I gazed intently at the check. The money wasn't the point. It had never been. We made her take responsibility, her father clarified. Made her sell some of her designer stuff to pay you back. Small step. But it's something. I said, thank you, and put the check back in the envelope. I appreciate you coming. She appears to have erased all of her social media profiles in order to concentrate on personal development or something. I'm doing well in business. I've cautiously resumed dating. I had coffee with a kindergarten teacher last week. She seemed genuinely interested in my responses, and asked insightful questions about my business, after I informed her that I was a contractor. There are times when I remember Irene calling me her driver in the hotel ballroom. Even though it was painful, I now appreciate it. At pivotal occasions, some people reveal their true selves. Others show up as minor, inconspicuous acts of cruelty. In any case, trust someone when they first reveal themselves to you. I only wish I had accepted it sooner. For those who are curious about the credit card situation, the answer is no. She was not able to be charged with fraud. I gave her the card in good faith, and I reported it as lost rather than stolen. In that instance, the bank simply cancels and reissues. Indeed, it was petty to leave her with that bill. But I felt entitled to a little pettiness after being treated like a truck-wielding ATM for 2 years. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My sister had 2 weddings, an $80,000 honeymoon, and a PhD paid for. But when I asked for a dress, my parents called me ungrateful. My sister is my father's golden child, and no matter how hard I try to make him see me as her equal, it never works, and I think she takes advantage of that. Normally it's not a big deal, but this week, a few things happened that made it extra special. I'm hoping to marry next year, and she asked if she might invite her in-laws, who will visit the next time she comes over. I said all right because my parents were paying, but I know she's only doing it for attention. So she'll have at least 4 members of her political family there, and will undoubtedly parade them around. Also, my parents are planning a huge anniversary in November, but they are postponing the celebration since my sister, who lives overseas, does not want to travel so far until things are calmer. But last month, she went on vacation to a neighboring country. I was eating lunch with them and my fiancé when they told me they were postponing their major celebration until next year, and I couldn't take it anymore. I told my dad, "Of course you will postpone. We should all stop living until she is here." He stated it was inappropriate, and that I was making a huge deal over something unrelated to me. And my mother stated they would have something intimate, and that I was equally important, but I don't believe it. I stood up and told my father, "I'm sorry the love of your life isn't here, but the most important woman in your life should be your wife, not your daughter." I then departed. The next day I felt horrible, and tried to call my mother, who refused to speak to me and instead texted me that I was bitter, hateful, and needed assistance. But they, notably my father, damaged me with their desire to give her such a prominent position in their lives, after she had lived overseas for around 10 years. My father stopped me, and my fiancé is scared that they will no longer pay for the wedding. My sister, trying to be the center of the universe as usual, called me, but I did not answer. I waited a few days, but my parents have not called me. My sister stopped trying to contact me, but she did contact my fiancé to check on me. I went to see my grandfather today, and she told me that I needed to apologize since my parents love both of us. But we are different and have different things. So I started wondering if I was the problem. I just want those days where I am the most important person to my parents. And I continue to believe that my sister's golden child position should be addressed and fixed. But maybe I was wrong in how I conveyed it. Edit. I'm 26 years old. My fiancé is a lady. I also want to clarify that I don't believe my parents are awful people, just bad parents. Edit 2. This has been a long time coming. My sister, 33, and my father had a little club. She is intelligent, having begun reading at the age of 4. My father has taken her to see his clients in a nearby city since she was a child. And she would occasionally stay with one of his best friends who ran a bookstore. She has an extensive book collection, which my parents refuse to discard, even when I beg them to send it to the woman, Dad's best friend, or my sister. They communicate practically every day, discussing economics, politics, and other topics. I'm not interested in any of those. And yes, Dad tried to take me with him, but I was always bored and spent my time going to my games or acquiring us stadium seats for our team. But I think he likes her more. My mother, on the other hand, experiences ups and downs with my sister since they are so different. The most recent issue was my sister's wedding 5 years ago. Yes, she owned two. One is close with her home, and the other with our country. And my mother wanted her clothes created from a specific fabric, while my sister set a budget for how much the dress would cost, and even wanted to wear the same dress for both occasions. They argued, but she ended up with 2 outfits that were within her budget. She wouldn't even allow me to bring my girlfriend, now future wife, because she wanted it to be intimate. Yet there were around 50 people there. My mother informed my fiancé that she would be buying or creating her dress. My mother and fiancé have a great relationship, therefore I'm sure my sister helped convince her of that. My sister has a PhD that my parents paid for, but she never works in the family businesses. She just advises on occasion and says she doesn't want to be compensated. My parents supported her until she found work, and whenever she received her master's or PhD degree, we had to travel to Europe to be there. I work in a family business, so I know they will have to speak with me eventually, even if they are angry. I could give numerous examples of their fondness for her. I also don't detest her. I only wish she would let me shine on my days. And certainly the wedding would be a gift, but if they were willing to pay for 2 wedding gowns and a honeymoon, I deserve the same treatment. Edit 3. In case anyone is curious, you might be pleased. I received a message from my father instructing me to participate in a family Zoom call where I can say whatever I want, and everyone else takes turns. He threatened to withdraw his money from our firm if I did not attend. So I had to leave. But I promised him I'd ask my fiancé to join us. It was my fiancé, parents, sister, and her husband. When I connected, I noticed my sister was furious. I was the first to speak. I expressed my feelings to them and even mentioned, "Hey, you're treating my wedding differently," as well as what other people had said regarding my parents giving the businesses to my sister. I expressed how hurtful it was. They preferred her. They seemed to talk to her about serious issues, and she receives so much attention, and everyone thinks she's fantastic, etc. And no one said anything or interrupted me, which is extremely frequent in serious family conversations. They then asked if my fiancé had anything to say, and she bravely stated that she did not feel like she belonged in the family. She has always assumed that they see her as a daughter, and she remains by my side. Then it was my mother's turn, and she apologized for my feelings, said they tried to do things I enjoyed, and that they loved us both equally. She stated it was sad because I pretended everything was fine, and they didn't realize how serious it was. But she still believes I need assistance. She then told my fiancé that she loves her, but my sister is her only child. Then came my father's turn. He stated he's sorry I think he doesn't like me, but he's not sorry for loving his child. He stated that I did not mind the tickets, automobiles, or even living in a rent-free residence, and he is dissatisfied. He stated that when they die, everything they possess will be shared 50-50, and that if I do not want my sister to have any involvement in our firm, I can buy him out. He stated they will pay for my wedding regardless, because it is something they have always wanted to do for their children, but they are not pleased with me. He also encouraged my fiancé to be appreciative and not greedy. I was outraged by then over the lack of apologies and the attack on my fiancé, but I kept my cool. Then my brother-in-law informed me he had no idea how I felt about his family, and simply thought his nuclear family would attend, just as I had during his brother's wedding. He said, "No hard feelings about it." Then it was my sister. My sister does not swear or scream when she is actually angry. She is just extremely chilly, hard, and to the neck. She stated she could tell I was distancing myself about 10 or 11 when she came home from university, and I was excluded from several conversations with my father. She stated that she had agreed to be my guardian at the age of 18 if my parents died. Thus she needed to be kept up to date on all affairs, and did not want to worry me. She admitted she should have been a better sister, and was sorry I became so resentful, but her job path had nothing to do with me. She reminded me that I had been offered the opportunity to travel abroad, but declined. She reminded me that I had gone on vacation with her, and informed me that those vacations had been paid for by her or her husband, not by my parents, which surprised me. She said she asked me about her in-laws' visit since they needed to organize their trip around my wedding. She stated that my fiancé and I had just been dating for 7 months when she got married, and she did not want my parents to have to pay for her trip. She stated that she does not want to get paid for consulting because she believes it is wrong, but that the next time she will invoice me her true hourly rate because I am so offended by it. She stated that she traveled to the Netherlands from Germany because she was absolutely burned out, which, as terrible as it may sound, is equivalent to taking a 10-hour flight. She said that my grandmother was the one who told her everything I said since my parents sought to protect me, and that she was done with me for the time being until I started therapy. And she finished by saying that she loves me but does not like me right now. This is an obvious summation, but the way she said the things was something I'd seen her do to others but never to me. And I nearly sobbed. However, she had no softness in her eyes. My parents stated they could get me therapy, or I could find it on my own, and that if I don't do something to better myself, the wedding will be the last thing I got from them. What made me feel worse was the way my sister addressed me. She has never spoken to me like this, even when we were arguing. So I know she is serious. I had my ego delivered to me. Yes, I'm jealous. And yeah, I'm upset. My fiancé is crying, but I believe I need to consider my next move. We are also from Latam. Update 1. I couldn't sleep, and decided to read over all of the comments again. I tried calling my sister because, while I am jealous of her, the way she spoke to me pains me. She refused to speak with me, but I could communicate with my brother-in-law. He explained that she doesn't want to talk to me because I profoundly injured her, and she is emotionally drained by me, knowing that if we chat, she will say even more nasty things. This made me understand how much I adore my sister. And the problem is me. I still have negative thoughts and believe I have been slighted. I can't say I'm a completely new person, but my family has never spoken to me as they did. And my sister has always backed me, which I assumed was for the sake of appearances. I'm starting to think she might love me. I am quite perplexed. My brother-in-law is also an incredible man, and he advised me to get therapy and give it time. But I am not sure what to do or where to go. He told me to look into therapists and chose one, and he would assist me decide if I wanted his aid. He also said I shouldn't assume my family doesn't care. They aren't perfect, but they do their best. But he also asked me what my fiancé's family was bringing to the wedding, or our life. And I couldn't think of anything. She lives and works with me, and her parents do not pay anything since they believe my family is better off. I'm not sure where it will lead, but I did tell her I needed help because I had transformed into a monster. So no wedding till my family issues are resolved. She's crying, but says she understands. My grandmother stated that she notified my sister because my parents had just told her there was a fight, but this is not what I said. Looking back, what I said was terrible, and I feel bad about it. She said my family wouldn't respond that strongly, unless they really loved me. I asked my father if I could take some mental days off, which is not allowed in my country, and he agreed it sounded like a wonderful idea, reminding me that they love me and only want me to be happy, not just pretend. In addition, the volumes are stored in her walk-in closet in her parents' bedroom. They still have a lot of my belongings in my bedroom, and my parents have invited me to Sunday meetings whenever I'm ready to attend. I must also disclose that she performed 2 weddings when my parents inquired whether she would be willing to do so. My mother wanted to get her really fancy outfits, and in the end, they obtained 2 dresses for about €800 because my sister set a limit of €300 per dress. I guess I'm jealous of her because she's better than me. I don't want to feel this way, or damage my family anymore. So I suppose I can thank Reddit for the harsh comments. I have a lot of difficulties to go through, as well as a lot of jealousy towards my sister. I don't know where to begin. I'm beginning to worry whether I'm even ready to marry. But if the comments were all positive, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. Of course, my family call was quite difficult to be in. Update 2. It's been a fascinating moment for me and my family. I wanted to share because you, Redditors, are brutal, yet fair. Some people said I ramble, and I do, but I did my best this time. My family took a few days off work to process it all. My brother-in-law recommended a therapist, and I began seeing him right away. We've also had group and couple sessions. Me and Dad, Mom, and my sister. It has helped me see all of the difficulties, and we are learning to communicate more effectively as a family, so that no one feels unwanted or undervalued again. I realize I have a long road ahead of me, but I want to get better. My parents say they only want the best for me and want me to feel loved. In addition, I am returning to my hometown. After high school, I moved out because I wanted to be like my sister, but I believe it is the greatest decision now. So when my parents gave me the option, I thought about it and accepted. Baby steps, but good ones. My sister did not speak to me for nearly 10 days. And while it may seem insignificant, this is the longest she has ever gone without communicating with me. It wounded me a lot, and I knew I had hurt her a lot. During our session, she gave me a list of the many messages people have sent about me. They were all favorable, complimenting my abilities and such. Her response was, "We are different but great in our own ways." She furthermore shared with me, "Most of the time, when something happens that my parents know I might give you crap about, they simply don't tell me so there's no drama." She laughed. "Maybe you're the true golden child since they shield you." She's talking to me again and has been very helpful. Am I still envious of her? Yes. But I want to turn that into admiration. My ex. While I understand that my feelings are my own, and that I am accountable for them, my ex did add fuel to the fire. She was always the first to point out what my sister had that I didn't, how much money everyone spent on stuff, and so on. Long story short, we split up. Long story short, I told her I was thinking of returning back home with my parents and pursuing a master's degree or something similar. She was not pleased and continued inquiring about the wedding. But I told her I couldn't think about marriage at the moment, and maybe we might both use a break. I also told her that I would give her 3 months to find a place to reside, or she could pay rent on the house, which my parents own. She was quite angry. They told me I had to marry her, or, if not, let her live rent-free and cover utilities and food because I was breaking up unexpectedly. I told her that was why I was giving her 3 months, and she could use her paycheck because she hadn't spent a dime while we were together. Then things became strange and terrible. She told me she was calling her family, wouldn't be leaving the house, and planned to sue me for mental distress. I went into a panic. She had stated the same thing when I tried to break up with her, but she eventually convinced me that she was the only one who loved me. But this time, when I called my family, they advised me to lock myself out of the house and contact a friend of my sister's. He walked in and told her she could sue. She could do whatever she wanted, she would not get anything, and that my 3-month offer was no longer valid and he wanted her gone as soon as possible. He recorded a video of the situation and informed her that if anything was harmed, he would sue her. My sister had warned him that this was likely to happen, so he was prepared. He did it as a favor for her, as they were kindergarten buddies. A couple of my cousins stayed with me till she left several days later. Her father told me I'd go to hell. She is still employed by the corporation, and will continue to be so as long as she performs. But I no longer have any relationship with her, and have not visited the office. Yes, there is nepotism, and my family hires one another. However, no one would fire her because she does an adequate job and is always on time. I hope she finds love again, but not with me. I am alone at home and will most likely be unemployed next month, as my parents advise me to prioritize myself and my mental health. My brother-in-law has been a rock for me during everything. He actually cares about my entire family, and we are becoming true friends. My grandmother told me that no one loved my ex, and she is glad we are no longer together. She claims they all started disliking her when she became upset, because they didn't purchase her expensive gifts for our first Christmas. My buddies also told me that they did not like her. Turns out, everyone wanted it to end. Some joked about it throughout the years, but they believed she helped me and made me happy, so they coped with her. I hope I have greater luck with love. However, I also need to improve. I might accept the chance to start over abroad, but I am more optimistic. And certainly, my sister and I are attempting to find some common ground. She is absolutely fantastic, and the more I learn about her flaws and quirky habits, such as her lemon juice fixation, the more I appreciate her. Finally, speaking my truth provided me with the results I sought. And while I was a terrible asshole, I can now recognize how fortunate I am. Still not ideal, but a little less terrible. Update 3. Hello, my brutal yet fair buddies. I plan to send you my final update before, but a Redditor informed me of an extremely harsh post criticizing me, which drove me into a tailspin. I am fortunate to be feeling stronger, and would like to provide you with an update, primarily to close this chapter of my life. Also, because I've had so much support, kindness and love, it just feels appropriate to do. I'll also try to keep things straight. My ex. Since I left the company we haven't spoken much, but she grew furious when I informed her I wasn't coming back and we were going to sell it. My father made a deal with a buddy that every employee who wanted to may stay for at least 3 years, and keep their position without being demoted. I informed her, but she thought it was unjust, because people already treated her differently, and she believes people dislike her. I told her I hadn't said anything, but I know people weren't wild about her before, and it's no surprise that now that she isn't related to any boss, they're not putting up with her. We had a lengthy discussion about my future, and it was clear she was not with me for the proper reasons. My sister. I informed her of my posts, and she asked to read them. After some contemplation, I told her my username, and she said she wanted to look it up and we could talk about it later. She was outraged that people were being mean to me, but she was also grateful that people called me out, which I really needed. She stated her lemon juice thing wasn't that strange and teased me about it. In getting to know her better, I've also learned that they've lost 2 babies. But I wasn't told since I didn't appear engaged in their life, and she was concerned I'd react badly. That broke me. It made me understand my sister is a real person, not a myth. I have no idea what she has gone through. It made me very ashamed that I wasn't there for her because I was selfish and arrogant. Even in anguish, she considered how I would feel. Because sure, my sister loves me. She has told me that she loves me unreservedly. But now she's starting to like me again. My brother-in-law and his parents. My brother-in-law is an incredible dude. I genuinely hope to be like him one day. In my own version. I understand more and more why he deserves to be with my sister. He is filled with love and patience. We talked for a long time about having children, and I told him, please don't think I'm an obstacle. He was affected, because he told me they were thinking about not trying at all until I was well. But I know I would never forgive myself if I stopped them from having children. My parents informed me that now that I am making improvements in my life, they would like to spend seasons in Germany. The only reason they didn't before was that they wanted to be near me. It turns out they wanted to be close to me all along, but I was too ignorant to recognize. Me. I am moving to Germany. I decided to try something new. My sister and Bill are assisting me with all of the paperwork. I'm quite excited about traveling under an application permit. My parents are assisting me with document translation, legalization, and other related tasks. I'm applying for a master's degree and will be supported by my family, the sale of the firm, and a small position my brother-in-law has arranged for me. I am currently completing everything, and will be moving at the end of the year. My sister has her own apartment, and she will house me until I find my own. I'm already attending German classes, and my brother-in-law helps me practice. That is why I know my ex is not for me. When I informed her I was moving to Germany, her only question was if she could come, and if my parents would be willing to assist her out because she does not have a wedding right now. She has been writing about how my sister ruined her life with her schemes, but my sister's friend sent her a warning informing her that we will sue her. She stopped naming her, and now all of the posts are passive-aggressive and do not mention my sister by name. I apologized to my sister, but she merely wondered if I would ever reconcile with my ex. When I replied no, she said she didn't care what my ex did. I'm working extremely hard on my mental wellness. I know it will take months or years to reach a point where I am not jealous, but I also know it is for the best. I haven't started dating again, despite some friends' suggestions, since I want to be a worthy man. Plus I'm moving, so there's no sense. My therapist is fantastic, and the fact that we have our sessions online should not be an issue. Sometimes I reevaluate memories and understand that people liked, loved, and cared for me. But I couldn't see it. My sister is actually wonderful, and I couldn't recognize it since I didn't really know her. I was so concentrated on myself. I now realize that I am remarkable in my own right, or so she tells me, and that I should stop comparing myself to her or anybody else. I never appreciated how much my parents cared about me or done for me. But now I know. My family loves me. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. But I will not take them for granted. I'm looking forward to a brighter future, a stronger relationship with my family, and, if I'm lucky, a new nephew or niece. Thank you for everything you've told me, and for providing the motivation I needed to alter my life. I'm grateful I came across this website. Update 4. Hello to the few who inquired about an update. I recently reviewed all of my posts, and feel both ashamed and proud of them. I was ashamed because I was such an idiot. Proud of the progress made thus far. Things have altered slightly, but they are all positive for us. My parents. They now offer seasonal or short stays in Germany. We have taken up modest hobbies together, such as wine painting, and we are getting to know each other better. My parents may eventually relocate here, but nothing is certain at this time. The anniversary party is still postponed, but they went on a very luxurious trip as a second honeymoon, which they don't seem to care about anymore. My brother-in-law. He's my brother now. I also got acquainted with his brother, who introduced me to their football and pool teams. I soon acquired other acquaintances, but I continued to hang out with him a lot. My sister. She says she likes me again, which is truly the nicest feeling in the world. They're going to try again soon, and I'm really excited for them. Sometimes I tell her when I'm jealous, and she guides me step by step to figure out where it originated from. We've had disagreements, because we're human, but nothing major or lasting, and I believe she is more comfortable with me today. My ex. I don't keep up well with her. We were meant to be buddies, but she was so negative that I just blocked her everywhere. All I know is that she's dating someone else and telling everyone she's glad she didn't marry me, which is the same. I got into the program I wanted. I arrived toward the end of 2021 and stayed briefly with my sister and Bill. There was much disagreement about staying in the same city, but I ultimately opted to do so. I moved out and opted to try student life, but I still see my sister at least twice a week, and my parents when they visit. I'm still in therapy, learning how to improve, and I ride everywhere. I've had a few flings since I arrived, but I'm still not ready for a relationship. I want to find a companion, but it's scary, and I don't want to be misled. A year ago, I made a nasty comment, and now I feel like my life is only getting better. Thank you, everyone. Update 5. I recently showed this to my girlfriend, and she was startled by what transpired. I am quite pleased and like my life right now. I'll be an uncle soon, I'm about finished with my new degree, and I have a wonderful relationship with my family. This is for the few people who asked for updates, and they will most likely be the only ones reading. No drama or bad news to report. So now, I am also enamored with lemon juice. Thank you, Reddit, for busting my ass and enhancing my life. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. I filmed my girlfriend leaving a man's bedroom. Then I sent the video to her Catholic parents. Now her dad cut her off, and her mentor just got fired. I've been with my girlfriend Vanessa, 24, for approximately a year and a half. We have been living together for the past 6 months. Overall, things have been going well, but something has been nagging me lately and I'm not sure if I'm being rational or paranoid. Vanessa works as a junior analyst at a consulting firm. About 2 months ago, she began discussing a coworker named Derek, 28 male, who evidently attended the same graduate program as her just a few years before. Vanessa says Derek has been quite helpful in explaining some of the more sophisticated client work and has offered to assist her study for an upcoming certification exam that could lead to a promotion. At first, I thought this was fantastic. Vanessa has been working extremely hard and deserves the promotion. The difficulty is that these study sessions are always held at Derek's flat and typically begin around 7 or 8 p.m., while Vanessa does not return home until 1 to 3 a.m. When I inquired why they couldn't study at our house or at the office, Vanessa said Derek's apartment was more convenient because he had all of the reference materials there and it was calmer than the office. This is what has been bothering me. Vanessa turns her phone off or does not respond when I text her during these sessions. She thinks it's because they're so focused, but she's generally quite quick to respond. When she gets home, she typically smells like alcohol. When I ask about it, she says Derek occasionally offers her a glass of wine to help her relax while studying, but she's never been a big drinker before. These sessions occur 2 to 3 times each week and have been going on for roughly 6 weeks. Last week, I volunteered to bring them both dinner because they were studying so late, and Vanessa became very defensive, saying it would be distracting. When I try to express my discomfort with the scenario, Vanessa accuses me of not trusting her and calling me insecure. What truly disturbs me is that Vanessa has lots of other coworkers she could study with, including several women in her department who are also pursuing the same certification. When I mentioned it, she remarked, "Derek is the only one who's already passed the exam and knows the material well enough to help." Last night was the last straw. Vanessa left for her study session at 7 p.m. I texted her at 10 p.m. I asked when she would be home and received no response. Called at 11:30 p.m. Straight to voicemail. She finally arrived home at 2:45 a.m., plainly drunk, and when I voiced concern, she accused me of being controlling and possessive. This morning I informed her that I am not comfortable with these late-night study sessions at Derek's apartment and asked if we might find another arrangement. Vanessa shouted at me, screaming, "I don't trust her. Derek is only boosting her career, and I'm undermining her success because I'm insecure." I want to be clear. I'm not attempting to control who Vanessa spends her time with or prevent her from furthering her profession, but arriving home after 2 a.m., it doesn't seem normal to me to smell like booze after regular study sessions with a male coworker while being unreachable by phone. I don't feel like I'm asking for much when I desire improved communication or a different study setup. Vanessa is now giving me the silent treatment, texting her sister that I am toxic and dominating. Her sister called me an asshole and told me to trust Vanessa or break up with her. So, am I a jerk for asking my girlfriend to quit her late-night study sessions at her coworker's apartment? Am I being unreasonable, or are my concerns justified? Edit. Thank you for your replies so far. Several people have asked for more information. Vanessa and I have a typically positive relationship, and this is the first serious disagreement we've had. I have no history of being jealous or controlling. The certification exam is still 3 months away. Despite Vanessa's continual mention of Derek, she has yet to introduce me to him. When I suggested meeting him, Vanessa stated it would be tough to combine business and personal life. Comment 1 NTA. Dude, I have been married for 12 years, and I can tell you that study sessions last till 2 a.m. There are no study sessions when wine is involved. The fact that she refuses to answer her phone and becomes defensive when asked fair questions is a major red flag. You are not being dominated by setting boundaries around your girlfriend's personal late-night hours with another man while drunk and unreachable. OP's reply. Thanks for this. I've been second-guessing myself because Vanessa is usually pretty reasonable and her reaction was so strong. It helps to hear that my concerns aren't completely off base. Comment dude, trust your instincts, guy. I overlooked similar red signs early in my first marriage and later regretted it. If she is truly concerned about your sentiments, she should be willing to make a compromise on the venue or schedule. Comment 3 I work in consultancy. There is no reason why these study sessions should take place in his residence till 2 a.m. Most certification preparation may be completed during normal business hours, and if they are truly studying, they should be sober and focused. The fact that alcohol is used frequently tells you everything you need to know. Also, any decent coworker assisting someone with their studies would be understanding of including the spouse or meeting in neutral settings. OP's reply. That's a very helpful context. Vanessa made it seem like this was common in your field, but it never felt right to me. Comment 4 NTA. The biggest red flag is that the phone is turned off. Here's why. What if there is an emergency? What if something happens to you? No study session is significant enough to be fully unavailable for 6+ hours at a time. OP's reply. This is exactly what I tried to tell her. What if her parents needed to contact her or something happened to me? She simply replied I was being exaggerated. Comment 5. I'm a woman who works in consulting and has obtained equivalent certifications. I've never had to study in a male colleague's place till 2 a.m. with booze involved. There are study groups, online tools, review classes, and numerous other possibilities. She is making decisions without following appropriate procedures. OP's reply. Thank you for this perspective. It's good to hear from someone who actually works in the field and has gone through this process. Comment 6. Info. Have you met Derek? Has Vanessa volunteered to introduce you? Does she discuss these study sessions freely, or does she appear secretive? OP's reply: I have not met Derek. Vanessa objected to combining job and personal life. She talks a lot about him, but it gets awkward when I ask specific questions about what they studied or discussed. Usually merely mentions work stuff before changing the subject. Comment 7. YTA. You are insecure and controlling. Vanessa is an adult who can make her own choices regarding her career and friendships. If you don't trust her, don't be in a relationship with her. This post smacks of toxic masculinity. OP's reply: I respectfully disagree. I trust Vanessa in general, which is why this circumstance confuses me. I'm not trying to restrict her profession or friendships, but I believe it is appropriate to set boundaries for personal late-night events involving drink. Update. After reading your remarks, I decided to attempt and have a calm, honest chat with Vanessa. I waited till she was in a good mood yesterday evening and approached the situation as delicately as possible. I explained that I had been thinking about our dispute and wanted to better understand her point of view. Vanessa appeared agreeable at first. I asked her to explain why these study sessions had to be held at Derek's flat and why they couldn't meet during normal hours or in public areas. Her reasoning was essentially the same as before. Derek has all of the resources, his flat is peaceful, and they can focus better in the evening. When I inquired about the drinking, she revealed that they normally have a bottle of wine during their meetings, but argued that it helps her relax and remember things better. When I told her this bothered me because it appeared more social than academic, she became defensive, saying I was reading too much into it. When I inquired whether I may meet Derek, the conversation went downhill quickly. Vanessa's response was swift and forceful. She claimed it would be unethical and unprofessional to introduce her boyfriend to a coworker. When I mentioned that she had introduced me to other coworkers at corporate gatherings, she explained that Derek was unique since they have a professional mentorship relationship that should not be confused by personal relationships. I tried to remain calm and asked if there was any way we could work out a solution, such as having her study in our house or having me pick her up so she didn't have to drive drunk. Vanessa said I was possessive and tried to influence her job advancement. She accused me of not wanting her to succeed and claiming that my insecurity would hold her back professionally. Vanessa closed the talk by suggesting that if I couldn't trust her, we shouldn't be together. She claimed Derek is only a buddy who is assisting her professionally, and she will not sacrifice her professional development for my jealousy concerns. Here's where things get interesting. Vanessa departed for work early this morning and I ran into her friend Jasmine near our apartment. Jasmine and Vanessa have been good friends since college, and she also works for the same consulting firm, in a different department. Jasmine asked how I was doing and added that she had heard Vanessa and I were having some relationship problems. I didn't want to go into depth, but Jasmine mentioned the certification exam and stated she was thinking about preparing for it as well. She inquired whether I thought Vanessa would be willing to incorporate her in the study group with Derek. I was perplexed and inquired what she meant. Jasmine responded, "You know, the study sessions they've been having. I've been wanting to join but wasn't sure if they'd want another person." I realized Jasmine had no idea these sessions were taking place in Derek's flat or that it was just the two of them. When I mentioned this, Jasmine appeared surprised. She explained that she had assumed there was just one thing, which is why she had not been invited. This led to a longer chat during which I learned several alarming facts. Jasmine and two other female colleagues are studying for the same qualification. Despite Derek's reputation as an expert, none of them have been invited to study with him. Jasmine had asked Vanessa a few weeks earlier if she wanted to start a study group, but Vanessa declined, stating she had it covered. According to Jasmine, Derek is not the only senior colleague who has passed this qualification and is willing to assist. Jasmine seemed genuinely worried when I explained the scenario. She found it strange that Vanessa would not want to study with others if she was serious about passing the exam, because group study is normally more productive. After speaking with Jasmine, I'm even more persuaded that something wrong is happening. If these were truly merely study sessions, why wouldn't Vanessa include her co-workers who are studying for the same exam? When Vanessa arrived home tonight, I decided to ask her about it. I said that I had run across Jasmine and discovered that she and others were also preparing for the certification. I suggested Vanessa invite them to her meetings with Derek. Vanessa's reaction was swift and fierce. She said I had no right to disclose our relationship troubles with her friends, and that I was attempting to destroy her study plans. When I suggested that studying in a group could be more beneficial, she said that Derek's teaching method is tailored to her and that other students would be a distraction. I asked her directly, "If this is really just about studying, why can't Jasmine or the others join us sometimes?" Vanessa replied I was interrogating her, and that she didn't need to justify her study methods to me. Vanessa closed the discussion by saying she'll be at Derek's tomorrow night as scheduled, and that if I can't handle it, I should figure out what to do about it. She's now staying in the guest room and refusing to speak to me. I feel like I'm going insane here. Everything Vanessa says theoretically makes sense, but her conduct and reactions do not reflect someone who is simply studying with a coworker. The fact that she refuses to include other people studying for the same exam, refuses to allow me to meet Derek, and becomes enraged when I ask questions leads me to believe that something else is going on. I'm beginning to explore some of the comments in my initial post regarding showing up at Derek's apartment, but I don't want to be the person who doesn't trust his girlfriend. At the same time, I feel deceived. How would you handle this situation? Comment by Jasmine, found in the comments section. Hello, this is Jasmine. I am a lurker who noticed your post and wanted to clarify a few points. Everything OP stated about our talk is correct. Vanessa's behavior makes me quite concerned because it is unusual in our industry. Several of us have wondered why she wouldn't want study partners when we're all working toward the same goal. The fact that she keeps this so distinct from her other friendships is a major red flag. OP, you are not crazy. OP's reply. Holy crap, Jasmine. I can't believe you found this and decided to comment. Thank you for backing me up. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Comment dude, go to Derek's apartment the next time she's there. You'll get your answer quickly. If they're genuinely studying, they'll sit at a table with books and notes. If they are not, well, then you'll know. OP's reply. I've considered it, but I'm concerned about crossing a line. What if I am mistaken and wind up seeming like a psycho boyfriend? Comment 3. Her colleague Jasmine verified your concerns, which alters everything. This isn't about your insecurity anymore. You have objective evidence that Vanessa's behavior is strange and secretive. Trust your instincts. OP's reply. That's exactly how I feel. Jasmine's opinion confirmed that this is not typical workplace conduct. Comment 4. The fact that she is staying in the guest room and giving you the silent treatment for asking fair questions says it all. People that are honest do not respond defensively to legitimate questions from their spouses. OP's reply, you're right. If I were in her position and my concerns were really unfounded, I would want to reassure her and not punish her for asking. Update 2. This is likely to be my final update, and it is not the one I had hoped to write. After the chat with Jasmine and Vanessa's increasingly protective conduct, I determined I needed to know the truth, regardless of the outcome. I know some of you told me to just walk up at Derek's place, and while I was worried of looking like a neurotic boyfriend, I recognized I was already in a relationship with no trust or communication. Vanessa left for a study session last night at 7 p.m. She kissed me goodbye as usual, but felt strained. I waited about an hour before driving over to Derek's apartment complex, explaining that I was bringing them coffee and cookies because they were working so hard. Derek's address was familiar to me because Vanessa had mentioned the building previously, and I was able to locate his apartment number by consulting the building directory. When I arrived at his door about 8:30 p.m., I could hear music playing inside, but not the focused silence you'd expect from individuals studying. I knocked on the door and waited. It took around 3 minutes for someone to respond, which seemed weird, given that they were just sitting at a table studying. Derek appeared flustered when he eventually opened the door. He was dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants, and his hair was disheveled. He clearly didn't expect to see me. Hi, he said. You must be Vanessa's boyfriend. We're just wrapping up for tonight. I could see into the apartment from over his shoulder. There were no books, papers, or study materials visible. Only an open bottle of wine on the coffee table, and Netflix on pause, showing a romantic comedy. Derek looked frightened as he asked, "Can I come in for a minute?" Actually, this isn't really a good time. Vanessa's in the bathroom and we're about to wrap up anyway. That's when I heard Vanessa's voice from deeper in the apartment, asking, "Who is it?" in a tone that didn't seem like someone studying. I pushed past Derek and entered the apartment. The flat was small, so it only took a few seconds to realize what was going on. Vanessa emerged from Derek's bedroom, dressed just in Derek's button-down shirt. Her hair was tousled, and she had that post-sex look that I recognized from our own relationship. For a few while, the three of us stood silently. Vanessa's expression changed from perplexed to scared as she comprehended what had just happened. "This isn't what it looks like," she began. "But honestly, what else could it look like?" I grabbed out my phone and began recording. "So this is studying?" I asked Vanessa. "Can you explain to me how this constitutes certification exam prep?" "Don't you dare record this!" Vanessa cried, but she was too far away to stop me, and I honestly didn't care about her comfort at that point. Derek attempted to step in front of my phone. "Dude, come on, don't be that guy, don't be that guy." I laughed. "I'm not the guy, asshole. My girlfriend is pretending it's a study session." I caught approximately 30 seconds of film before Vanessa grabbed a throw blanket from the couch and covered herself. The video plainly shows her wearing Derek's shirt, walking out of his bedroom, in an apartment with no study equipment, and evident indicators of intimacy. "Get out!" Vanessa screamed. "Get out right now! You have no right to be here!" "I have no right?" I inquired. "I'm bringing coffee to my girlfriend's study session, and I find her half naked in another man's bedroom, but I have no right to be upset?" Derek, to his credit, appeared genuinely uncomfortable about the scenario. "Look, man, I'm sorry. This got out of hand. It wasn't supposed to happen like this." "Shut up, Derek," Vanessa yelled. I looked at Vanessa, who was hugging the blanket over her and looking at me as if I had done something wrong. "How long?" I inquired. "It doesn't matter," Vanessa replied. "You're not supposed to be here. You can't just show up at people's apartments uninvited." "How fucking long, Vanessa?" Derek responded quietly. "About a month." "We need to talk," Vanessa remarked. "But not here. Come home and we'll discuss this like adults." "No," I replied. "We're done talking. We're done. Period. You can come get your stuff tomorrow when I'm at work." Vanessa screamed after me as I left the apartment, telling me I was making a tremendous mistake and ruining everything for nothing. When I went home, I was in complete shock. I had hoped that if I showed up and saw that they were truly studying, I'd appear like an idiot but still have a relationship. I sat in my car in our driveway for perhaps 20 minutes trying to understand what had just transpired. Then I got enraged. That's when I made a decision I'm not totally satisfied with. But I am not wholly sorry for either. Vanessa is from a highly religious family. Her parents are devout Catholics, and her 3 siblings are also highly active in their church. They are lovely individuals, but they have very traditional views about relationships and marriage. Vanessa has always been the good girl in the family, and her parents adore her. I shared the video with her parents and all 3 of her siblings. I included a statement claiming that Vanessa had been lying to me for months about studying with a coworker, and when I went to check on her, I saw them together in his bedroom. I expressed my grief and disappointment, and I believed they should be aware that the relationship they had been supporting was founded on lies. Within an hour, my phone blew up. Vanessa's mother contacted me crying and asked whether the video was real. Then her father called, outraged, and demanded to know what type of man I was for publicly humiliating his daughter. Then Vanessa's siblings began calling. Finally, Vanessa called me, completely frantic. "How could you do this to me?" she yelled. "You've ruined my relationship with my family. My parents are devastated. My dad is talking about cutting me off financially." "You ruined your relationship with your family when you decided to cheat," I told you. "I just made sure they knew the truth." "This is revenge. This is cruel and vindictive, and you're trying to destroy my life." "Vanessa, you destroyed our life when you started fucking Derek a month ago. You destroyed it when you lied to my face every day for weeks. You destroyed it when you made me think I was crazy for having normal concerns about my girlfriend's behavior." "I made a mistake. People make mistakes. This doesn't mean our whole relationship should be over." "A mistake is forgetting to take out the trash or double booking dinner plans. Having an affair for a month isn't a mistake. It's a choice. Vanessa attempted to persuade me to delete the tape, as if it were possible. She said she'd break up with Derek and we could go to counseling. She said she'd do anything to make things right. But here's the thing. Even if she hadn't cheated, our relationship would have ended anyhow. Vanessa stopped over this morning while I was at work to pick up her belongings. My neighbor texted me that she had come with Derek, the Audacity, and 2 other friends, and that they had rapidly loaded up a U-Haul truck. She left her key on the kitchen counter with a message that read, "I hope you're happy. You've ruined my family relationships and humiliated me in the worst way conceivable. What you did was worse than anything I did. I hope it was worthwhile." Honestly, it was worthwhile. Jasmine texted me this morning, saying she was proud of me for sticking up for myself and that other people at Vanessa's workplace were aware of what had occurred. Derek is apparently married, which I had no idea about, but she discovered the affair, so there were more consequences than I had anticipated. But honestly, if you're going to have an affair, you have no control over how far the consequences go. Thank you to everyone who has commented on my past posts. Your encouragement and insights made me realize that I wasn't being unreasonable, and it gave me the strength to follow my intuition. Edit. Many people want to know if Derek is married. I learned about this from Jasmine after everything had happened. Apparently, it is not widely known at their job that he is married, because his wife works in another city, but a few people are aware. When his wife found out, she called Vanessa's company, and the situation became workplace talk. I don't feel sorry for him. If you're going to cheat on your wife, don't be surprised if it destroys your life. Edit 2. Some argue that I was wrong to include Vanessa's family. I appreciate the point of view, but I'd like to clarify something. Vanessa's parents have been financially supporting her since she began her employment because the entry-level consulting wage in our city is insufficient to cover her expenses. They have been paying a portion of her rent, car payment, and student debts. They had a right to know that their good girl daughter was having an affair, especially given how committed they are in her life and our relationship. They've invited me over to supper dozens of times and treated me like family. I believe that they deserve to know the truth about the person they were supporting. Comment 1. Holy shit, OP. I've been following this saga from the beginning, and while I wasn't expecting the family nuclear option, I can't say I blame you. The sheer audacity of Vanessa screaming at you for embarrassing her when you caught her literally naked in another man's bedroom is mind-blowing. NTA for any of this. OP's reply. I was aware that the family issue was contentious, but after being misled for weeks, I felt compelled to inform people of the reality. Jasmine. This is Jasmine again. The fallout at work has been tremendous. Derek is in major problems with HR because he is married and was having an affair with a subordinate who is theoretically senior to Vanessa. Vanessa has requested a transfer to another squad. Everything has been a mess. Comment. Jasmine, could you confirm whether Derek was actually Vanessa's mentor or whether it was also part of the lie? Jasmine. He is not involved in certification preparation at all. He does not even have the credential that Vanessa was supposed to be studying for. The whole expert mentor stuff was total BS. Final OP comment. Thank you for following this trip and for your support. I wanted to provide one final update since many people have asked how I'm doing. It's been a week since everything went crazy, and I honestly feel better than I have in months. The incessant anxiousness and self-doubt have gone. I am sleeping better. I'm not walking on eggshells anymore. Vanessa is currently living with her older sister, and her relationship with her parents is still strained, according to Jasmine. Her father supposedly advised her that she needed to check her moral compass before they could restore normal interaction. I don't enjoy her family drama, but I don't regret my actions. Derek was dismissed yesterday. Apparently the affair, the misrepresentation of certification competence, and the fact that he was theoretically in charge of Vanessa made it an easy decision for HR. His wife is moving forward with the divorce. Thank you again to everyone who encouraged me to trust my intuition. You most likely saved me months or years in a lie-filled relationship. I'm going to walk away from Reddit for a while to focus on moving forward, but I'll report back in a few months on how things are going. Relax and trust your instincts. My brother's wife warned me about her sister. I married her anyway. Now I'm divorcing a woman who turned our honeymoon into a cheating spree. I am 28 years old, and my older brother Henry has been married to his wife Rose for approximately 4 years. They had dated for 2 years before that. I've always looked up to my brother, and Rose has always felt like a sister to me. Our family accepted her with open arms from the beginning. My parents had always said they wanted a girl, and Rose fit perfectly in. She comes over for Sunday dinners, even if Henry has to work late, assists my mother with her gardening, and has a knack of making everyone feel welcome. They're the couple everyone aspires to be: supportive, communicative, and really happy together. About a year ago, I began observing Rose's sister Tara at family gatherings. She's not like Rose, she's outgoing, energetic, and usually at the center of attention. Tara is loud and magnetic, whereas Rose is warm and restrained. She has a contagious laugh, and is constantly delivering stories that have everyone hanging on her every word. I found myself attracted to her. We talked during family gatherings, and there was certainly some flirting going on. She touched my arm when she laughed at my jokes, looked for me when she arrived at events, and texted me unexpected hilarious things throughout the week. I don't generally go for casual relationships. I tend to take things seriously, which is perhaps why I hadn't dated much previously. After a few months of back and forth at family gatherings, I finally mustered the guts to ask Tara out. I spent weeks deciding how to do it. I wanted it to be casual while also making it evident that I was romantically interested in her. I called her on a Tuesday evening after walking around my apartment for an hour, and asked if she wanted to go out to dinner sometime. She said yes, without hesitation. I was over the moon. I later discovered that Rose had cautioned Tara not to date me until she was serious, since it could complicate things for both families. Tara evidently dismissed her, claiming Rose was overreacting and needed to relax about things. Our first date went quite nicely. She wore a red dress that made it difficult for me to concentrate on the menu. The discussion flowed smoothly, and I felt a connection with this person that I had never had before. We stayed until closing time, and as I escorted her to her car, she kissed me first. I couldn't stop myself from calling Henry and Rose afterwards. I felt ecstatic, like a teenager after prom night. I also messaged my parents about it. Everyone looked thrilled for me, but I could tell Rose was still a little apprehensive. She texted me the next day, saying she was delighted I had a wonderful time, but cautioned me that Tara had a history of mistreating men. I brushed it off as a sisterly worry. Things progressed swiftly after that. We saw each other virtually every night for the first week, and within a month, we were formally dating. I introduced Tara to my friends and brought her to work gatherings. My pals seemed to like her, but my friend Chris drew me away at a barbecue and said she appeared to be high maintenance. I rejected it at the time. However, it was not all smooth sailing. We started having these disputes, sometimes over trivial matters, sometimes over major concerns. She'd cancel plans at the last minute because something better came up with her pals. Or I'd get frustrated when she spent the entire time we were together on her phone, constantly checking Instagram and texting people. I'd sometimes whine to Henry about how frustrating it could be, and I knew Tara would contact Rose to complain about me as well. Rose would periodically tell me that Tara had phoned her unhappy about something I had said or done, usually things I couldn't remember or didn't think were important. Regardless of the struggles, I was falling hard. I started wondering where she was all the time and who she was with. Looking back, I can see that I was growing possessive, but at the time, it seemed like I was simply invested in the relationship. I began checking her social media frequently, observing who commented on her images and who she tagged in posts. I'd ask her to text me when she arrived, when she left, and who would be at the gathering she attended. She seemed upset by it, but she typically complied, often with an eye roll or a sigh that made me feel unreasonable. But I couldn't help it. I was constantly afraid that I would lose her, that she would find someone more fascinating, less traditional than me. Then, 3 months into our relationship, I got a gut sensation that something was awry. Tara stated that she was going out with some work pals on a Friday night. She'd been mentioning this one coworker, Alex, a lot in the preceding weeks. It was always, "Alex said this funny thing today," or "Alex and I are working on this project together." I tried to dismiss it, but the feeling persisted. She was imprecise about where they were headed, and kept changing the subject when I pressed for further information. So I did something that I am not proud of. I decided to go to the pub where she indicated they would be. I told myself I'd just look in, maybe wave if she noticed me, and pretend I was meeting someone else if she inquired. When I arrived, I noticed she was sitting at a table with this guy. Just the two of them. There are no work friends in sight. They were leaning in close, laughing and holding hands. He slipped a lock of hair behind her ear. My blood was boiling. I remained there for about 5 minutes, paralyzed in amazement and anger, before storming over to confront them. Tara was surprised and guilty when she saw me. She attempted to explain that Alex was simply a co-worker, that they were enjoying a pleasant drink, and that the others had canceled at the last minute. I did not believe her. The guy came up and told me to calm down, claiming I was embarrassing Tara and myself. Something in me snapped when he pressed his hand against my chest, pushing me back. I threw the opening punch. The next thing I knew, we were on the ground. Tables were knocked over, glasses broke, and the bartender yelled. Someone called the police. I got arrested for the first time in my life. They took me to the police and charged me with assault and destruction of property. I had to contact Henry to get me out since I was too embarrassed to call my parents. I felt humiliated when he and Rose arrived at the station at 2 a.m. In the car, I described what had happened. How I'd followed Tara because I was suspicious, how I spotted her with this guy, and how I lost my cool. Henry continued telling me that he understood. But I needed to suppress my envy. Rose remained quiet the entire way home, just staring at me with an expression I couldn't read. When they dropped me off, Mom hugged me firmly and said, "Be careful." I had no idea what she meant at the time. Tara called me the next day, infuriated. She also shared something I didn't realize. In the midst of the bar fight, I accidentally hit her. I didn't recall doing it, but she claimed she had a black eye. She sent me a snapshot, and sure enough, a bruise had formed under her left eye. I felt nauseous. I have never hit a lady in my life. I didn't intend to damage her, it was an accident in the heat of the moment. But the harm had been done. I couldn't stop glancing at that photo. I couldn't believe I was capable of causing such hurt, even unintentionally. Tara stated that she wanted to split up because she couldn't stay with someone who would stalk her and become aggressive. What is the worst part? She wasn't lying about Alex being only a co-worker that night. She then provided me proof that folks did indeed cancel at the last minute. My jealousy had caused me to overreact at the exact wrong time. I also learned that Alex withdrew the assault accusations against me, but only after Tara begged him to. She later showed me the texts in which she told him that bringing charges would only make matters worse. "He's getting help, I promise," she had wrote. "Please do this for me." Alex hesitantly consented, saying, "I'm only doing this for you, not him." This made me feel even worse about the overall scenario. I was guilty, but Tara intervened and got me off. I begged her not to. During a tearful meeting at her apartment, I got on my knees and promised to seek assistance and work on my envy and resentment. I recommended counseling, including solo and couple therapy. I told her I loved her, that I was sorry, and that I would spend the rest of my life making up to her. She was hesitant, but decided to consider it. I sent her long messages apologizing, and promised to change. I researched books on anger control and jealousy and began looking into therapists. Eventually she decided to give me another try. She said she loved me too much to go, that she believed I could change, that the experience had scared her, but that the real me was kind and compassionate. We began visiting a therapist jointly. I also began individual counseling to address my rage issues. Things improved gradually. The therapist helped me understand my possessive behavior and offered me methods to deal with my jealousy. After 6 months of treatment, and what I thought was significant progress, I invited Tara to come in with me. She enthusiastically accepted, explaining that she had been waiting for me to ask. Living together presented obstacles. She was messier than I anticipated. I was more routine-oriented than she preferred. She wanted to go out on weeknights, whereas I liked to save socializing for weekends. But I was determined to make it work. I felt we were solid, that we had overcome our initial problems. I arranged a surprise proposal during a business trip to Chicago. I spent weeks organizing it, coordinating with the restaurant and selecting the ideal ring. I brought her to the top of the Willis Tower and got down on one knee, with the city lights stretched out beneath us. She said yes right away, and started crying. Everything seemed to have come together. Later that night, as we lay in bed, she told me she had never been happier, that she could not wait to marry me, and that she knew we were meant to be together forever. Our families were ecstatic about the engagement. We had a celebratory supper, and everyone appeared truly thrilled. My mother cried and hugged Tara, telling her that she had always wanted a daughter-in-law like her and Rose. My father approached me and expressed his pride in how I had matured, how I had improved myself, and how I had found someone who made me happy. Rose pulled Tara aside during the celebration, with a serious expression on her face. Tara returned from the conversation smiling, assuring me that everything was fine, and that Rose was simply being protective as usual. She told Rose I had changed and that we were in a better place now. We spent the next few months planning our wedding. My parents were very generous, covering the majority of the expenses. Tara requested something elaborate. She had always wanted a big wedding, she said, with the perfect dress, venue, and flowers. I wanted to give her whatever she wanted. I remember sitting with her as she thumbed through bridal magazines, pointing out dresses she liked and color schemes she was thinking about. She was overjoyed, so excited about our future together. I felt like I was the luckiest man alive. The day was perfect. The ceremony was held in this lovely old church, followed by a reception at a country club overlooking a lake. She looked stunning walking down the aisle in her lace gown, her hair up and a few curls framing her face. I remember my hands shaking as I recited my vows, and her eyes welling up as she said hers. I remember thinking how fortunate I was, that all of the adversity had paid off in the end. Everyone complimented us on what a lovely couple we were, how happy we seemed, and how they could feel our love. Following the wedding, we went on a 2-week honeymoon in Bali. White sand beaches, crystal clear water, and luxurious resorts. Tara constantly posted pictures and texted updates to her family. In every photograph, we were smiling, arms around each other, the ideal newlyweds. She would carefully position us for each shot, sometimes taking dozens before she was satisfied. At the time, I found it endearing that she wanted to document every moment. Now I see things differently. We've been back for about a month. I had to take a business trip last week. It was the first time we'd been apart since our wedding. I called her every night and texted her updates throughout the day. She appeared distracted during the calls, saying she was just tired from work and that everything was fine. When I returned, something felt off. Tara was distant, spent more time on her phone and went to bed early, claiming to have headaches. I tried to brush it off as post-honeymoon blues or stress from returning to work. I prepared her favorite dinner one night, suggested we watch the show she had been wanting to see, and attempted to reconnect. Then yesterday, Henry called me. His tone was so serious that it made my stomach drop instantly. He asked if I was sitting down. Then he told me something that turned my world upside down. Rose had just told him that Tara admitted to cheating on me. Apparently, Tara had invited Rose over while I was on my business trip and asked her to cover for her when she went out with other men. Not man, men, plural. She admitted she had already cheated multiple times and didn't plan on stopping. She told Rose she loved the stability of marriage but wasn't designed for monogamy. Rose had been horrified and immediately told Henry, who felt obligated to tell me. I approached Tara as soon as she got home from work. She denied everything at first, said Rose was making it up, that she was jealous of our relationship, that she had always attempted to come between us. We had a major fight. She called Rose a liar, said I was choosing my family over her, that I plainly didn't trust her. I ended up taking her phone and locking myself in the bathroom. She beat on the door, shouting at me to give it back, threatening to call the police. I ignored her and started browsing through her messages. What I found made me physically ill. Messages to many males. Some I recognized as her co-workers, others were strangers to me. Explicit talks. Plans to meet up. Photos I can't even describe. Messages that went back months, even before our wedding. Messages from during our honeymoon, sent while I was showering or asleep. I forwarded everything to myself as proof and took screenshots. Then I came out and gave her the phone back. I didn't say anything. I immediately grabbed my bag and went, while she followed me throughout the flat, apologizing and blaming me for invading her privacy. She grabbed my arm as I approached the door, urging me to remain, chat, and work things out. I released her hand and went away without looking back. I'm now staying at a hotel. I've contacted a lawyer regarding divorce proceedings. Everything I believed about our connection was false. I'm not sure how I'm going to face my family and friends. Everyone at the wedding. Everyone who congratulated us. Everyone who saw me swear to love her forever only weeks ago. I feel so foolish. Update 1. It's been a week since I learned about Tara's adultery and left our apartment. I've been staying in this motel, trying to comprehend everything. I still haven't returned to the flat. I can't face it yet. I can't see our wedding images on the walls, our combined things, the bed we shared. I've contacted my lawyer to begin divorce proceedings. It appears that you cannot acquire an annulment for infidelity. I cannot believe I am saying that. Divorce occurred after less than 2 months of marriage. The word feels odd in my mouth, as if it were something that only happens to others. Elderly individuals. People who have spent years together but have now grown apart. Not newlyweds who are still supposed to be on their honeymoon period. The lawyer adds that because the marriage was short, and there is overwhelming evidence of adultery, things should be simple. There are no children, thankfully. We had discussed starting a baby next year and had even decided on names during one of those late-night chats about our future. We do not own property together. We were renting an apartment while saving for a home. The only complication is that my parents paid for the majority of the wedding expenses, which totaled approximately $40,000. An amount that makes me sick to think about now, knowing it was all for a phony marriage. Given the conditions, the lawyer believes we may be able to recover some of the money. But I'm not sure I want to drag this out much longer than necessary. I simply want to get it over with. I want to terminate all links with Tara. I want to pretend that this chapter of my life never happened. Tara has been bombarding my phone with hundreds of calls, texts, and voicemails every day, alternately apologizing and blaming me. They claimed I was too controlling, that I drove her to it, and that my jealousy made her feel trapped. Then she tells me she loves me and wants to work things out, that we can go to counseling again, and that she will change. Then accuses Rose of meddling and attempting to destroy our marriage out of envy. It is exhausting. I have stopped responding. I blocked her phone number after a few days, but she keeps contacting me using various email addresses and friends' phones. I've saved everything for the lawyer, including evidence of harassment, in case we need it. Henry and Rose have been my rock throughout everything. They've offered a guest room, homemade food, and a shoulder to cry on. But I need some space right now. I need to go through this on my own before I can accept anyone's sympathy or concern. Rose feels horrible about telling Henry, which led to him telling me. But I told her she had done the right thing. I'd rather know the truth, no matter how terrible it is, than remain ignorant while my wife humiliates me. Rose stated she was unsure whether to inform me because of her loyalty to her sister. But she couldn't stand to see me betrayed in that way. She is a better sister to me than Tara deserves. The hardest part was informing my parents. They adored Tara. They thought she was the ideal match for me, especially after witnessing how much I had changed for her. The therapy and anger control. My mother had already started talking about grandkids, and had thoroughly accepted her. Mom cried when I informed them what had happened. Body-shaking sobbing made me feel much worse. Dad became quiet in the way he does when he's angry. His jaw clenched, his eyes stern. They wanted to know everything, but I spared them the majority of it. She simply stated that she had been unfaithful several times and that the relationship had ended. Mom inquired whether there was any hope of reconciliation. I said no, and I meant it. There is no going back from this level of betrayal. I have taken some time off work. When I described the problem to my supervisor, he understood. I was just told to take my time and check in whenever I could. My coworkers are unaware of the circumstances. All they know is that I am dealing with a family emergency. I keep repeating our connection in my thoughts, looking for cues I missed. She was not always clear about her plans. The girls' nights ended unusually late. She mentioned her coworkers too many times. Was she cheating since before we got married? Was the bar encounter with her coworker Alex really what I thought it was? Did she sleep with him the night after I was arrested? I'll probably never know the whole truth, and that may be for the best. Each new revelation is like a fresh stab in the gut. I have not been sleeping well. I keep having dreams in which everything is normal. We're happy and planning for the future. And suddenly I awaken in this hotel room, alone. Every time, the shock of reality hits you hard. The minibar in my room has already been refilled twice this week. I'm not proud of this, but it's the only way I can sleep some nights. The hotel staff has started throwing me pitying looks. I must be quite the sight, unshaven, red-eyed, and wearing the same few clothing that I only packed in one suitcase when I left. My buddies have been checking in, wanting to get drinks and expressing support. I have not taken anyone up on it yet. I'm not ready to discuss it face to face. As a result, I'm writing it all down here for strangers who don't know me or Tara, who can't look at me with that dreadful combination of sympathy and interest, who won't tell me what a fantastic couple we were, or ask what went wrong. I'll meet with the lawyer again tomorrow to go over the basic paperwork. Tara is still unaware that I have filed for divorce. I'm not looking forward to seeing her expression when she is served, but there's no turning back now. No amount of therapy, promises, or tears can repair what's already damaged. Our marriage died before it ever began. Update 2. It's been 2 weeks since my last update, and 3 weeks since I found out about Tara's adultery. A lot has happened. None of it is pleasant. Tara was served with divorce papers at her office last week. I didn't want to do it that way and would have preferred a private location. However, the lawyer indicated that it was the most straightforward method, considering that she was rarely in our apartment, and I did not want to meet her in person. Her reaction was precisely as I expected. A full tantrum. She showed up at my hotel that same evening, having discovered where I was staying, probably by calling every mid-range hotel downtown until she located one with my name on the system. Around 8 p.m., the front desk called my room and reported that a woman was causing a disturbance in the lobby, claiming to be my wife and requesting my room number. I needed to go down there and deal with it. She was crying, mascara running down her cheeks, her hair disheveled, shrieking that I couldn't do it, that we needed to talk, and that I owed her at least that much. Several other guests were staring. A security guard hovered nearby. Despite everything, I felt embarrassed, angry, and a lingering hurt from seeing her so distraught. I agreed to speak with her briefly at the hotel restaurant. In retrospect, I should have just had security take her out. The conversation went nowhere. Just a never-ending round of accusations and explanations. She tried everything, including tears, pleading, wrath, and manipulation. According to what I read, the communications I discovered were simply flirting, and that nothing physical ever occurred. A lie. She claimed she had a sex addiction and needed therapy, not abandonment. She said she was going through something, that she had been unsure about what she wanted. But now she knew. It was only me. Forever. Then she turned back to blaming Rose, saying she was attempting to undermine our marriage because she was jealous of our connection, and that she had always envied Tara's independence and passion. When none of it worked, she threatened to inform everyone that I had been aggressive, citing the bar event in which I accidentally hit her during the fight. She claimed she still had photos of the black eye, that everyone would believe her over me, and that I would lose my job, friends, and reputation. I stayed calm. I informed her that the divorce was proceeding, whether she participated or not, and that if she continued to harass me or spread lies, I would obtain a restraining order and prosecute her for defamation. I had preserved all of her text messages after all, evidence of her affairs and personality. Then I walked away. She followed me to the elevator, ranting, alternating between threats and pleadings, until hotel security intervened. I returned to my room and quickly called my lawyer to brief him on the situation. He recommended us to document everything and, if necessary, request a restraining order. The next day, I returned to her apartment to get more of my belongings. I asked Henry to accompany me in case Tara was there. She wasn't, probably at work, though I honestly had no idea what her schedule was anymore and didn't want to know. I packed up the majority of my clothes, some personal belongings, my computer, and vital documents. Everything was left behind, including the furniture, kitchen supplies, and wedding gifts. I only wanted my personal belongings, things that were important to me before Tara, untainted by our relationship. Henry helped me transfer everything to his car. We didn't say much during the process, but his presence provided comfort. I have moved out of the hotel and into a tiny, furnished apartment on a month-to-month lease. At least I can cook for myself and try to build a routine. I've returned to work, but it's difficult to focus. My mind wanders regularly. Everyone in the office knows something is amiss. I went from newly married and joyous to clearly not wearing my ring and looking like I hadn't slept in weeks. However, they have been respectful in not prying. A few close co-workers have asked if I'm all right, and I've offered vague answers regarding personal matters. I'm not ready to say the words, "My wife cheated on me and we're getting divorced," in front of people I see every day. My folks visited the new place yesterday. Mom brought groceries, homemade lasagna and fresh sheets for the bed. Dad assisted me in setting up the television and internet, as well as hanging a few photos I had taken throughout the apartment. They did not remain long. I suppose it's difficult for them to see me like this. They had such high expectations when I married. Their youngest son eventually settled down with a wonderful girl. Now I'm back at square one, only worse, damaged, distrustful. I am 28 years old and going through a divorce. When they went, Mom grabbed me tightly and whispered that things will improve with time. I wanted to believe her. According to the lawyer, Tara is contesting the divorce, claiming there is no proof of adultery. I forwarded to him all of the messages I had saved from her phone. Dozens of explicit conversations with at least 4 different men, plans to meet at hotels while I was at work, and complaints about how boring I was in bed compared to them. He claims it is more than enough evidence that her contest is merely a delay tactic. She's just trying to drag things out, perhaps hoping I'll give up and agree to counseling or something. Not happening. The lawyer assures me that, even if she fights it, the divorce should be finalized within 6 months, given the circumstances. Rose contacted me directly for the first time since everything had blown up. We met for coffee somewhere far from both of our usual haunts, where we wouldn't run into anyone we knew. She apologized once more, for her role in everything, for not seeing Tara's potential, and for not warning me more explicitly before the wedding. I told her she didn't have anything to apologize for. If anything, I owe her for the courage to tell Henry the truth when it would have been easier to remain silent. She stated that Tara has been disparaging her to their parents, claiming she ruined Tara's marriage out of spite. Their father appears to be skeptical, having always seen through Tara's manipulations. But their mother is torn. Family drama is no longer something I need to be involved in. But it pains me to see Rose suffer because she did the right thing. Everything is exhausting me right now. That's all for now. I may submit an update later if something happens. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My ex-wife left me and our kids to find herself. 9 years later, she stormed their school, lied to staff, and had to be escorted out by police. 9 years ago, when my son Liam was 6 and my daughter Sophie was 4, my ex-wife Rachel made a decision that would radically alter all of our lives. We had been going through a difficult period in our marriage, which wasn't totally her fault because I was working long hours and maybe wasn't the most attentive spouse. However, we were both trying to make things work for our families. Rachel's difficulty began when she started spending time with a group of friends from her yoga class. Women who were either divorced or had never been married, appeared to have strong feelings about traditional family structures and the limits that marriage and motherhood imposed on a woman's personal development. These friends, particularly a woman named Maya, who had left her own family years before and was living what she called her authentic life, traveling the country in a converted van, began to fill Rachel's mind with ideas about how she was wasting her youth by being bogged down by domestic responsibilities. At first, I assumed it was a phase and encouraged her to go on weekend trips with these pals, even volunteering to take on more childcare responsibilities, so she could explore her interests freely. However, rather than improving our relationship, this exacerbated it, because the more time she spent away from home, the more distant she grew from me and the kids, and the more persuaded she became that she had made a terrible mistake by marrying and having children so young. The breaking point occurred during what I believed would be a family holiday to the beach. Rather than enjoying our time together, Rachel spent most of the trip on the phone with Maya and her friends, discussing how stuck she felt and how she needed to make huge changes before it was too late. Rachel told me on our last night at the beach after the kids had gone to bed that she had decided to leave us and start over somewhere fresh, where she could discover who she truly was without the constraints of family life. She stated that Maya had offered her a residence in California and that she believed it would be best for everyone if she simply withdrew from our life rather than continue to be a source of unhappiness. I was absolutely saddened and did everything to persuade her to continue with marriage counseling, individual treatment, temporary separation, and even an open marriage. But her mind was made up and she saw any attempt to change her opinion as an attempt to control her and keep her from living her genuine life. The worst aspect was seeing how bewildered and heartbroken Liam and Sophie were when Rachel told them she was moving away for a bit and would be staying with me. Though she vowed that this did not mean she loved them any less and that she would return to visit as soon as she was settled, Liam continued wondering if he had done anything wrong to cause Mommy to want to leave, while Sophie wailed and begged Rachel not to leave. After Rachel departed, I found myself as a single father of 2 small children, dealing with abandonment issues and continually wondering when their mother would return home, all while processing my own feelings of betrayal and sadness. The first few months were difficult as I figured out how to balance employment, childcare, household chores, and my emotional well-being, all while assisting Liam and Sophie in navigating their emotions and trying to provide stability in their lives. Rachel called on occasion over the first year, generally late at night when she had been drinking and felt bad. However, these chats were confusing and harmful for the children since she would make promises about visiting that she never kept. I eventually changed our phone number and requested her to stop calling because the intermittent communication was making things worse for Liam and Sophie, who would get their hopes up only to be disappointed when she left again. Around 3 years after Rachel departed, I met my present wife Dana at a school fundraiser, where she was helping as Sophie's teacher. And what began as a friendship evolved into something deeper. Dana was extremely understanding of my baggage and the difficulties of dating someone whose children are still traumatized by their mother's leaving. What impressed me the most about Dana was how organically she connected with Liam and Sophie, never attempting to replace their mother or force a bond, but simply being present and constant in such a way that they gradually came to trust her. She would help Sophie with her homework, attend Liam's soccer games, and gradually integrate into our daily routines without feeling forced. After nearly 2 years of dating, Dana and I began discussing adoption. Dana was determined to be a parent, regardless of what occurred between her and me. The adoption process was simple because Rachel had practically vanished and made no attempt to maintain touch or provide financial assistance, which was legally considered abandonment. When the adoption was completed last year, it was one of the best days of our lives. Liam and Sophie, now 15 and 13, have developed into great teenagers who have formed a strong attachment with Dana, whom they refer to as Mom, without urging from us. They recall their birth mother, but those memories have faded and been replaced by the reality of their current family. And they see Rachel as a character from the distant past, rather than someone who is currently relevant to their lives. Rachel appeared at our front door 3 weeks ago, looking older but otherwise unchanged, claiming she had been thinking about us constantly and had finally realized that leaving was the biggest mistake of her life, and that she wanted to return and be a part of our family again. She explained that she had spent 9 years traveling the country, working various jobs, exploring different lifestyles and relationships in an attempt to find herself, but nothing had provided the satisfaction she expected, and she had gradually realized that the happiness she was looking for had always been right here with us. I was surprised to see her because I thought she had moved on entirely. I invited her in for coffee and asked Dana to come home early so that we could discuss how to deal with this together. Dana was wonderfully cordial, despite her discomfort with Rachel's unexpected reappearance. Rachel appeared really sorry and admitted she had made a terrible mistake, but she also had unrealistic expectations about being able to just return to our lives as if the previous 9 years had never happened. She expressed a desire to spend time with Liam and Sophie, take them on outings, help them with homework, attend school activities, and gradually re-establish the mother-child relationship she had abandoned. The real test came when Liam and Sophie returned home from school and discovered their biological mother sitting in the living room. The children's emotions were fast and obvious. Liam became obviously agitated and questioned Rachel why she had returned and whether she wanted them to simply forget everything and welcome her back, while Sophie hid behind Dana and refused to look at Rachel. Both children made it plain that they had no desire to have a relationship with Rachel and considered Dana to be their natural mother. Rachel was upset by their rejection and attempted to explain that she understood their outrage and was prepared to take things carefully. But Liam intervened, saying there was nothing she could do to compensate for the 9-year absence and that they already had a mother who cared for them. After Rachel left, Dana and I had a lengthy chat with the kids about what they wanted us to do, emphasizing that we would support whatever decision they made and that they should not feel compelled to have a connection with Rachel if they did not wish to. Both Liam and Sophie were insistent that they wanted nothing to do with Rachel, didn't want her coming to our house or contacting them at school, and asked us to make sure she realized they were content with their existing family and didn't need her. So this is where I might be the boy. I phoned Rachel and informed her that while I understood her desire to reconnect, the kids had expressed their feelings clearly, and I would respect their wishes rather than force them into a relationship against their choice. I explained that they were old enough to make their own decisions about who they wanted in their life, and that after 9 years of having a solid family with Dana, they didn't want to break it for someone who had voluntarily left. Rachel grew enraged and accused me of poisoning the children against her, stopping her from exercising her parental rights, and threatening legal action to compel visits or seek partial custody. Though I'm not sure she has any legal standing after abandoning them and allowing Dana to adopt them, I honestly don't know if I'm doing the correct thing, and I keep second-guessing myself because, While I believe Rachel's sudden desire to be a mother again stems from guilt rather than genuine care for Liam and Sophie's well-being, I wonder if I'm depriving them of the opportunity to connect with their original mother. So, Reddit, aita for supporting my children's decision to shun contact with their original mother, or should I be urging them to give her another chance? Update 1, quick update for those following along, because things have changed in unexpected ways, and I could use some more perspective on how we're dealing with Rachel's ongoing attempts to inject herself into our family's lives. After reading your sensible comments, I decided to schedule consultations with a family attorney and an adoption therapist to ensure I was approaching this with Liam and Sophie's best interests in mind, rather than simply responding emotionally. The legal session was extremely informative and a big relief because the attorney confirmed what many of you had suggested. Rachel's legal rights as a parent were essentially terminated when she abandoned the children, and Dana was free to adopt them without Rachel's permission. In our jurisdiction, parental rights can be revoked for abandonment if a parent has not communicated for more than a year and has failed to provide financial assistance, both of which plainly apply to Rachel. Practically speaking, Rachel has no legal standing to demand visitation or custody, and any attempt to challenge the adoption would require her to demonstrate that she was prevented from maintaining contact against her will, which is obviously not the case because she chose to leave and made no effort to stay in touch. I phoned Rachel to have a straight chat about the truth of the issue, believing that if I communicated the legal realities and the children's choices, she would recognize that continuing with this would be pointless and potentially damaging. The talk did not proceed as planned, but it did provide insight into Rachel's thoughts. When I explained that adoption had legally terminated her parental rights, Rachel became enraged and accused me of using legal jargon to keep her separated from her children, as if the adoption was a bureaucratic ruse rather than a natural result of her neglect. What became evident was that Rachel had created a narrative about her leaving that minimized her culpability while emphasizing external causes such as her friends' recommendations and mental health issues. She continued referring to leaving as something that happened to her rather than a decision she made, and she appeared shocked that there would be long-term effects. She also had excessive hopes for repairing ties with Liam and Sophie, mentioning her desire to take them on excursions and assist with college plans, as if the previous 9 years had been a minor interruption rather than the majority of their conscious memories. When I explained that both children had made it clear that they did not want contact and that I would respect their wishes, Rachel burst into tears, saying she understood their anger, but was a different person now and deserved a chance to prove she could be the mother they needed. Instead of threatening legal action, Rachel inquired whether there was any way to contact Liam and Sophie indirectly, such as through letters or phone conversations, so that she could apologize without forcing them to meet in person. I assured her I would talk to Dana and the kids about it, emphasizing that any communication would be fully voluntary and could end at any point if it became unpleasant. When I brought this up with Liam and Sophie, their reactions were varied but just as strong. Sophie determined after several family discussions and a therapy session that she would accept Rachel's phone number and possibly chat on occasion, but only if Rachel knew that this did not imply Sophie desired a relationship or was open to in-person encounters. Liam remained adamantly opposed to any contact, and I made it clear to Rachel that she had to follow his decision entirely. So I gave Rachel Sophie's phone number yesterday, and Liam agreed to offer his number as well, but he made it clear that he was not pledging to answer calls and might change his mind at any time. I also put clear limits on when and how frequently Rachel might call, asking her to limit contact to once or twice a week and to avoid calling during school hours or late at night. Rachel was extremely happy for this compromise and vowed to respect the kids' boundaries and not press them for more interaction than they were comfortable with, though I'm uncertain that she'll actually adhere to these restrictions. Given how eager she seemed to want to reconnect, I'm not sure whether I made the correct decision. Part of me is concerned that any interaction may give Rachel false optimism that she would be able to work her way back into a more major role, leading to further disappointment and conflict. At the same time, I don't want to make this decision for Liam and Sophie, especially when Sophie showed genuine interest in limited contact. I guess we'll see how this goes, but I wanted to inform everyone who has been following our situation and let you know that your advice about prioritizing the children's mental well-being has been quite helpful. Update 2. As I noted in my previous report, we had agreed to allow Rachel limited phone contact, with the understanding that communication would be purely voluntary and that she would adhere to our established frequency and scheduling guidelines. For the first few days, it appeared to operate fairly effectively. Rachel contacted Sophie twice this week, and she answered both times, engaging in brief but polite chats about school and her interests. Sophie later told me that the chat seemed awkward and forced, and she didn't know what to say to someone who was essentially a stranger, but kept referring to herself as Sophie's mother. Liam kept his word and refused to answer Rachel's calls, finally blocking her phone after she called numerous times in one day, which I thought was a sensible method to preserve his boundaries. The problem began this week, when Sophie, dealing with midterm exams and a big presentation she was nervous about, stopped answering Rachel's calls because she was busy studying and didn't have the emotional energy for what she described as awkward conversations with someone who doesn't really know me. Instead of understanding that a 13-year-old may have other priorities, Rachel became increasingly anxious about not reaching Sophie and began calling more frequently. Sophie showed me some of these voicemails, which were troubling since Rachel seemed very passionate and almost frantic, stressing about how much she missed Sophie and how essential these discussions were to her mental health and hopes of mending their relationship. One letter particularly disturbed me because Rachel stated that she had been looking forward to their conversations all week, and that not hearing from Sophie was bringing back all of her feelings of loss and sorrow. When I asked Sophie about the voicemails, she revealed that they were making her feel guilty and worried, and that she was beginning to regret agreeing to any contact since she thought Rachel expected more than she could or would give. She admitted that talking to Rachel seemed like homework rather than something she wanted to do. I informed Sophie that she owed Rachel nothing and that she could stop receiving calls at any time without feeling guilty. And we agreed she would take a break from phone communication to focus on her academics and give herself time to consider whether she wanted to continue with this arrangement. But instead of respecting Sophie's need for space or asking me why calls weren't being answered, Rachel made a decision that absolutely shattered any trust I had in her ability to prioritize the children's needs over her own. Yesterday afternoon, I received a call from Sophie's school counselor informing me that an unknown woman had arrived at the school claiming to be Sophie's mother and demanding to see her, and that the school had to call security when the woman became agitated and refused to leave when told she was not authorized to visit Sophie. Apparently, Rachel went to the school office around lunch and informed the secretary that she was Sophie's biological mother and needed to meet with her daughter due to a family emergency. When school personnel examined their records and discovered that Dana was listed as Sophie's mother in emergency contact, they informed Rachel that she could not see Sophie without formal consent. According to the counselor, Rachel grew enraged and began arguing with staff, claiming that there had been an error in their records, that she was Sophie's biological mother and had every right to see her kid, and that the school was interfering with her parental rights. Rachel appears to have attempted to hunt for Sophie on her own, strolling down corridors and looking into classes, prompting the school to call security and, eventually, police to accompany her off campus. Sophie was clearly unhappy and embarrassed when I picked her up from school, and she kept questioning why Rachel had gone to her school and whether Rachel would continue to show up in places where Sophie was supposed to feel safe. She also stated that she felt it was somehow her fault for not returning Rachel's calls, which broke my heart because a 13-year-old should never feel accountable for an adult's inappropriate actions. I immediately contacted Rachel and told her unequivocally that attending Sophie's school was utterly unacceptable, that she had breached every limit we had set and undermined our faith in her. I stated that Sophie had been terrified by her actions, which had resulted in the very drama we were attempting to prevent. Rachel's reaction was defensive and emotional, stating she was worried about Sophie because she hadn't heard from her in several days and just wanted to make sure Sophie was okay, and that she hadn't meant to put her under pressure with the voicemails. She stated she had no intention of causing trouble and had informed the school there was a family emergency since she didn't know how else to gain Sophie's attention. When I pointed out that there was no family emergency and that she had essentially lied to school officials and attempted to circumvent safety protocols, Rachel said that not being able to communicate with her daughter felt like an emergency to her, and she didn't understand why everyone was making this so difficult when all she wanted was a relationship with her children. This response demonstrated how profoundly Rachel misunderstood the situation and how self-centered her approach has been. She sees any impediment to immediate access to Liam and Sophie as an unfair violation of her rights as a mother, rather than acknowledging that her children are persons with their own feelings and rights to privacy and safety. I informed Rachel that her behavior at school had precluded any potential of ongoing phone communication, and that she needed to stay completely away from our family, including not showing up anywhere where the kids could be. I also told her that if she crossed these boundaries again, I would file a restraining order. Rachel became enraged and began crying, accusing me of being cruel and exploiting her mistake to punish her and keep her separated from her children indefinitely. But I made it obvious that this was not about punishment. It was about protecting Liam and Sophie from someone who had demonstrated an inability to respect their autonomy or put their well-being ahead of her own. Following the incident, both children have made it clear that they do not want to contact Rachel again. Sophie appears relieved that she no longer has to worry about meeting Rachel's standards. I'm honestly punishing myself for agreeing to any contact at all, because I should have realized that someone who abandoned her children for 9 years and then showed up wanting an immediate relationship most likely had the emotional stability to accept sensible boundaries. I'll keep you posted on whether Rachel maintains the no-contact boundary or if we need to seek legal protection. But for the time being, we're focused on making Liam and Sophie feel safe and secure, as well as reminding them that Rachel's behavior is not their responsibility. Update 3. Following the school incident described in my previous update, we implemented strict no contact with Rachel and made it clear to both kids that they no longer needed to worry about managing her expectations and could focus on their normal lives without the stress of navigating a relationship with someone who had demonstrated an inability to respect their boundaries. For about a week, this seemed to work well, and both Liam and Sophie appeared happy to have the matter settled in a way that allowed them to move forward without constant worry about whether Rachel would call or show up suddenly. However, Sophie approached me and Dana on Friday evening with a request that astonished both of us, and that I'm still not convinced we handled properly. Sophie told us that she had been thinking about Rachel's voicemail from before the school incident, and that while she didn't want to have an ongoing relationship with Rachel, she felt she needed to call her once to clearly explain her decision and tell Rachel directly that she didn't want any further contact, rather than having me communicate this message on her behalf. Sophie expressed guilt about how things had ended, with Rachel being escorted off school grounds, and then informed through me that all contact had been terminated, and that she believed Rachel deserved to hear directly from Sophie why she did not want a relationship, even if the conversation was difficult and final. Dana and I went over this extensively with Sophie, making sure she understood that she didn't owe Rachel an explanation, and that protecting her own well-being was more important than controlling Rachel's emotions. We also discussed the risk that calling Rachel would offer her false hope, or that Rachel would take advantage of the situation to pressure Sophie for greater contact. Sophie was, however, quite clear about her goals, and appeared to have properly considered the potential hazards. She claimed she wanted to tell Rachel that while she didn't hate her and understood Rachel's remorse for leaving, the harm had been done, and too much time had passed for them to form the mother-daughter bond Rachel seemed to desire. We agreed that the call would be made on speakerphone so Dana and I could monitor it and help if necessary, and Sophie would have a written list of points to make so she wouldn't get sidetracked if Rachel became emotional. The call took place on Saturday afternoon, and it went both better and worse than we expected. Sophie was extremely mature in explaining her feelings to Rachel, telling her that she appreciated Rachel's apologies and desire to make amends, but that she had built a life and family without Rachel, and she didn't want to change that or jeopardize the security and happiness she had found with Dana as her mother. Rachel, to her credit, listened without interrupting or arguing, and appeared to accept Sophie's final decision. She informed Sophie that she was pleased of the person Sophie had become, and that she was delighted Sophie had found happiness and security, even if it wasn't through her. However, near the end of the interview, Rachel grew extremely upset and informed Sophie that she understood why Sophie didn't want her in her life, and that she was aware that she had made irreversible choices that had lost her the opportunity to be a mother to her children. She stated that she had hoped that returning and apologizing would compensate for the years she had missed, but that she now realizes that some damage and choices cannot be undone. Rachel's tone at this section was especially disturbing since it sounded definitive and hopeless, as if she was saying goodbye not only to the chance of a relationship with Sophie, but to everything else as well. She continued saying how she had ruined everything and that she did not deserve to be happy after what she had done. Sophie handled this maturely, focusing on her own decisions rather than attempting to soothe Rachel. although I could tell she was saddened by Rachel's depressed tone. Rachel closed the call by thanking Sophie for being brave enough to speak to her personally, wishing Sophie a good life, and apologizing for all the suffering her homecoming had caused. Sophie told Rachel that she'd forgiven her for leaving and hoped Rachel found happiness in her own life, but they would not speak again. Sophie looked relieved to have had the conversation and satisfied that she had been able to express her views clearly and respectfully, even though she was emotionally exhausted and spent the rest of the weekend processing her feelings with Dana and myself. We believed that this talk gave Sophie and Rachel the closure they needed to go on with their separate lives, and that, while emotionally painful, it was ultimately a healthy way to close this chapter. But then, this past Tuesday morning, I received a phone call that changed everything and made me wonder if we should have approached this problem differently from the start. The call came from a hospital social worker in the city where Rachel has been living, informing me that Rachel had been admitted to their psychiatric unit following what appeared to be a suicide attempt and that I was listed as her emergency contact from when we were married, despite the fact that we had been divorced for 9 years. According to the social worker, Rachel overdosed on prescription medication on Monday night and was discovered by her landlord after failing to pay her rent. She had written a note apologizing for the anguish she had caused her family and admitting that she had lost her children forever and could not live with the guilt and remorse of her decisions. I was utterly surprised and frightened by this news, and my initial thought was that Sophie's phone conversation had somehow caused Rachel's suicide attempt, and that I was guilty for putting Rachel in a dangerous mental condition by supporting Sophie's choice to discontinue communication forever. I've just told Dana thus far. I then called the hospital social worker to describe our family situation, which included Rachel abandoning the children 9 years ago and any contact with her being painful and destabilizing for them. I instructed the social worker to tell Rachel that while we hoped she would receive the necessary mental health therapy, we would not be visiting or participating in her care in any manner. I also gave the social worker the contact information for Rachel's sister, who lives across the country but may be able to provide family support during Rachel's recovery, because I felt Rachel shouldn't be completely alone during this crisis, even if we couldn't provide it ourselves. The social worker was very understanding of our situation and assured me that the hospital staff would not pressure us to have contact with Rachel against our will, but would instead focus on connecting her with appropriate mental health resources and support systems that did not involve her children. It's been a few days since that phone call, and I'm still wondering if we could have handled this situation differently, if there were warning signs we overlooked, and if protecting my children from Rachel's instability was worth the risk that she would harm herself as a result of feeling completely rejected. I wanted to update everyone who has been following our story because this development clearly alters the nature of the situation, and I'm hoping that sharing our experience will be beneficial to other families dealing with similar challenges involving estranged parents who want to reconnect with children who have moved on with their lives. My ex-wife and her new husband accused me of abuse, with my daughter's help. That night, I didn't just clear my name, I crushed their plan. Isolde called to me from the courthouse's entrance. After 15 years of parenting kids alone, we found ourselves in family court to allow another guy to adopt my 16 and 17-year-old girls. Are you sure about this? I begged them one final time as we waited outside the courtroom, clutching onto the little hope I still had. Dorian actually understands what it means to be a real father, Thalia replied coldly, chilling my blood. All you know how to say is that there's no money. He's going to take us to Europe this summer and has already promised us the best colleges. She giggled. Finally, we'll have a father who is worth having, not one who embarrasses us in front of our friends. When the judge questioned if they were certain, Thalia spoke plainly. Yes, Your Honor. This man never understood what we needed. Dorian is the father we deserve. He has a vision for the future, she said. Not like him. She made a contemptuous gesture at me. The judge's gavel sounded like the death penalty. Adoption approved. I saw them rush to him, my ex-wife. They never gave me such enthusiastic hugs before. Dorian smiled triumphantly as he gazed at me from above them. I left the courthouse feeling as if 15 years of sacrifice had been trampled on. That night, I unlocked my laptop and checked the bank account I had kept hidden. $447,000. For the first time in years, I found myself smiling. They were no longer my daughters, and no longer my problem. They had no right to a single cent of what I had created for them. Although the emptiness was painful, their ignorance of what they had truly lost almost made up for it. The day after court, I couldn't get out of bed. I contacted work and informed them that I was sick. It was not a falsehood. I felt physically destroyed. I attempted to eat breakfast, but the first bite became caught in my throat. 15 years of sacrifice were shattered in an afternoon, and I had to smile as if I was fine with it. Lying there, staring at the ceiling, I remembered something. My mother's trust fund. The girls were no longer my legal daughters. What did this mean for the money? I called Octavian, the attorney who handled my mother's trust. I had known him since I was a kid. He had been a family friend for several decades. "Son, I'm so sorry to hear what happened yesterday," he remarked after I told him all about the court session. "But there's something you should know. That $2 million trust is now entirely yours." "How?" I was curious about. "Your mother was smarter than you thought. She put in a specific clause. If the girls cease to be your legal dependents, the money automatically transfers to the biological father. She never trusted your ex-wife." I was still thinking about the news. "Octavian, I need you to explain this to me clearly." "It's simple. They renounced you as their legal father. The trust no longer has valid beneficiaries. The full $2 million is yours. No strings attached. That money was never touched because it was intended for when they went to college." I said my goodbyes and returned to my office. I took my credentials from the safe and logged into all of my bank accounts. I have $447,000 in my own account. Now with the trust's $2 million, I received $2,447,000 as my prize for sacrificing 15 years of my life for them. That afternoon, I started my own investigation. Octavian had said that he knew an accountant who could discreetly investigate Dorian's accounts, but it would take time. Meanwhile, I remembered Isolde having used my old MacBook during her first years in high school. I located it in the closet and switched it on to see that her iCloud was still synchronized. Her messages and images were all there. What I read in the family discussions both devastated and educated me. Texts from my ex-wife and the girls dating back 2 years. Every sacrifice I'd made was regarded as a failure. "Dad works so much because he doesn't care about us. He only cares about money. He never takes us to nice places because he's cheap. It's embarrassing that he drives that old car when all our friends' dads have new cars. I'm ashamed when he picks me up from school. The other moms laugh at his car. I hope he doesn't come to Thalia's graduation. He'll look bad next to the other dads." My ex had created an entire story. I was the stingy villain. Dorian was their rescuing hero, taking them to posh restaurants and buying them fashionable clothes when they visited her on weekends. She had planned this treachery for years, using every expensive gift to contrast with my thriftiness. A week later, the accountant called me with some preliminary information regarding Dorian. "Your ex-brother is screwed," he stated plainly. "He owes $400,000 to private lenders. His business has been bankrupt for 6 months. From the public records I could review, he desperately needs money. And my ex-wife knows this. I'm not sure. But from what I could see in public records, she might be lending him money she doesn't have." That evening, Isolde shared a video with me via WhatsApp. It read. She and Thalia were posing in front of a red convertible BMW. "Look what Daddy Dorian is going to give us for our 18th birthdays, one for each of us. Finally, someone who invests in our future and understands we need to arrive at college in style." I answered with a simple thumbs up emoji. The accountant's report made me think. If Dorian was that desperate, who else would he have approached for money? There was just one person nearby and trusting enough to fall into his trap. I pulled up the phone number for Don Alaric, my ex-wife's father. We hadn't communicated for a year. "Don Alaric, it's Cassian." There was quiet on the line. "Son," he murmured in a fatigued tone. "I knew you'd call one day." "How are my granddaughters?" he inquired, concerned. "I haven't heard from them in weeks. My daughter said they were busy with school." I had to inform him about the court case, the adoption, and everything. He remained quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was trembling with wrath. "That expletive. Do you know why she wouldn't let me see them? Because she knew I would find out the truth about that Dorian." "What truth?" was my response. "Don Alaric? That bastard owes me $60,000 that I lent him 2 years ago to save his business. My daughter swore he would pay me back. Now I understand why they wanted that trust fund." His tone became harsher. "But there's more. 5 years ago that guy scammed an insurance company by faking a workplace accident. My daughter helped him forge medical documents. I have copies of everything because she asked me to keep some important papers at my house. Why are you telling me this now, Don Alaric? Because they took my granddaughters from me to protect a con man. And because I'm tired of being taken for a fool. If they want to play dirty, I know how to play dirty too. That night I began to arrange something I never imagined I'd do. An adoption celebration. I leased the city's most luxurious ballroom, the Crystal Palace. $5,000 for a single night. I called my ex-wife. I want to throw a party to celebrate the adoption, I told her quietly. A proper farewell. She remained silent for a few seconds, likely expecting me to cry or beg. Wow, you're finally understanding your place in all of this, she said, with arrogance that made me giggle. Fine, I accept. But make it a decent place, not some cheap restaurant like always. The Crystal Palace is already booked. Really? It was obvious that she was surprised. Well, then make sure the champagne is Veuve Clicquot, not that trash you used to buy. Of course, the next few days were spent preparing 2 PowerPoint presentations containing all of the information I had gathered. The girls' messages, the accountant's reports on Dorian, the insurance fraud documents from Don Alaric, screenshots of the videos displaying the BMWs, and of course, the bank statements revealing the millions they had just lost. I also chose to change my appearance. It wasn't simply the gymnasium, I hired a personal trainer, a dietitian, and a tailor to create personalized outfits. If I was going to do something, I was going to do it correctly. A week before the celebration, a parcel arrived by courier. Inside were all of the father-daughter images I had framed in my house, including the ones that had gone missing, as well as a handwritten note from Isolde. You can keep the memories. We'll take the future. That night, I burnt the photos in the fireplace. I no longer felt agony, just cold, unwavering clarity. Instead of relaxing on the couch the next day, I went to the gym. I initially saw her while lifting more weight than I had in years. Her name was Selena. Nothing happened that day, but for the first time in a long time, I recognized there was life outside of my house. The audit was over, it was time to collect, and perhaps live again. The numbers did not lie, and they indicated that it was time to collect. The first evidence of panic occurred 3 days after they confirmed the party. My ex-wife has sent me a message. I need the guest list to curate it. I want to make sure it's appropriate for the girls. I sent her a list of 40 people. What I didn't tell her was that I had prepared a second list of everyone she would check out. Dorian's co-workers who knew the truth. His old business partner to whom he owed money. And of course, Don Alaric. Predictably, she returned the list with half of the names crossed out. These people are not appropriate for a family celebration, she said. Perfect. That following afternoon, Dorian called me personally for the first time. Hey, can we talk like men? His voice tried to seem kind, but I could sense uneasiness. Of course. Look, now that I'm the girl's father, I'd like to access their educational accounts. My lawyer says that as their legal guardian, I have the right to manage the trust fund your mother left them. There it was, the true reason for all of this, the trust fund. I pretended to be confused. Dorian, I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, man. My wife told me there was money set aside for their education. A trust your mother established. For the girls. Oh, that. I never had access to those funds. My mother handled everything. And then Octavian, the family lawyer. But honestly, he never told me exactly how much was in there. There was a long sigh. Could you give me his number? Sure. I gave him Octavian's phone number, knowing exactly what would happen. He hung up fast. The next day Octavian called me, exhausted from laughter. Son, your ex-wife's husband just called me demanding access to the trust. When I explained that it no longer has valid beneficiaries because of the adoption, he went crazy. What exactly did you tell him? The truth. That the money automatically reverted to you when they legally renounced being your daughters. He remained silent for almost 5 minutes before yelling that it was impossible. That afternoon my phone exploded. My ex-wife called me upset. You're a damn thief, she exclaimed as soon as I responded. Excuse me? You stole my daughter's money. That trust fund was for them. They were your daughters. They're not my daughters anymore, remember? You said so yourself in court. You know perfectly well what I mean. I know exactly what you mean. You had my daughters adopted to steal their money, and now you're furious because the plan backfired. The line was quiet for a few seconds. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied, attempting to appear innocent. Please, Dorian didn't just happen to call asking about the girls' educational accounts. This was all a plan from the beginning. She didn't answer the phone. 2 days later, I had a visit that confirmed how far they were willing to go. A social worker arrived at my home, accompanied by a police officer. "Sir, we've received a formal complaint of child abuse and financial neglect," the social worker explained. "May we come in?" My heart raced as I allowed them in. My place was spotless, and my documents were well organized. I had expected something like this. "The complainants alleged that you denied basic financial support to minors for years, causing them severe psychological trauma." "Who are the complainants?" I requested the information. "Your ex-wife and her current husband. They also have signed statements from the minors. They were there. They had persuaded my own daughters to formally accuse me of abuse." "May I see the statements?" I asked, and they showed me the documents. Isolde and Thalia had submitted written statements alleging emotional deprivation, intentional financial negligence, and psychological harm caused by poor living conditions. "These are very serious accusations," the officer told me. "If proven, we're talking about criminal charges." "I understand. Can I have a few minutes to look for some documents?" I went up to my room and returned with a box full of papers. Bank statements, paid tuition bills, school supply receipts, medical bills, everything I'd saved for 15 years. Here are all the expenses I covered for the girls for 15 years. Private tuition, private health insurance, extracurricular activities, clothes, food, all documented. The social worker spent half an hour reviewing the documentation. "Sir, this clearly shows you have covered all basic expenses and more. Is there any reason why the minors would sign these statements?" "Because their adoptive parents convinced them they needed access to a family trust they can no longer touch." I explained the entire situation, including the trust, the adoption, and Dorian's call. The cop and social worker exchanged looks. "Do you have proof that the adoption was motivated by money?" the officer inquired. "Does a recording work?" I pulled out my phone. I had recorded my whole talk with Dorian concerning the trust fund. I played the audio in which Dorian revealed his lawyer assured him he had the authority to operate the trust, and his displeasure was palpable when I told him I knew nothing about the money. "This is highly irregular," the social worker stated. "We will need to investigate these accusations further, but from this perspective it appears that someone is using the system for financial pressure." They left after 2 hours, but not before the cop said something that chilled my blood. "If these accusations proceed, they will try to request a restraining order and an asset freeze. Have your papers in order." That night, I was unable to sleep. They had not only attempted to rob me, but they had also turned my own girls into weapons that may land me in jail. The next day, I did something that I knew would seal their fate. I called the financial aid offices at the 2 institutions where Isolde and Thalia were supposed to attend. "Good morning. I need to formally withdraw my statement of financial support and my guarantee as a co-signer for my daughter's student loans." "Is there a problem, sir?" "They are no longer legally my daughters. They were adopted by another man. Therefore I am no longer responsible for their educational finances. Furthermore, they just filed a formal complaint accusing me of child abuse and financial neglect." There was a prolonged pause. "Sir, this will trigger an immediate review of their enrollment. Without verified paternal financial support, their adoptive father will have to take responsibility for their financial obligations. He had adopted children deliberately to gain access to their educational trust fund." After a week, the results became apparent. Thalia called me, weeping. "Dad, I need you to help me with something urgent. I'm not your dad anymore, Cammy. Legally speaking. Please, just listen to me. My university enrollment was canceled, and I also have a $5,000 credit card debt. It was for a trip to Cancun that Dorian gave us. But now he says I have to pay for it." So now that the plan had failed, Dorian was already withdrawing his generous gifts. "And why would that be my responsibility?" I requested an explanation. "Because you caused us emotional trauma with your cheapness all these years. It's the least you can do." Her icy tone left me stunned. They had just formally accused me of abuse, yet they expected me to fix their problems. According to the county family court, that responsibility now belongs to Mr. Dorian Martinez. Call him Dad. I blocked her for the first time ever. I blocked my own daughter. That afternoon, I bought a Patek Philippe. My stopwatch marked the conclusion of this nightmare. I formally requested Selena to join me at the party. She was a lady I began dating after meeting her at the gym, which I could not have done when my entire life revolved around the duties of being a single father. During our dinner prior to the party, I realized something awful. They hadn't simply usurped my duty as a father. They had stolen years from my life that I would never get back. The night of the party, I straightened my cufflinks in the mirror. The man thought on having survived the most vicious attempt at personal destruction he had ever seen. I arrived at the Crystal Palace in a chauffeured Mercedes. When Selena and I went in, I noticed them. Dorian sweating in a rental suit, my ex-wife apprehensive, and Isolde and Thalia perplexed, unsure why their university enrollments had been cancelled that week. When they spotted me, their faces were filled with horror and perplexity. For a time, they didn't recognize me. The man stepping in was not the exhausted father they had seen in court 2 months ago. He wore a superbly fitted suit, had a transformed body, and was accompanied by a gorgeous and successful woman who appeared to have walked out of a magazine. Dorian became visibly pale. He realized he'd utterly underestimated his victim. This was hardly the dejected loser he had expected to witness. I nodded to them. The actual visitors were arriving. The presentations, including the fraudulent abuse charges, were placed into my laptop. "Are you ready?" Selena murmured. "The show is about to begin." I approached the small stage in the ballroom. The murmur of discussions decreased gradually. All eyes were on me. The genuine guests I had carefully selected. Dorian's creditors, Don Alaric's spiteful smirk, and of course my old family in the heart of the room, paralyzed by perplexity. "Good evening," I said, adjusting the microphone. "Thank you for joining us for this very special celebration. I organized this party to commemorate a significant transfer, a transfer of a duty, a responsibility, and a future." I hooked up my notebook to the projector. The massive screen behind me illuminated. For 15 years I worked 2 jobs to give my daughters what they deserved. The first slide featured my financial statements. Over time, double shifts, every cent reinvested. "Isolde, you said my budget spreadsheets were humiliating. Here is the final spreadsheet." $447,000 came on screen. A woman in the front row gasped. "And this is their grandmother's gift." I compared the trust fund and the adoption decree. $2 million. But as you can see, as of May 15th, they are no longer legally my daughters. This money is now legally mine. My ex-wife shot up from her seat. "You stole the girl's money." "I stole? I stole the money I saved for 15 years? I stole the trust fund that legally reverted to me when you stole my daughters from me? Let's talk about theft." Dorian, the screen displayed his debts, $400,000 to private lenders, and a failed firm. My daughters traded a guaranteed college education for a con man. Dorian attempted to stand, but his creditors quickly surrounded him. "But the best part is yet to come." My voice became icy. "Remember the abuse allegations you made against me?" I showed the signed statements. A man in a suit mumbled, "My God," when he read, "My daughter signed this. My father caused me significant psychological harm by refusing me basic financial support. Do you know why they lied under oath?" I divided the screen. On the left is the video Isolde gave me. "Look what Daddy Dorian is going to give us for our 18th birthdays. One for each of us." Her sworn testimony is on the right. "My father forced inadequate and terrible living circumstances on us." The room was suffocatingly silent. Isolde buried her face and sobbed. "Those statements are false," my ex-wife exclaimed desperately. "False. Let's see." I engaged my phone's audio. Dorian's voice dominated the entire room. "My lawyer claims that as their legal guardian, I have the authority to manage the trust fund your mother left them." Thalia cried, "We didn't know." But nobody believed her anymore. Don Alaric rose from his seat and walked determinedly towards Dorian. "You," he exclaimed, pointing to him. "You expletive con man." Dorian looked pale. "Don Alaric, I don't know what you're talking about." $60,000, yelled Don Alaric. "You've owed me $60,000 for 2 years, you bastard. You said it was to save your business." The entire room became silent. Dorian attempted to flee, but the creditors trapped him. "And that's not all," Don Alaric added, his voice quivering with wrath. "You convinced my daughter to forbid me from seeing my granddaughters, all so I wouldn't find out you're a useless failure." "Don Alaric, please," Dorian called out. "Please, what? Please don't say that you also scammed an insurance company. Did you all know they accused me of abuse to help a criminal? Because it turns out Dorian isn't just a family con man." I imagined the insurance fraud paperwork. 5 years ago, he defrauded an insurance company, and my ex-wife helped him forge medical documents. My ex-wife's face fell. Several attendees began bringing out their phones to record. Dorian attempted to run, but Don Alaric stopped him. "You're not going anywhere, you thief. You told my granddaughters their grandfather was a bad person so they wouldn't find out you live by scamming people." And here's the perfect ending, I remarked, projecting the final slide. Not only did they lose the trust fund and my money, the universities didn't just cancel their enrollments, they reported them to other institutions for document fraud. They're blacklisted. Thalia and Isolde exchanged terrified looks. Their educational prospects had virtually evaporated. Dad, please, Isolde cried. We didn't know. You didn't know what? That you formally accused me of abuse? That you signed sworn affidavits lying about how I treated you? Or that you did it to help a con man rob me? Dorian promised us a paid-for college education, new cars, trips, Thalia cried out. He told us you were cheap, that you made us suffer on purpose, and you chose to believe him instead of asking me for the truth. My ex-wife lurched toward me. Cassian, can we fix this? You and I, we can what? I interrupted her. Get back together? 3 months ago you called me mediocre and told me Dorian was a better father. Now that you've discovered I have over $4 million, suddenly I'm a good option. That's our daughter's $4 million, she yelled hysterically. Our daughters? I gazed at her, stunned. We don't have daughters anymore. You took care of that. They are my $4 million, which I earned with my sacrifice, and you will not touch a single cent. I returned to the microphone for the final strike. You freed me from my purpose as a father. It's only fair that I free you from my wallet. I took Selena's hand and walked towards the exit, arm in arm with her, as total chaos broke out behind me. Dorian confronted by multiple creditors, Don Alaric screaming truths at him, and my ex-wife bombarded with questions about the fraud. Where are we going? Selena said as the chauffeur opened the Mercedes door for us. Home. As we drove away, I looked back one last time. Isolde and Thalia stood alone in the middle of the ballroom, surrounded by the calamity they had helped cause. They were no longer my issue. They were no longer my daughters. And for the first time in 15 years, it felt liberating. It's been 8 months since the party. Dorian is doing 2 years in jail for insurance fraud. My ex-wife received probation in exchange for testifying against him, but she still has a criminal record. Neither of them can find a respectable job. Don Alaric recovered $50,000 of his $60,000 debt by selling Dorian's sports automobile after it was repossessed. Isolde works as a waiter at a restaurant where she used to go with her friends for lunch. Thalia works the night shift at a supermarket, stocking shelves. They shared a one-bedroom apartment and split their expenditures. The BMWs never existed. One Saturday morning, I was in the garden when the doorbell rang. Selena was at the spa, so I decided to open it myself. Isolde and Thalia stood on my porch. They were different, thinner, tired, but with a look in their eyes I hadn't seen in years. Respect. Perhaps fear. Hi, Dad. Isolde murmured in a trembling voice. What are you doing here? I asked in a neutral tone, not unfriendly but not warm. We wanted to talk to you, Thalia responded. If you have time. For 8 months, we've worked and thought about what we did to you. We called you cheap when you were working 2 jobs to give us everything. Now we know what it's like to wake up at 5 a.m. to count every penny, she said. We understand you did that for us for 15 years. They grieved silently. Dad, Isolde explained, we know we have no right to ask you for anything, but we want to show you that we understand. They showed me spreadsheets detailing their expenses, part-time work schedules, and university budgets calculated to the cent. Everything I had done for years while they mocked me. It's a loan, Thalia explained. With interest. We want to earn back the right to be your daughters. I did not say yes right away. I assured them that I would think about it. Last week I emailed them a professional contract, namely an educational finance arrangement. A 3% interest loan is conditional on maintaining a 3.5 GPA, working 20 hours per week, filing monthly expense reports, and participating in bi-weekly progress video calls. They signed it without reading the entire fine print. Selena and I moved into a home with an ocean view. I visited Europe twice this year. I invested the money, and it has already earned an additional $800,000. For the first time in 15 years, I'm living the way I want. Last night I had my first video call with Isolde. She showed me her grades, all A's. Her budget was ideal. After we concluded, she added, "Thank you for giving us a second chance, Dad." "You are earning it," I said. "This is not the father-daughter bond we had previously. It is better. It is built on mutual respect, not obligation. They appreciate the value of goods since they paid for them through their own work." My ex-wife messaged me for months. The last one stated, "I hate you. You ruined our lives." I changed my phone number. Sometimes I wonder whether I was overly harsh. Then I recall Thalia telling me, Dorian promised us a paid-for college education, new cars, and trips. He told us you were cheap by choice, not necessity. And it passes. My brothers ousted me as CFO. 6 months later, they drove our $80 million company into bankruptcy. So I bought it back without them. It was a beautiful July evening in Maine. The restaurant's terrace clung to the cliffside, providing an unbroken view of the Atlantic, where waves crashed violently against jagged rocks beneath. A cool, but not cold air blew in from the lake, bearing the aroma of salt and something faintly floral. From where I sat alone at a small table on the terrace, I could see the private dining room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. My entire family of 23 was there, laughing, toasting, passing dishes and wine down 3 long tables that were crammed together. My brother Nathan stood in the center, glass lifted, and delivered what appeared to be another impassioned statement. I couldn't hear a word through the glass, but I didn't have to. Nathan was always able to connect with the crowd. My mother was rubbing her eyes with a handkerchief. My father, seated next to her, appeared to be bursting with pride. The rest of them, cousins, aunts, uncles, and in-laws, observed him with their usual mix of humor and devotion. I sipped my scotch. I let the fire stay on my tongue for a little longer than normal. It was the identical bottle I'd received for my 40th birthday last year, a present from individuals who now refused to acknowledge my existence. The waiter approached. Young and pleasant, his face exuded professional courtesy. "Would you like to place an order now, sir?" I glanced down at the menu without actually reading it. "Yes, I will take the grilled halibut." "No sides." "Very good," he remarked, turning away. "One more item," I added. He paused. "Yes, sir?" I pointed to the private room. "I would like to pay their complete amount, but I don't want them to know until after I leave." He blinked once, his mask slipping for a brief instant as he turned to face me and the celebration inside. "Of course, sir," he said after a pause. "I'll arrange it with the management." I nodded. "Thank you." He chuckled, and I leaned back, listening to the dull thrum of laughter that made it through the thick glass. "My name is Graham Langford. 3 months ago, I was the chief financial officer of Langford Shipping, my family's shipping firm, a position I had held for 15 years. 3 months ago, I was still with my family. I am the middle child of 3 sons. My father, Walter Langford, grew Langford Shipping from a single fishing boat to the largest private shipping enterprise on the East Coast. He used to tell this story at every dinner gathering. How he paid for his first boat with a loan from his uncle, how he slept in the galley and hauled nets by hand, and how he made his first big money on a consignment of tinned tomatoes headed for Halifax. My older brother Nathan was always the company's public face. He possessed the charm, smile, and unwavering confidence that made him ideal for client relationships. People fell in love with him immediately. Investors trusted him. He reminded us of our father, and he understood how to take advantage of it. Julian, the youngest, was the most inventive. He had the ideas. He was constantly experimenting, talking about new fuel-efficient systems or software for optimizing shipping routes. He was the type of guy who could sketch out a new logistics platform on a napkin and convince you that it would transform the industry. And then there was me, the numbers person. When they were in a good mood, they called me Kai, short for Kaizen, a Japanese corporate philosophy of continuous development. I ensured that the company actually generated a profit. I balanced the books. I conducted the audits. I managed the risk. For 15 years I worked 80-hour weeks. I missed family dinners, birthdays, and even my own birthdays due to job exigencies. I never married. The company was my life, purpose, and complete identity, and I excelled at it. Langford Shipping's value tripled under my financial supervision. We overcame downturns, outperformed competition, and expanded into new markets. I recognized every number that passed through the corporation like the lines on my own palm. This year, my father turned 70. The big family gathering was scheduled to coincide with his birthday and the announcement of his retirement. Nathan's appointment as CEO was widely anticipated. This had been the plan since we were kids. Nathan, the golden boy, the heir apparent. Nobody expected what occurred next. 2 days before the announcement, my father summoned me to his office. It was late, the building was half empty, and the air was quiet in that weighty manner that happens when no one is around to save the ghosts of deadlines. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. "Graham," he said, sitting back in his leather chair, the one he jokingly called his throne. He looked exhausted. Older than 70. You have always been the reliable one. The steadfast one. I nodded once, keeping my expression neutral. I'd heard this speech before, in various forms, at every performance evaluation, family dinner, and casual remark. He groaned and ran his fingers through his silver hair. But the organization today requires more than just reliability. It requires vision. There it was. I said nothing. Nathan will take over as CEO, he added. Julian will be the CIO. They already have some intriguing plans for expansion. I waited. Waited for him to mention my role. The silence stretched, long and awkward. And me? I eventually asked. He averted his gaze, suddenly engrossed in the model ship on his desk, the same one he used to let us play with as children when Langford shipping was still just a dream. 3 words were written on the side of the rusting trawler. We're hiring someone from outside for the CFO role, he said. Fresh blood, new ideas. The words hit me like a punch in the chest. After 15 years my voice became hoarse. You are my replacement. He had the decency to appear uncomfortable. Not replacing. We are offering you a position on the board, advisory capability, reduced day-to-day stress, responsibility, power, everything. I stared at him. Was this choice unanimous? He paused. That hesitation revealed everything. My brothers, Nathan and Julian, had organized this. My father finally responded, "It's what's best for the company," as if that settled things. As if that made it okay. I stood up. My legs were strangely stable despite the earthquake ripping through my chest. Icy, was all I murmured. Short for the nickname he used to give me as a boy. But this time, it felt like a closing word, not a name. Then I turned and walked away. That night, it was official. I received an email with formal notice of my appointment to the board, effective immediately. They used the word transition, as if I were being gently moved somewhere soft to rest, not dismissed or demoted, but simply transitioned. The replacement they chose? A sleek MBA from Carrington Partners. He was starting on Monday. They couldn't even wait until after my father's birthday before pushing me out. I went in early the next morning to avoid the sympathetic eyes and fake concern. I kept my head down and my lips shut, gathering the debris of 15 years into 3 cardboard boxes, framed photos, a plaque or 2, and the coffee cup Julian gave me years ago that read, "Trust me, I'm a CFO." I threw it in last. As I was leaving, I entered the elevator, balancing the boxes like a man carrying his own gravestone. Halfway down, the doors reopened. Nathan stepped in. "Graham," he said, surprised. He glanced at the boxes in my arms. "What are you doing here this early?" I lifted the boxes slightly. I didn't need to explain. His expression shifted as realization set in. "Dad told you about the transition." I nodded once. He paused, then gave me that polished, effortless smile he'd honed over decades. "Congratulations on your promotion." "Nathan," I replied evenly. "You're taking my job." He shifted, the smile faltering. "It's what's best for the business, Graham. Do you understand that?" Nothing personal. But it was deeply personal. Everything about it screamed personal. Not just from him, but from Julian and Dad. The 3 people who were supposed to support me. Nathan shifted again, awkwardly. "You're still coming to Dad's birthday dinner, right? The whole family will be there." "Of course," I replied. My voice didn't crack. Didn't even rise. Just smooth, quiet and detached. I wouldn't miss it. The elevator doors opened. I exited without looking back. At home I left the boxes in the hallway. They sat there, untouched. As if they belonged nowhere. As if I didn't. 15 years. 80-hour weeks. Missed holidays. A marriage sacrificed. All for a firm, and a family, that could fire me without hesitation. But it wasn't just the firm. It was my family. My flesh and blood had determined that I was disposable. I spent the day in a fog, moving mindlessly through the rooms of my now silent, empty home. The walls rang with everything I had given up. Late nights pacing on phone calls, early mornings crouched over balance sheets, dinners reheated or skipped entirely. But as dusk fell, something within me changed. The numbness began to fade, leaving behind something cool and pure. A kind of clarity. I would not let them see my brokenness. I'd arrive at that birthday dinner with my head held high, shoulders back, and I'd keep a close eye on everything. The dinner was at my father's favorite restaurant, a polished seafood establishment set above the cliffs with waves pounding below. The kind of place that served oysters on ice and addressed you as "Sir," even if you weren't paying. I arrived 20 minutes early. "Mr. Langford," the hostess greeted with a smile. "Your party has secured a private dining room." "I'd like a table on the terrace," I said. She blinked, unsure. "Outside, sir? Your family?" "I'll be dining alone," I announced, with a faint smile that dared her to question it. She hesitated, then nodded. "Of course. This way." The terrace was nearly empty. I chose a table with a direct view of the private room, where I would watch everything unfold. And no one would know I was there. From that terrace table, I watched them arrive, one by one. My parents appeared first. Margaret wore a sleek cream dress, and Walter looked freshly pressed, his hand trembling slightly as he adjusted his cufflinks. Then came Nathan, all confidence and polish, his perfect wife on his arm, and their 2 children trailing behind like accessories. Julian arrived later, his new fiancée clinging to him like she was auditioning to be a society wife. Then the cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone dressed like they were attending a coronation. No one looked out the window. No one checked for me. The waiter, Noah, brought my dinner. A simple grilled fish with perfectly crisp skin. I nodded my thanks and turned back to the window. Inside, champagne poured. Toasts began. My mother glanced out, spotted me, and her smile faltered. She leaned in, whispered something to my father. He turned, saw me, grimaced, and then turned his back. That was it. That was everything I needed to know. This wasn't a few of them. It wasn't just business. It was all of them. A collective silent choice to exile me. To pretend I didn't exist. To erase the 15 years I'd given building their success. I sliced another bite of fish. Let the salt and smoke linger on my tongue like a truth too sharp to deny. Inside, Nathan was giving a speech. Probably rehearsed in the mirror that morning. Laughter and applause followed. Champagne bubbles caught the candlelight. The birthday cake arrived, gleaming like a trophy. I signaled to Noah. "Yes, sir?" "I'd like to pay for everything," I said calmly. "The whole evening, champagne, cake, all of it." He hesitated. "Sir, that will be quite a large bill." "I'm aware," I replied, offering a thin smile. "Add a 25% gratuity for the staff as well." His eyes widened slightly. "Very generous, sir. I'll make arrangements." I handed him my card. And I watched. For 15 years, I'd overseen the finances of a multi-million-dollar corporation. I had stared at spreadsheets until the numbers danced. And over time, I started noticing things. Nothing major, just minor errors, odd transfer patterns, strange billing habits. So I started taking notes, quietly, thoroughly. I hadn't expected wrongdoing. It's just who I was, careful, methodical. Those traits weren't sexy at board meetings. They didn't get standing ovations, but they kept the company solvent. They also left behind a record of everything. Every transaction, every inconsistency, every questionable judgment Nathan and Julian ever made. I didn't take any company files when I left. I didn't need to. Everything I needed was already secured. Not out of vengeance. Just good accounting. Inside the private room, my father leaned forward and blew out the candles. Applause echoed faintly through the glass. Glasses clinked. The chorus of "Happy Birthday" vibrated against the wood-paneled walls. I took another sip of my scotch. Let the burn anchor me in the moment. Noah returned with the black leather folder and my credit card. "Everything has been taken care of, sir," he said, handing me the receipt. "The management asked me to thank you for your generosity." I signed the slip, slid a few extra bills into his hand, then added, "One more thing." "Yes, sir?" "When are you going to tell them the bill has been paid?" He checked his watch. "The manager said he'd inform them when they ask for the check. Should be soon." "Perfect," I replied, rising and adjusting my coat. I looked one last time through the thick glass at the world I'd once belonged to. The family I'd helped build. The empire I had sustained with quiet diligence. "Tell them." I paused, choosing my words carefully. "Tell them it was a gift from the former CFO." Noah's eyes widened slightly. Then he nodded. "Yes, sir. I understand." I gave him a final nod and turned toward the exit. As I stepped into the parking lot, The air hit me differently, cooler, freer. It was like removing a heavy coat I didn't realize I'd been wearing. The Langfords had made their decision. Now it was time for me to make mine. Over the next 3 weeks I said nothing. No emails, no calls, no contact with anyone in the family. My silence wasn't emotional, it was strategic. I bought a modest cottage on the coast of Maine, weathered shingles, a stone fireplace, and a view of the ocean. 2 hours from the Langford headquarters, close enough to watch, far enough to begin again. Then I started reaching out. Not as a rival. Not with bitterness, just polite check-ins. How are your kids? How's the new CFO working out? Been on vacation? These were clients who always preferred working with me, those who valued discretion and reliability over charisma. I didn't mention I'd left Langford Shipping. I didn't need to. They told me everything I needed to know. Service had declined. Response times were slow. Prices had gone up with no explanation. Longtime clients were frustrated, confused, or ignored. And the rumors spread. Julian had implemented a new logistics system that didn't account for tide schedules or port availability. Nathan had acquired 2 ships without infrastructure or strategy. Just impulse, and borrowed money. Everything was unraveling. 3 weeks after the birthday dinner, the first call came. Graham, Nathan's voice was too bright. How've you been? I let the silence stretch. Fine, Nathan. What can I do for you? He cleared his throat. We're having a bit of trouble with the Anderson account. They're threatening to walk. You've always had a great relationship with them, so I thought maybe. There it was. Family. They only said it when they needed something. I'm afraid I can't help, I said evenly. You said new leadership was best for the company. I wouldn't want to disrupt that vision. And I hung up. More calls followed. Julian reached out next, his tone falsely casual. Hey Graham. Just a couple of little hiccups. The new CFO's flagged a few things. Nothing big, just some entries that don't quite add up. Figured you could help us make sense of it all. I'm no longer with the company, Julian, I replied. You have a new CFO. They should be able to handle it. Yes, of course, but some of this goes way back. It'd really help if. I'm sure your new team is more than capable, I interrupted. I'm confident they'll figure it out. 3 days later, my father called. He skipped the pleasantries. Graham, I've been reviewing the financial statements. Some of the notes don't make sense. Did you code things differently? I almost smiled. Dad, I always acted ethically. Everything was documented clearly. If something doesn't make sense, talk to your CFO. I'm not involved anymore. Silence crackled over the line. I see, he said finally. I hope everything works out, I added, and ended the call. Meanwhile, I was building something new. From that small cottage by the sea, I launched my own consultancy, focused solely on maritime financial operations. I wasn't looking to create an empire. Just something honest, efficient, and mine. Clients came to me. First those I'd worked with in the past, then new ones, drawn by my reputation for precision, reliability, and calm under pressure. In 2 months, I hired an assistant. In 3, a team of 3. And all the while, I watched. Langford Shipping was imploding. The new CFO barely scratched the surface of the tangled mess Nathan and Julian had created. My private records, painstakingly kept over 15 years, revealed a pattern of recklessness masked by charm and ambition. Nathan's expansions were financed on fantasy. His projections weren't grounded in industry reality. Julian's logistics upgrades caused delays, chaos, and client frustration. Longtime customers began leaving, first quietly, then in waves. 4 months after my quiet exile, Langford Shipping filed for bankruptcy. The company I had helped grow, through sacrifice, sleepless nights, and financial stewardship, was collapsing under the weight of arrogance and short-sightedness. I didn't rejoice. They were still my family. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a hollow kind of vindication. I wasn't too cautious. I was the only one keeping the brakes from failing. And now the vehicle had gone straight off the cliff. A week after the bankruptcy announcement, the final blow landed. The Langford family home, the house where I grew up, where my mother planted roses and we learned to sail, was listed for sale. It was being liquidated to pay creditors. That was when my phone rang. I saw the name and hesitated. It was my mother. Graham. Her voice trembled. Please. We need your help. I said nothing. Your father won't admit it, she continued. But he's broken. This is killing him. She paused. Then said something that surprised me. We made a terrible mistake. For the first time in months I felt something shift in my chest. Something I didn't want to name. What exactly are you asking me to do, Mom? Come home, she whispered. Help us fix this. You always knew how to fix things. I closed my eyes. I can't just wave a wand, I said. The company is bankrupt. But you have contacts, she added quickly. You know people, banks, investors, someone. Her voice cracked. I could almost feel her hand on my chest. I'll think about it, I said gently. That's all I can promise for now. That night I lay awake staring at the ceiling. Thoughts raced through me, aggressive and bitter. But beneath the storm was something deeper. Grief. And beneath that, buried but not gone, was a sense of duty. Family. By dawn, I knew what I needed to do. I made calls. To people who respected not just my knowledge, but my integrity. Investors. Executives. People I'd helped in tough times. By the end of the day, I had something. Not a miracle, not a lifeline, but a meeting, a chance. Carrington Partners, a consortium with capital and vision, was interested in acquiring and restructuring Langford Shipping. They weren't sentimental. They just believed the bones of the company still had value, if rebuilt correctly. I called my father. He picked up on the second ring. I've set a meeting, I said. Wednesday, 2 p.m. Carrington Partners. They're interested. He was silent. You did this for us? He finally asked. No, I said carefully. I did this for the employees, and the family's legacy. But I have conditions. Anything, he said immediately. Nathan and Julian stepped down from all operational roles, I said firmly. They can stay on the board if Carrington agrees, but no decision-making power. The new team takes over management. A long pause. They won't like that. That's not my problem, I replied. These are my terms. Take it or leave it. I'll speak to them, he said quietly. The meeting with Carrington Partners went better than I had hoped. They saw value not just in the fleet, but in the Langford name. It still carried weight, still meant something, despite the damage. They committed to saving as many jobs as possible. That was what mattered most to me. And they agreed to retain the Langford name in the restructured company. That mattered to my parents. At the end of the meeting, one of the partners pulled me aside. Would you consider returning as CFO under the new structure? I smiled politely. Thank you, but no, my firm is doing well. I'm not going back. As promised, Nathan and Julian were stripped of their roles. They were offered token seats on the board, titles without influence. Nathan's pride must have taken a blow. Julian's ego was certainly bruised. But they had no leverage. My father was named honorary chairman emeritus, a symbolic gesture to preserve face. The family home was saved, though several other properties were sold off to settle debts. 1 year after that disastrous birthday dinner, Langford Shipping was reborn under new ownership. And the family gathered again to celebrate. Everyone was there, except me. My mother had called the day before. It would mean so much to your father. To all of us. Please come. I declined gently. Give them my best. Instead, I booked a table on the terrace of that same cliffside restaurant. Same table, same sea breeze, same view. I arrived early, ordered a glass of wine, and watched. They arrived one by one, just like before. But something was different this time. The mood was more subdued. My father looked older, more fragile. Nathan and Julian moved with less swagger. Their smiles strained. Their eyes flicked nervously from one another. I ordered the same meal. The same scotch. I watched them laugh, toast, pass around plates, reenacting a version of the past. But I no longer felt like I belonged on the other side of the glass. And oddly, I didn't feel bitter about it. When the waiter came to take my payment, I handed him an envelope with my card. Please deliver this to the private room, I said. With my compliments. He accepted it, then looked at me with recognition. Sir, you were here last year too, weren't you? I nodded. You paid for their meal that night. Good memory. He hesitated. If you don't mind me asking, why again? Why pay for their celebration a second time? I thought for a moment. This isn't revenge, I said quietly. It's proof that I've moved on, that I can wish them well, from a distance. I gestured toward the private room where my family sat, their laughter now faintly audible through the glass. They're still my family, I said. But I built a new life. One they weren't invited to, and don't control. The waiter nodded thoughtfully, understanding more than I expected. I'll let them know the bill's been covered, and deliver the envelope. Thank you, I said, finishing the last of my scotch. I stood and walked to the edge of the terrace, one last look at the glowing room beyond the glass. My father was just opening the envelope. I saw his expression freeze. He looked up and scanned the room, then through the window, until his gaze met mine. For a long moment, we stared at each other. Neither of us moved. Then he slowly stood. The others took notice. One by one they turned, my mother, Nathan, Julian. They followed his gaze. I gave a single nod, not angry, not mournful, just a quiet acknowledgement of everything we had once been. And then I turned away. My phone started buzzing before I reached the parking lot. I didn't check it. I let it ring. Maybe tomorrow I'd listen to the voicemails. Maybe tomorrow I'd decide if I was ready to rebuild some bridges, or let them stay burned. That night, I drove down the coast with the windows down, salt in the air, wind in my face. I was free, on my own terms. And for the first time in years, I felt completely at peace. My mom sent a $10,000 check to control me. I burned it on my wedding night while she hid in the woods. My mom sent a $10,000 check to control me. I burned it on my wedding night while she hid in the woods. My name is David. I'm 31, and I've spent the most of my adult life learning to shrug off comments that feel more like paper cuts. Small, sharp, and hard to heal. I come from a family that enjoys parties but not people. At least not for individuals like myself. You know the type. Families who base your worth on Instagram likes and compare your life milestones like a scoreboard. I was never the winner. My sister Brooke, on the other hand, is the current MVP of our family highlight reel. Blonde, loud, and impeccably curated, she got engaged at 23, married at 25 in a 3-day ceremony at a vineyard, and has been giving themed baby showers for her children like she's auditioning for a lifestyle magazine. Me? I was a late bloomer. The quiet one. This is the maybe he's just not into commitment type. Every time I brought a girlfriend home, it became a series of subtle interrogations disguised as conversation. So you're okay with his job? You know he still rents, right? Oh, you met on an app? That's cute. Still, I showed there for every birthday, holiday, and christening. I sat at the folding tables, smiling as they forgot to put my name in the group photos. I brought gifts, which they did not open in front of me, and made nice conversation while being reminded that I was the last single person left. The hardest part, however, was Brooke's wedding. I recall arriving early in a respectable suit, nothing flashy, but neat, and being stopped at the door by one of the planners with a clipboard, who asked whether I was David, the +1. I wasn't even on the seating chart. When I located my seat, it was at the overflow table, alongside the groom's distant cousins and a few college roommates who didn't know where to sit. During her address, Brooke remarked, "To everyone who made today beautiful, you know who you are, and you're sitting right here in front of me." I was not. I was 3 tables back, near the restroom line. Brooke called me away later that night, while everyone was dancing and cutting the cake. She was tipsy, beaming, and full of self-satisfaction. "You know, Danny," she remarked, waving her wine glass like a scepter. "Some people just aren't wedding material. But it's okay. Not everyone needs the spotlight." She chuckled and kissed my cheek as if it were a praise, not a stomach punch. I smiled. I always grinned. But that night I returned home and did not speak with her for 6 months. Fast forward 5 years. I met somebody. Her name is Laya. She is calm when I am nervous, assertive when I am hesitant. And she looks at me as if I am enough. Not someone who needs to be polished or explained away. We had dated for 3 years before I proposed. Quietly. There's no fanfare. Just the two of us on a walk overlooking the lake. She cried, agreed, and then asked the question I had been dreading. "Will your family be there?" I paused. Not because I didn't want her to meet them, she had already, but because I knew what inviting them would entail. The same jabs, backhanded compliments, and performative hugs. I assured her we would think about it. When we first started planning the wedding, I kept putting off finalizing the guest list. Laya noticed. Is it really that complicated? She inquired one evening when highlighting vendors in a wedding magazine. I told her the truth. I told her about Brooke's wedding, the statement, and how my family always treated me like a supporting character in their show. She listened. She did not pass judgment. She simply took my hand and murmured, "Then maybe it's time you write your own story." Something in me shifted. Not out of rage, not yet, but clarity. I realized I'd been damaged for years by individuals who didn't even recognize the damage. They didn't hate me, they simply did not regard me. And I was done purchasing a ticket to a table where I was not welcome. We chose a site upstate that was not ostentatious but beautiful. Rustic cottages. Fairy lights hung between the trees. A clearing for the ceremony that offers a view of the hills. It felt like us. We kept our guest list short. Laya's friends, a few of mine, her parents, a number of mentors and co-workers who had become like family. I pondered adding Brooke. I actually did. I even stared at the blinking cursor next to her name on the spreadsheet. But then I remembered the smile, the restroom table, and the "not wedding material" comment, and I deleted it. I'm not angry. At peace. And then I removed the rest of them too. My mother, who always neglected to mention me in family updates. My father, who called once a year to remind me of his pride in my sister's success. And my brother-in-law, who made passive jokes about how I finally caught up. We sent out invitations. All of them. None of them ended up with my family. The backlash did not occur quickly. I imagined they expected I'd just do what I always did. Be quiet, be late, and be grateful for any place at the table. But when Laya shared the save-the-date photo, her hand on my chest with the text, "Can't wait to say I do in the hills with the people who truly matter," everything went crazy. Brooke was the first to text. "Wait, you're getting married?" Then another one. "No invite?" Then one that just said, "Well?" I did not respond. My mother called 3 times the next morning. I left one voicemail. "David, this isn't how families do things. Please call me." My father emailed. Who actually does that? The subject line read, "A disappointment." I did not open it. Then Brooke sent the big one. "You're really excluding your whole family after everything we've done for you? Fine. But don't come crying when you need something later. Have fun playing husband to your little boho girlfriend. Must be nice to finally feel important." I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't respond. I did not need to. For the first time in my life, there was nothing to explain. A few days after the text storm, I received a call from my Uncle Ray, the only relative I'd ever considered trustworthy. He's my mother's older brother, a retired electrician with a sharp tongue and a heart that appears when you least expect it. We hadn't communicated in a while, so I responded mainly out of curiosity. "Hey Danny," he murmured, his voice gravelly, as if he was still waking up from a nap, despite the fact that it was midday. "Listen, I know I probably shouldn't get involved, but your mom's been going around telling people you're having some kind of mental breakdown. Says Laya's got you isolated or something. You okay?" I laughed. I actually laughed. "Uncle Ray, I'm fine. I'm more than fine. I just didn't want the people who spent years making me feel invisible to sit in the front row of my wedding like they earned it." There was a long delay. Suddenly, "Good. About damn time." I blinked. "Wait, what?" "Kid," he replied. "You think I didn't see it? Every Christmas you'd show up with gifts for their kids and they'd act like you were the mailman. Every time you brought a girl home, they made her feel like a charity case. And don't even get me started on what Brooke said at her wedding. I told your mother that was out of line. She said, 'David's not the sensitive type.' That's when I knew she stopped seeing you as a person and started seeing you as an ATM. It struck me harder than I expected. Not the insult, but the fact that someone, anyone, had noticed. I just wanted a peaceful wedding," I explained quietly. "And you are going to have one," he responded. "You earned it. I'm not calling to guilt you, Danny. I'm calling to say thank you. For finally standing up. They're losing it not because you hurt them, but because you stopped letting them hurt you." That night I told Leia what he'd said. She simply placed her arms around me and muttered, "I'm so proud of you." But the messages continued rolling in, from cousins I hardly knew, Brooke's husband, and even my mother's church buddy, who once inquired whether I was the artistic one, because evidently being single and quiet equals to painting portraits in the attic. Each message has an own flavor. Some were veiled guilt trips, while others were outright rants. But they all came down to the same toxic stew: how dare I deviate from their narrative? Then followed the group message. Yes, a full-on nuclear family group text that had been inactive for years suddenly flared up like a Christmas tree. My sister started it. Just wanted everyone to know Danny's getting married and didn't invite his family. She included a screenshot of Laya's save the date. My mother joined in with, "We're all just heartbroken. It's like we don't even know who he is anymore." Then my father, with his customary emotional finesse, "He's always been selfish. We just didn't want to admit it." I stared at the thread for around 10 minutes. Not because I wasn't sure what to say, but because I knew exactly what not to say. I quit the group chat without saying anything. That's when things turned serious. Brooke, unable to let go of the spotlight she believed I had stolen, went online. She didn't mention us explicitly, but she did put a mysterious remark over a photo of herself in a bridesmaid dress. "When your little brother throws a wedding but forgets who helped raise him. Fake family that you know class." That one gained traction. Her friends made comments such as, families can be the worst," and, "You're such a saint, Brooke." Some even tagged me directly. I did not respond to them either. But then Laya's mother, bless her, joined the chat. She commented, "Interesting take, especially since I've watched Laya and David pay for everything themselves, plan everything themselves, and support each other without asking a soul for a dime. Seems like they know exactly who their real family is." That comment received more likes than Brooke's post. Now this is where things started to get odd. A week before the wedding, I received a card in the mail. There was no return address, but I immediately recognized the handwriting as my mother's. Inside was a 3-paragraph letter written in blue ink. The first paragraph was an emotional guilt trip about how she carried me for 9 months, stayed up with me during fevers, and always gave her all. The second paragraph devolved into veiled scolding. How family is something you can't avoid, how I was embarrassing myself in front of the extended family, and how I needed to reconsider the image I was creating. And the final paragraph, that was the kicker. "If you marry this girl without inviting your family, don't bother coming back. Don't call when you need help. Don't expect us to welcome you at Christmas. Actions have consequences, David." I carefully folded the letter, returned it to the envelope, and tucked it into the drawer next to the old RSVP cards. I didn't show Laya straight away, not to protect her, but because I didn't want her to bear the burden I had already spent years learning to bear. I got up earlier than intended on the wedding day. The air was cold, and the sky was overcast in a wonderful, soft, photographic way. Laya was getting dressed in another cabin, so I got a moment to myself. No noise, no buzzing phone. Just the sound of wind through pine trees and the aroma of something new beginning. Then my phone lit up. A new number. I almost disregarded it, but something compelled me to respond. It was Brooke. "I just want to know why," she exclaimed immediately. "No greetings. Why would you do this to us? To me? After everything?" I sat on the porch's edge. "You really don't know?" "No, I don't. This is the most vindictive thing you've ever done. Not inviting your own family? You've humiliated us. People are asking questions. They're wondering if something's wrong with you." I let the silence stretch. Then I said, "Brooke, you told me I wasn't wedding material. That I didn't belong in the spotlight. You made me feel small for years. And now that I'm finally happy, you're upset I didn't hand you a front row seat to it?" "You're overreacting," she exclaimed. "It was a joke. God, you're so sensitive." There it was. The term I'd heard all my life. "I'm not sensitive," I replied calmly. "I'm just done." She began to speak again, but I hung up. And then I shut off the phone. By the time the guests arrived, I felt better than I had in years. The music played. Soft laughing permeated the air. And one by one, folks who decided to be in my life appeared, radiating joy. As I went behind the trees, waiting for my cue to walk down the aisle, the coordinator raced up to me, wide-eyed and breathless. "There's someone at the gate." I raised an eyebrow. "Who?" She paused. "Your mom. And your sister. And I think your dad's parked across the road. They're not on the list, but they're saying it's a family emergency." I glanced at her, my heart beating steadily. Then I smiled. "Tell them the guest list is final." Then I walked down the aisle. The ceremony itself was everything I hadn't realized I needed. No flower walls. There's no drone footage. No 6-piece string quartet. Just close pals, loving glances, and vows made while surviving storms together. When I saw Laya strolling toward me, her hair braided with small wildflowers and that calm, brilliant smile, I realized how far I'd come. Not just from the awkward child at the back table, but also from the man who used to go to great lengths to be tolerated. I didn't think of my family at all during the ceremony. Not once. My hands didn't shake, my voice did not falter. The weight of their absence did not seem like a loss. It felt like there was enough space to breathe, to stand up straight, and to finally take center stage without someone rolling their eyes in the background. The ceremony concluded with shouts and laughter, as well as hugs that last a little longer because the individuals who give them truly mean it. Everyone carefully made their way to the reception area, which was brilliantly lit outside and included long wooden tables, hanging lights, and mellow music flowing through the dusk. It seemed like something out of a peaceful dream. Elegant, yet not pretentious. Intimate, but not small. Then the photographer appeared, pulling me away with a bewildered expression. "Hey," she said modestly. "There's a group of people kind of lingering near the trees at the edge of the venue. They haven't come in, but they're watching. Do you want me to do anything?" My jaw clenched. Before I turned to look, I knew. Sure enough, 3 individuals appeared across the little gravel road, half hidden behind the tree line. My mother, dressed in a pale blue gown I'd seen her wear to a gala years ago, standing stiffly with her arms crossed. My father had his hands in his pockets and was pretending to examine a brochure from a neighboring lodge while glancing at the wedding tent. Brooke, of course, wore a white pantsuit. White. Even from that distance I could see her face, pursed lips, flared nostrils, scanning the tables as if she was calculating who recognized her and who may notice she wasn't there. I grinned back at the photographer. "You don't need to do anything, just crop wide if they're in the background." She laughed, a little relieved, and returned to her camera. But as I watched the 3 of them stand there, like unwelcome souls haunting the edges of my delight, something in me changed. Not anger. Do not be afraid. Not even satisfaction. Just clarification. These individuals did not show up out of love. They did not show up because they missed me or had any regrets. They came to see what they believed they were entitled to, but weren't. They wanted to stand on the precipice of my happiness, and decide how much of it they would let me enjoy. And now that they had no say, they weren't sure what to do with themselves. The remarks began as the sun fell, casting everything in the golden tone that photographers seek like treasure. Laya's father delivered a touching toast that left everyone laughing and crying in equal measure. Then my best friend Oliver stood up, raised his glass, and said something that silenced the entire tent. "To David, the most loyal friend I've ever had, who spent years giving love to people who didn't see it for what it was, who finally found someone who saw him, and chose him. This guy has absorbed more punches from life than most individuals twice his age and has always shown up for everyone. But today, he stood up for himself. And it's about time." People applauded. Some stood. I didn't cry. But I could have, because I understood the version of myself who had longed to be seen had vanished. The person sitting at the table was not attempting to prove anything to anyone. I'd already won, not for vengeance but to recover the life they'd always told me I wasn't destined to have. My phone chimed just as dessert was served, little apple tarts and tiramisu squares. Brooke sent one message. It reads, "You are seriously going to regret this." No context, no explanation. Just venom concentrated into one sentence. I shifted the screen to Oliver. He read it and gave out a low whistle. Wow. She really thought this was about her. I grinned and struck the block without saying anything else. Later that night, as the sky filled with stars and people rocked to music beneath the string lights, I returned to the cabins to retrieve something from the lodge. As I circled the path near the property's edge, I heard piercing, quiet, angry voices. "He should have just let us in. I don't care what he thinks he's doing. That's our family." It was my mother. Still there. Still outraged. Then Brooke. I hope he chokes on his perfect little moment. Let's see how long it lasts once real life kicks in. I stood there for a second, just out of sight. I should have gone away and let it go. But something inside me told me to take a step forward, despite the years of silence, the swallowed pride, and the numerous times I accepted being an afterthought. So I did. I stepped through the trees and into their view, surprising all 3 of them. My mother gave a gasp. Brooke's eyes narrowed. My father just stared. I know you're upset, I continued with a calm voice. But you weren't uninvited. You were never invited. Because this day wasn't about correcting your version of me. It was about celebrating the person I've become without you. And the fact that you're here, hiding behind trees instead of being surrounded by love, tells me I made the right choice. Brooke clenched her jaw. You think you're better than us now? No, I replied. I think I'm finally free of you. Then I turned around and went away, back to the laughter, the light, and the people who had actually arrived. I didn't look back as I stepped away from the ghosts of my past. Each stride felt like an exhale that I had been holding in for years. The wedding was still alive behind me, with music floating through the trees, fairy lights twinkling like soft stars, and Laya's laughter reverberating with a warmth that no family occasion had ever provided me. I didn't need to see their faces to remember what I had left behind. I could feel it. 3 people standing in quiet, astonished by the one person they assumed would always come crawling back, eventually going away. When I returned to the reception, Laya drew my attention from across the dance floor. She was now barefoot, her shoes left under a table, her dress flowing as she twirled in a leisurely circle with her niece on her hip. She smiled at me as if nothing was missing. For the first time in my life, I agreed. We danced. We laughed. We cut the cake with no passive-aggressive remarks or forced photos. Our friends made uncomfortable and amusing toasts. Someone spilled red wine and blamed it on former exes. People stayed late, long after the music should have ceased. Nobody looked at their watches or pretended to care. They were just there. And so was I. When the night came to an end and the last lanterns were turned off, I sat with Laya on the cabin porch, wrapped in a blanket, in solitude. Just the 2 of us. She leaned her head against my shoulder. I saw them, she replied gently. I know. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to ruin it. You didn't, I muttered. They couldn't ruin it, even if they tried. She reached into her pocket and took out a small white envelope. This came while you were getting ready. I didn't want to hand it to you before the ceremony. I took it gradually. My name was written in my mother's handwriting yet again. There was a $10,000 check inside, along with this note. For the wedding expenses. We know things are probably tight. Don't let your pride ruin your marriage before it starts. Think about your future. Mom. There were no signatures. No warmth. Just assuming I was still on sale. I chuckled and slipped the check into the fire pit near us. The flames spread swiftly, twisting the paper into black wisps that floated into the air. Laya did not say anything. She simply drew the blanket tighter about us, and we stayed there until the fire died down, the last ember blazing like the final word. I never had to utter a thing. A week later, we were back at home. Married. A peaceful marriage. The venue had been cleaned, the deposit had been paid, the images were being edited, and the silence from my family was deafening. At first I believed they'd finally accepted it. My decision to break the cord they'd been yanking all my life. But then the repercussions began. Not from them, but from everyone around them. It started with a voicemail from my cousin Rachel. Hey, I don't want to be weird, but your mom's been telling people you had a mental breakdown at the wedding. She said you kicked them out and that you banned the family because Laya doesn't like them. But I saw the photos. You guys looked happy. So, I just wanted to check. Are you okay? I replayed the message twice. Then I checked Facebook. Sure enough, the day following the wedding, my mother wrote an ambiguous status. When you raise someone with love and they repay you with exile, you have to let go and pray they find their way back before it's too late. Heartbroken Dars family, first. The responses were filled with sympathy. Praying for you. Kids can be so selfish these days. You're such a strong woman. And of course, one from Brooke's closest friend. Ugh, I still can't believe he didn't even let you stay. Disgusting. It would have been funny if it hadn't been so deliberate. They were spinning the story, attempting to reclaim control of a narrative they had lost. In their view, I was unstable, theatrical, and dominated by a manipulative wife, a cautionary story. So I did something I hadn't intended for. I replied. Not through a Facebook post or text thread. I wrote a letter, a real one. I printed it up, wrapped it in an envelope and shipped it to my parents, Brooke, and a few relatives who had expressed worry. There's no drama. Just facts. Dear family, You've made it apparent that your narrative of my life makes more sense to you than the truth ever has. So let me say it once, plainly. I did not experience a breakdown. I did not exclude you for malice or manipulation. I choose to start a new chapter in my life with individuals that love me for who I am, not what they expect me to be. Brooke, you once told me I wasn't wedding material and didn't deserve the spotlight. You chuckled while saying it, but the consequences were real. For years I internalized every casual word, every backhanded compliment, and every time I was treated as an afterthought. I kept quiet because I was taught that family forgives. But forgiveness necessitates remorse, and you have never acknowledged your words or actions. Mom, your check did not come from love. It arrived with strings. It was a leash presented as a gift. I do not need it. We never did. You were not excluded from my wedding. You were just never included in a moment that you had no role in creating. I've spent my life trying to be accepted by people who perceive me as the family's financial burden, the emotional punching bag, and the one who doesn't fit in. I'm done fitting into a mold you created out of bitterness and entitlement. I did not take you out of my life to punish you. I let you go because holding you is breaking me, and I will not carry that any longer. David. I sent the letter and moved on. There was no response, no apologies, not even a text. However, something unexpected began to develop gradually over the next few months. A cousin I hadn't seen in years messaged me, saying she always thought I was treated unfairly. An old family friend contacted me and said she was proud of how I stood up for myself. Even my Uncle Ray called again, this time in a calmer tone. They won't say it, he said to me. But they know. Deep down, they know. And it was enough. Leia and I moved into a new apartment 3 months after our wedding. It wasn't large, but it had a balcony, morning light, and enough room for a piano she acquired at a thrift store. She's playing while I'm cooking. Sometimes I just stop to watch her fingers glide across the keys, as if they're rewriting the soundtrack to my life. And every now and again, when the music floats through the open window and everything feels too calm, I recall that folding chair from Brooke's wedding. I remember the smirk, the side comments, and how they always acted as if I had to earn their love. I smile, because I finally understand that love is not acquired via pain. It was picked, and I choose to live without them. No more waiting for permission. No more shrinking to fit. No more setting a place at a table where I was never actually welcome. This life, imperfect, wonderful, and mine, is what I created when I stopped asking for permission. And I wouldn't trade it for a place at anyone's table. Not even theirs. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My family humiliated me at my brother's party. This is petty, Mom hissed. I kept silence. Then canceled vendors, and walked off with their check. I drove 7 hours for my brother's engagement celebration. My seat was taken by his fiance's dog sitter. My mother muttered, "You don't have to be here." I got into my car, opened my banking app, and canceled the event deposit. At 9:04 p.m., my father texted, "Why did the venue ask us to leave?" This made me upset. And at that point, I was thinking about how selfish they were. Even terrible was the shame. When I realized the folks surrounding me had heard what she said, I felt a rush of heat up my neck. They weren't even pretending not to hear. "You don't need to be here." It was not a proposal. It was a dismissal. And it hit harder than she probably intended. Because it wasn't just about the party. It was about every time I was shoved to the side to make place for Leo, Dad's ego, or my mother's perception of looks. I had driven 7 hours through heat, construction zones, and heavy traffic to see my brother. I didn't have the time to spare. I absolutely did not have the money. But I had handed them $3,000, like everyone else, with no questions asked, since I assumed it was what relatives did. I even left a letter with the transfer. "I'm happy for you, brother. Let's have a great celebration." That is what I had written. I parked 2 streets over because their driveway and the surrounding road were jam-packed with luxury rentals and personalized plates. Leo always had a flair for the dramatic. When I stepped inside, I could tell the vibe was off. It was not warm. It wasn't joyful. It felt organized and produced, like a reality show set. People gazed at me, but no one said anything. I approached the tables, seeking for place cards with family names. I circled once and then again. No, Kenny. There's no extra seat. My name was nowhere to be found, so I asked, "Where are the servers?" A nice young man informed me that all of the seats were taken. I pointed to the open chair that should have been mine at the end, near my father. He paused. Then he said, "Oh, that's Chloe's dog sitter." I simply stared at him. This was not a mistake. This was deliberate. My mother then came over. She did not inquire about the drive, did not hug me, didn't even smile. I just dropped the line like it was no big thing. "You don't need to be here." I was standing 3 feet from the patio entrance and I could see people were looking. One woman standing next to the hors d'oeuvres table averted her gaze swiftly. Someone else did smirk. That's when I understood they had made me an extra. The out-of-town relative who may be overlooked for the sake of appearances. The brother who lacked the polish required to complement the rest of the decor. So I left. I strolled back to my car without saying anything, sat behind the wheel and stared at the dashboard for a whole minute. Then I unlocked my phone, navigated to the banking app, and reviewed the transaction. I sent a $3,000 deposit for this circus. I choose cancel. It would take a few days to hit, but I didn't mind. I wanted the process to begin. At exactly 9:04 p.m., my father sent me a text message. "Why are we leaving the party?" Not "Where are you?" Not "Is everything all right?" Not even a basic comeback. Just a demand. Like if I had broken something. I looked at the message and something snapped in me. It was not wrath. Not yet. It was something colder. I hadn't felt this clarity in a long time. I realized I'd been funding this delusion. Their polished, picture-perfect life, and I was the only one who still believed I had to earn my position there. I did not respond. I set my phone to Do Not Disturb, backed out of the driveway, and drove off into the night. I wasn't sure where I was going yet, but I knew I wasn't finished. They assumed I was the easy one, the silent one, the one who always took the blow. They were about to find out I was done playing that part. I did not go far. I just parked in a dark area of a Target parking lot several miles away. The engine is off, and the windows are cracked. It was quiet enough to ponder, and I needed a second to figure out what would happen next. But I already knew the answer. I opened the event invoice that my mother had sent me 2 months before. It mentioned everything: catering, furniture rental, floral design, and a 6-piece string quartet. Total cost, $26,400, divided among 9 persons. They had calculated it to the cent. My portion was $2,933.33, but I rounded it up to $3,000 before sending it. I scrolled through the message chain. That's when I spotted something unusual. My name still appeared on the vendor paperwork. They'd used my billing information for the dessert company, the florist, and a champagne rental service that I couldn't remember signing up for. My deposit was not simply a gift. It was a deposit. Mine, under my name, with my card. I called the dessert establishment first. I told them I needed to put a hold on the payment due to a family issue. They were very understanding. They said they wouldn't charge the remaining amount unless I gave the go-ahead. Then comes the floral company. Same thing. It helped since I still had receipts and had spoken to them directly once or twice. I spent the next few hours mailing cancellation emails. Nothing very dramatic. Just enough to cause delays, costs, or block reimbursements. I didn't intend to spoil the entire party. Not yet. I simply wanted them to feel the crack in the wall. A little strain in their ideal night. By 11 p.m., I had set everything into motion. Then I drove across town to stay at my friend Tyler's house. He resided in a little guest house behind a larger property and always had a spot available. He didn't ask many questions. He simply handed me a spare blanket, nodded toward the couch, and offered me a beer. I set my phone to Do Not Disturb mode before I even lay down. I awoke the next morning to mayhem and 21 missed calls. Texts from my father, mother, aunt, Leo, and even Chloe. The tone was rapidly increasing. I disregarded them all. Tyler and I were drinking coffee outside around 10 a.m. when a black SUV pulled into the gravel driveway. It was my parents. They did not knock. They did not wait. They stormed through the back gate as if they owned it. My mom was outraged. My father was holding his phone as if it were evidence. "You've humiliated us," he stated. "No," he replied. "You humiliated me." I just returned the favor. They resorted to accusations, guilt trips, and the works. How dare I ruin Leo's night? How petty I was for storming out. I just let them talk. And after they were finished, I said just one sentence. "You now owe me $8,800. My father blinked as if he hadn't heard me. "You heard me. I put $3,000 down under my name. I froze the rest of the vendors tied to that payment. You're going to cover those losses, or those vendors can come after you since you all benefited from a service I paid for." Chloe arrived a few minutes later, dressed as if she hadn't slept and still wearing party clothes. She attempted to join in. I did not glance at her. Tyler stood awkwardly near the steps, but I could see he was enjoying the performance. There were no decent spins. There is no way for them to misinterpret this. For once, I had leverage. "I'm done being treated like a +1 in my own family." I responded, "You want a clean party? Pay for it." I informed them that I would be staying 2 more nights in town. If they wanted to shout, negotiate, or throw another tantrum, they could do so after I left. They didn't leave immediately. My father stood with his arms crossed as if I were a contractor who had skipped out on drywall work. My mother began pacing in short, stiff lines next to Tyler's grill, utterly disregarding the fact that we were guests in someone else's home. She was talking quickly, not to me, but to the air, saying things like, "You're making a scene. This is petty." Leo's night was ruined. As if she could turn the circumstance into something more appealing. "You've humiliated us," my father stated once more, as if repeating it would make it my fault. "No," I replied. "You humiliated me. You just didn't think I'd respond." They despised that. I despised the fact that I couldn't yell, cry, or urge anyone to listen to my side of the story. I was relaxed, too calm. That's when they realized they weren't going to regain control. Chloe appeared midway through, still dressed in the same clothes as the night before, but with a hoodie wrapped over it in such a way that she blended in. She took a mild approach, saying how the whole affair had been blown out of proportion. I asked her a question. "You gave my seat to your dog sitter?" She didn't respond straight away, simply shifted her gaze to the ground. "I didn't know. There wasn't room for you," she finally said. "So the dog sitter was a higher priority." More silence. Tyler stayed to the side, leaning against the back stairs, pretending he was somewhere else. But he didn't interrupt, which I appreciated. My mother stepped in again, her voice tight. "This is not how families treat each other." I laughed once, not because anything was hilarious, but because that statement reminded me of a game show called Gaslight Me More. "Mom," she began as I glanced at her, "family doesn't tell their son he doesn't have to be there. Family doesn't let a stranger take his spot at the table. Family doesn't call after the damage is done to act shocked when he walks out." I then provided them the number. "You owe me $8,800. They were staring. I detailed everything in detail. The vendors, the deposits, the contracts, my name, billing information, and my credit card. I did not yell. I did not plead. I spoke as if I had had enough of playing dumb to keep the peace. They attempted to argue. Of course they did. My father inquired whether I was truly going to charge my own family. I clarified, "I'm not charging anyone. I'm collecting. I paid for things you used. You want to be adults who host luxury events and make unilateral decisions? Then act like it. Pay your bills." Chloe attempted to speak again, but I cut her off. "I'm not negotiating with someone who thought I was beneath the guest list. You had your moment. This is mine." They eventually ran out of arguments. My mother called me chilly. My father called me ungrateful. Chloe said nothing else. Leo did not show up. I suppose that was telling on its own. They departed not because they accepted anything, but simply because they had no leverage. They'd entered the only location where they couldn't control the story, and that terrified them. The rest of the day, I remained silent. Tyler and I grilled hamburgers, watched a movie on his projector, and scarcely discussed the situation. But before I went to bed, I put my phone off Do Not Disturb mode just long enough to see what had accumulated. Leo texted me. I didn't know about the seat. I didn't mean for that to happen. No apologies. No ownership. It's just damage control. I shut off my phone and tossed it on the table. If they wanted to regard me as an outsider, they could accept the outsider version of me. The next morning they showed up again, this time with backup. Leo was with them. Chloe too. All of them stood in Tyler's gravel driveway at 8:47 a.m. as if they were preparing to perform an intervention. But this time, I wasn't answering the door alone. They pounded on the screen door 3 times like cops with no rest between sets. Tyler was standing behind me, barefoot and holding a coffee mug, and he looked at me like, "Are you sure you want this?" But I was already headed towards the door. Leo was in front. Behind him appeared my parents and Chloe, all clothed as if they hadn't slept. Perhaps they'd all gotten together early for a strategy session on how to remedy the PR nightmare I'd become. Leo spoke first. "Can we come in?" I stood aside because I didn't want them to have the gratification of labeling me dramatic for refusing. Tyler grabbed his keys and headed out the back. He wasn't about to witness a family breakdown. We stood in the center of the living room. No chairs, no coffee, just 4 people staring at me as if they couldn't believe I wasn't apologizing. Leo began discussing misunderstandings, such as the fact that he hadn't seen the seating chart, that it was Chloe's planner, and that the entire situation had escalated faster than he expected. I cut him off. "You had 6 weeks to check the guest list. You approved the table cards. You walked past me last night and didn't say a word." He looked down and I thought he was going to admit it. But then Chloe jumped in. "This isn't about a chair." "No," he replied. "It's about the way all of you look at me like I'm the extra. The one who doesn't matter. The one who pays, shows up, shuts up, and still gets treated like a mistake." My mother's arms were folded. My father stood like a statue, jaw rigid. "Stop pretending this is new," I told you. "When I got laid off, nobody called. When I couldn't make Thanksgiving 2 years ago, you told people I was going through something. When I finally get here after a 7-hour drive, you let someone who walks your dog take my place at the table." Leo said something about trying to avoid a scene. I stared at him. "You didn't want a scene? You threw a $26,000 party. You hired a violinist to play Post Malone. You had an ice sculpture of your initials. But me sitting at the family table was going to ruin the image?" Chloe murmured something to my mother. My mother did not answer and continued to watch me as if I were an insect she did not want to touch. "You want to talk about scenes?" I asked. "Let's talk about how you humiliated me in front of strangers. Let's talk about how you told me I didn't have to be there in front of guests. You didn't just exclude me, you made sure people saw it." That was when my father finally said anything. "This is still your brother's moment. You're making it all about you." I laughed. "I made it about me the second I canceled the deposit. I'm not paying for a party where I wasn't even welcome." He opened his mouth, but I was not finished. "You owe me $8,800. I don't care how you split it. I'm not chasing vendors. I'm not covering charges. And I'm not disappearing just because it's inconvenient for you." My mother wondered if I was doing it out of spite. "No," I replied. "I'm doing this because for the first time in my life I finally understand that I don't owe any of you." Silence. The room became quiet after that. Nobody knew what to say. They had come here anticipating a winnable argument or a manageable breakdown. But I wasn't melting down. I was done. They left shortly after. Leo replied he would work it out. My father walked away without saying another thing. My mother did not look at me. Chloe was the last to depart. and she did not even close the gate behind her. That night, I packed my belongings. After one more night in town, I was leaving. No goodbyes, no calls. Allow them to sit with it. The idea was to depart early the next morning. There's no drama, no notes, simply gone. Tyler volunteered to drive me halfway and said he had some errands in the next town over. I was folding my things into my duffel bag when my phone lit up. It was an email. Subject: Final payment notice for Aurora Catering. I opened it, expecting a follow-up from one of the sellers I'd previously stalled. But this one was new. It was a late-stage invoice that had somehow gotten past my screen. Due today. Under my name. Total: $3,600. I read it twice. Then I called them. It turned out that my father had identified me as the key event liaison on the catering team's contract. He had never told me. They had already charged my card for the deposit many weeks ago. Now the balance was pending, and if I didn't cancel it today, they'd charge the whole amount by 5 p.m. I hung up and sat there with the phone on my lap, scarcely blinking. It wasn't all arrogance anymore. It was calculated. They did not simply take advantage of me. They expected me to ignore it, to pay up and disappear. That's when I decided to return. Not to raise a scene or to ask for anything, but because if this was the end of things, I wasn't going to leave room for misunderstanding. Tyler did not even ask questions. He simply gave me the keys to his spare car and said, "Go finish it." I drove to Leo and Chloe's residence, not the event venue, but their condo on the opposite side of town. The lights were turned on, and Chloe's car was out front. I knocked once. Chloe answered. She appeared stunned. "I'm not here for another argument," I told you. "I'm here to tell you I found the invoice. Catering. My name. My card. Another $3,600. She blinked quickly, then moved back to let me in. Leo sat on the couch. He appeared to have not slept. Perhaps he finally realized what this had become. "You're using me like a bank account," I told you. "And then you pretend I'm the selfish one." He did not refute it. Chloe claimed she didn't realize I was still listed as the contact. I shut her off. "No more explanations. I'm canceling that payment too. And if they charge me, I'm sending all of you the bill. I'll take it to court if I have to." Leo eventually looked up. "You'd go that far?" I nodded. "You've left me with nothing else." But then something unexpected happened. Chloe stood up, walked to the kitchen, and returned with an envelope. She handed it to me, saying nothing. Inside was a check for $3,000. "For the deposit," she explained. "The one you already paid for." I stared at it. Part of me wondered if this was due to guilt, or if she simply wanted me out of their lives without causing legal problems. I didn't care. I took the check and said, "That leaves $5,800. Nobody spoke. I walked out. Back at Tyler's, I placed the check on the table and sat in silence for a long time. That was it. The break. Something that couldn't be undone right now. This is not a misunderstanding, not a bad night. A purposeful exploitation of me financially, emotionally, and completely. They had expected me to stay quiet. They had no idea how loud I could become when I eventually spoke. The next morning I left shortly before daybreak. The air was heavy and still. Tyler gave me a thermos of coffee and a subtle nod. I enjoyed that none of us were big on theatrical goodbyes. I took one last look at his small property before pulling out of the gravel road without saying anything. I had only been there for 3 days, but it felt like a year had passed. Or perhaps I've merely aged one. My phone began vibrating again about 20 minutes after leaving the city. I ignored the first few of calls, but the texts kept pouring. I peeked at one while I was at a fueling station from my dad. "We need to talk." From my mother. "Come by the house. Do not leave like this." Even Leo tried again. "Let us chat. It's just us." Everyone sounded different now. Less confident. I'm not sure I'd just fall back in line. I didn't respond. But curiosity got the best of me. I turned the car around. When I arrived at my parents' place, they were waiting in the living room. Leo was already inside and pacing. My mother was sitting stiffly on the couch's arm. My father was standing by the fireplace, arms folded again. Chloe wasn't present this time. I did not sit down. My father started with the usual. You've made your point. Then something about not letting things continue on, as if I was the one causing the issue. I questioned him directly. Are you going to pay the $5,800? He did not respond at first. My mother looked over at him but saw nothing. I'll give you $3,000, he finally announced. That's fair. I laughed once. Not a genuine chuckle, more like disbelief. You're offering me fairness now? He approached me, and my mother stood up, as if she might mediate, but I raised my hand. Number, you don't get to negotiate. Not after everything. Not after the way you made me feel in front of strangers. Not after telling me I didn't have to be there. My voice did not soar. I was not angry, I was just finished. I removed the catering invoice from my back pocket and placed it on the coffee table. This is yours now. I've spoken to them. They're expecting payment today. You can either call them or let them come for you. I don't care either way. Leo attempted to speak up, but I cut him off too. I've got nothing left to say to any of you. And I intended it. They didn't try to stop me as I walked out. No yelling. There were no tears. No parting shots. Just silence. The kind that feels hollow rather than serene. When I got back on the interstate, I turned my phone to mute and tucked it inside the glove box. By the time I arrived home that evening, I felt like I could breathe again. Not because everything was resolved, but because I had finally stopped allowing them to pull me underwater. There was no more group texting, no calls, nothing. And for once, it was just what I wanted. 3 days. That was all it needed to pull back the curtain and reveal what I had been hiding for years. No more favors, no more deposits, no more silence. Just peace. And I wasn't going to give it up for anyone. An update. It had been a month of stillness. No missed calls. No texts. Not even a second-hand update from a cousin. For the first time in a long time, I felt able to breathe. I had started sleeping better. I wasn't jumping for every notification. I wondered if they'd finally gotten it. Then, on Sunday afternoon, there was a knock. I checked the peephole. My stomach dropped. My parents, Leo, Chloe, standing on my porch, as if it were Thanksgiving and they were delivering pie. I opened the door halfway. What are you doing here? We thought enough time had passed, my mother explained, as if a calendar could erase what they had done. Leo appeared hopeful. Chloe carried a pastel gift bag, as if she were offering serenity. Nobody grinned. They simply looked eager. I allowed them in. I wanted to know what they thought would happen. It took 5 minutes to realize nothing had changed. My father brought up the catering invoice and mentioned that he knew someone who might be able to haggle it down. My mother mentioned moving forward with family vacations. Chloe inquired if I had any wedding RSVP dates in mind. Not a single word of apology. Not a single sentence mentions the party, the money, or what they did to me in front of strangers. It was like seeing someone try to use rewind on a fire. I stood up and opened the door. You need to leave. My mother scowled, as if I were being ridiculous. Leo merely looked puzzled. You think a month passed and I'd forget? Was what I said. You didn't come here to fix anything. You came to clean your conscience. Chloe tried to give me the present bag. I did not take it. I'm not coming to the wedding, I said. I'm not coming for the holidays. I'm done. They stood there as if they did not believe me. I gave you every chance, I explained, and every time you proved exactly who you are. They walked out slowly, glancing back as if I could stop them. I did not. The present bag remained unopened on the table. I threw it in the trash an hour later without even looking inside. That's the last time I opened the door for them. I paid $4,375 for our family Christmas. They left without me and called me, controlling when I canceled the entire trip on Christmas Eve. I paid for 80% of our family's Christmas trip and performed all of the planning, yet everyone made their own travel plans and began their holiday without me. So I canceled all of my plans. I am 28, and I have always been the family planner and the one with the most consistent income among my siblings. My folks are retired and living on a fixed income. My older brother Jason, 31, works in construction. But his work is seasonal, so money is difficult during the winter. My younger sister Erin, 25, recently graduated from graduate school, so she is currently paying off loans and works part-time while looking for jobs. I work in technology and make a good living, so I've developed a habit of organizing family excursions and paying more than my fair share of expenses, because I want us all to spend time together, and I know money is tight for everyone else. This began about 6 months ago, when my mother commented how much she missed the huge family Christmases we used to have as children, and how it would be good to do something special now that Erin had graduated and Jason's fiancée Lena might be joining our family soon. I became enthusiastic about the concept and began researching choices for a family Christmas vacation. After looking into numerous options, I discovered this incredible mountain home that could comfortably sleep 8 people, had a large kitchen for cooking together, a fireplace, and a hot tub, the works. It was in Colorado, and the photos looked fantastic. The overall cost of a week-long stay during Christmas was $5,500, which made me choke somewhat. But I thought about how much joy it would bring everyone, and how we hadn't been together for a holiday in nearly 3 years. When I mentioned the idea over our family group chat, everyone was really excited. Mom began talking about all the cookies she planned to bake. Jason stated that he and Lena were certainly in. Erin was overjoyed to have a white Christmas, and Dad was already planning which movies we would watch by the fire. Here's where I made what I considered a generous offer. I told everyone I truly wanted to make this happen for our family, and because I knew everyone's budget was tight, I offered to cover the most of the expense myself. I proposed that I pay $4,000 of the $5,500, with the remaining $1,500 divided among my parents, Jason and Lena, Erin and myself. That meant everyone else would only have to donate $375 each, which appeared much more feasible for their budgets. So my total would be $4,375 out of $5,500, or almost 80% of the cost. Everyone expressed their gratitude and stated it was really generous of me. Jason stated he and Lena couldn't have financed the trip otherwise. Erin burst into tears as she said how much it meant to her to have a family Christmas after such a tough year of graduate school. And my parents continued thanking me for making it possible for the entire family to get together. I felt great about being able to share this event with my family. I charged the entire $5,500 to my credit card, and received confirmation for the cabin, with the idea that everyone would pay me their $375 parts before the vacation. Over the next 2 months, I was in charge of all the planning. I looked into local activities, discovered decent restaurants, planned meals we could prepare together, and scheduled everyone's time off from work. Everyone looked to be really interested and thrilled, sharing ideas and discussing how much fun it would be. About 2 months before the trip, I mentioned collecting everyone's $375 payments so that I could pay off my credit card. Everyone agreed and thanked me again for funding such a significant percentage of the bill. As we came closer to the trip, I began to see some worrying signals, but I tried to dismiss them since I didn't want to appear anxious or controlling. About 3 weeks before we were supposed to leave, I asked everyone for $375. Jason explained that he and Lena were still putting the money together and asked if they could repay me after Christmas, when he got his next major construction job. Erin explained that she had some unforeseen expenses and needed to pay me in installments over the next few months. My parents agreed to pay their half but asked if they could wait until after the trip because they had some medical issues that month. I was furious, but I didn't want to be the horrible guy who destroys Christmas for money, so I said fine. Everyone could repay me after the trip. Even though it was just $375 per person, I believed they'd be fine eventually, and I didn't want to stress everyone out right before what was supposed to be a joyful family trip, for which I was already paying the majority of the expenses. Then, about a week before the trip, the preparations began to take an unusual turn. I had planned a detailed itinerary that included varied activities for each day, restaurant reservations, and grocery lists for our cooking nights. Everything was coordinated and shared with everyone. But the main difficulty began approximately 4 days before we were meant to go. I texted the group chat, asking everyone to confirm their flight details so we could plan airport pickup timings, and then everything fell wrong. Jason replied back, stating that he and Lena had decided to drive instead of flying because it was less expensive, and that they planned to leave a day early to make a road trip out of it. Erin explained that she had really booked a trip that arrived 2 days before everyone else because her pal could only hang out on certain days. My parents indicated they were still planned to fly on the original day, but they had booked a different flight that was $100 less per person. I was truly astonished and hurt. I pointed out that we had deliberately planned this as a family trip, where we'd all go together and spend the entire week together, but suddenly everyone was making individual plans that didn't include me. I stated that it appeared that they were treating this as individual vacations where they simply happened to be staying in the same spot, rather than the family holiday I had envisioned and was paying 80% of the money for. That's when things became pretty tense. Jason accused me of being controlling and stated that it didn't matter when everyone arrived as long as we were all there for Christmas. Aaron asked why I was so concerned about travel plans when the most important thing was to spend time together. My parents said they were just trying to save money and didn't believe it was important. I tried to explain that I had worked hard to prepare this trip as a family event, and that I was contributing over $4,000 of my own money, particularly to ensure that we had a unique family vacation together. I stated that it appeared like everyone was treating the trip as separate vacation accommodations that I was supporting, rather than the family experience I had planned and was mostly paying for. Jason became defensive, claiming that I was being theatrical, that they were all still planning to attend the vacation, and that I was acting as if they had canceled. Aaron said I was being unfair and that everyone was still thrilled about the vacation, but their reactions indicated that they didn't understand why I was upset, which made me feel even worse. The next day, I decided to attempt to salvage things and wrote a message asking if we could at least plan such that everyone was at the cabin by a particular time on Christmas Eve, so we could have a real family meal and gift exchange. I stated that I would change my own travel plans to ensure that I arrived on time, regardless of when everyone else arrived. I didn't hear back from anyone for about 12 hours, until Jason texted back, stating he and Lena had already made dinner reservations at a local restaurant for Christmas Eve and couldn't change them. Aaron mentioned that she might be spending Christmas Eve with a friend and would try to get to the cabin by Christmas morning. My folks said they'd be there on Christmas Eve, but then booked an early ticket home the next day since they found a fantastic bargain and didn't want to stay the entire week. At this point, I was quite irritated because I felt like everyone was treating this trip as if it were just a convenient place to stay while they went on their own separate holiday activities, despite my significant financial contribution to making this family event possible. I phoned my mother immediately since I suspected there was some miscommunication in the group conversation. When we spoke, she seemed shocked that I was so unhappy, and she said she assumed I'd be glad that everyone was still going to the trip, even if the schedule was little different than planned. I tried to explain that I had planned and paid for 80% of this trip particularly to allow our family to spend quality time together, but it felt like everyone was treating it like a subsidized vacation rental while they pursued their own vacation plans. She said she understood my displeasure, but I had expected too much coordination from everyone, and the most important thing was that we were all in the same spot. Following that call, I became even more furious since it appeared that no one in my family understood why I was upset, and I began to wonder whether I was being unreasonable. But then I remembered that I had spent months planning this trip, put over $4,000 of my own money into it, arranged my own work schedule around the family's plans, and now everyone was treating it as if it were individual vacation accommodations that I was providing for free. I awoke 2 days before the intended departure date to a group message from Jason informing me that he and Lena were departing that morning for their road trip and would see everyone at the cabin. A few hours later, Erin texted that she was at the airport, about to catch her early flight. That afternoon, my parents texted me that they had decided to alter their flight to leave that evening rather than the next day, because they were excited to begin their vacation. I was at work when I received all of these messages, and I had this terrible sinking sensation in my stomach. I noticed that everyone in my family had started their trip without me, despite the fact that I had planned and paid for 80% of everything. I texted the group to see if anyone wanted to meet up when I arrived the next day, as scheduled, but no one replied for hours. Finally, Jason texted back that they were driving and had horrible mobile coverage, but that they would see me when I arrived. Erin quickly messaged me, saying she was busy but looking forward to seeing me soon. My parents did not respond at all. That evening, I was sitting at home packing for a trip that suddenly felt very different from what I had planned and paid for. I kept thinking about how I was going to arrive at this cabin after everyone had already gone on their own separate vacations for a day or two, and how the family holiday I had planned and donated almost $4,000 to would never happen. I couldn't sleep that night because I was torn between being hurt and angry, and I wondered if I was overreacting to what could have been simply bad communication and different travel preferences. I was scheduled to fly out in the afternoon the following morning. I was anxious and upset, but I kept telling myself that maybe things would improve once we were all together. Around noon, I texted the group to see how everyone was doing, and if there was anything I should pick up on the way from the airport. Jason responded back, stating he and Lena were having a great day and had discovered a great hiking track. They planned to spend the day exploring the region. Erin texted a selfie with her pal, saying they were having a great day catching up and planned to go skiing that afternoon. My parents sent a message saying they had checked into the cabin, it was gorgeous, and they were going to drive into town to explore. Reading those texts, I had a flash of clarity and recognized that everyone was already on their own holidays, utilizing the property I had paid $4,375 for as their base. Despite my significant financial commitment to making this family event possible, I would arrive at a place where everyone had already established their own routines and schedules that did not include me. I sat there, staring at my packed bag and printed flight card, and made a decision that I'm still not convinced was correct or wrong. I texted the group that I wasn't feeling well and couldn't make the trip. I told everyone I hoped they had a good time and that we could arrange something new when they returned. My phone suddenly began ringing. Jason called first and was genuinely worried, asking if I was all right and if I needed anything. I told him I was feeling pretty bad and didn't want to travel. He suggested that was probably a good idea and that I should rest. Erin called next, saying she was sorry I wasn't feeling well and asking if she could help. I stated I needed to sleep it off. My parents contacted that evening, and my mother was concerned about me being unwell alone. I felt bad lying to them, but I also thought that explaining the true reason I wasn't coming would only cause drama and ruin everyone else's trip, which I had largely paid for. For the next 2 days, I received intermittent texts from everyone wishing I was feeling better and sending photos from their activities. Jason and Lena shared images of their hiking trips. Erin sent photos of herself snowboarding with her companion. My parents sent images of the cabin and the local Christmas market they went to. Everyone appeared to be having a good time, enjoying the vacation I had made possible. But then, on Christmas Eve, I started receiving various types of messages. Erin texted, wondering when I thought I'd be feeling well enough to join them, as she hoped we could conduct our present exchange soon. My parents called to see if I was feeling better, and if I wanted them to set aside some of the Christmas supper they had planned. Jason texted to see if I was still going to come for the second half of the week. I realized that everyone was expecting me to show up at some time, even though they had all started the journey without me and had been doing their own things. It appeared that they wanted me to come finish paying for and organizing the family vacation they had already been enjoying on their own terms. I decided to be honest and wrote a message to the group chat saying that I wasn't actually unwell, but that I felt hurt and excluded when everyone made separate travel plans and began the trip without including me in the coordination. I stated that it appeared that everyone was treating the trip I had planned and paid for mostly as individual vacation accommodations, rather than a family event. The reaction did not meet my expectations. Jason called me right away and was furious, accusing me of lying to everyone and making them worried about me for no apparent reason. He said I was being deceptive, and that everyone had still planned to spend time with me once I arrived. Erin texted, stating she was sad because I hadn't been honest about my sentiments and that she believed I was punishing everyone for not following my exact intentions. My parents called, and my father was really unhappy. He claimed I had been dishonest and was spoiling Christmas for everyone. He stated they had been looking forward to seeing me and couldn't understand why I was causing issues with travel itineraries. In all of these conversations, I tried to explain that I felt like everyone had prioritized their own individual vacation plans over the family trip we had supposedly planned together, and that it hurt to realize I was apparently the only one who cared about us actually spending the trip together. I reminded out that I had contributed over $4,000 specifically to make this family adventure possible, but no one seemed to get it, and everyone was fixated on the fact that I had lied about being unwell. Then my mother called me back and said something that truly hurt. She said that I had offered to pay for the most of the trip and everyone had been thankful, but that didn't give me control over how everyone else spent their holiday. She accused me of being selfish and attempting to manipulate everyone into following my exact plans simply because I had paid for the majority of the trip. That conversation hurt because it made me realize that my family perceived my financial contribution as just paying for something, rather than making a significant sacrifice so that we could all have a family event. It appeared that they thought I had paid for the trip as a present with no expectations, rather than realizing that I had donated more than $4,000 because I wanted us to have a specific type of experience together. After that call, I was angry and wounded, and I took a decision that I knew would most likely make things worse, but I felt like my kindness was being utterly ignored. I had invested over $4,000 of my own money to create a family event, yet everyone treated it as if it were a subsidized individual vacation rental. I went into the Airbnb website and canceled our reservation. Because it was Christmas Eve and we were well within the stringent cancellation time, I lost the entire $5,500, which included the $4,375 I had paid as a gift and the $1,125 in donations I would never get. But I was so upset and felt misled that I no longer cared about the money. I just wanted everyone to understand that if they didn't want to participate in the family trip I had planned and mainly paid for, it wouldn't happen at all. I did not immediately tell anyone what I had done. I simply switched off my phone and attempted to have a quiet Christmas alone, which was dismal but preferable to continuing to quarrel with my family. When I turned on my phone the day after Christmas, there were roughly 30 missed calls and several text messages. Apparently, everyone was shut out of the cabin on Christmas morning and discovered that the reservation had been canceled. The Airbnb owner apologized, but stated that the booking had been canceled by the person who made it, and there was nothing they could do because it was a vacation and the cabin was already reserved by other visitors. My family had to scurry for hotel rooms on Christmas Day, which were both expensive and limited in availability. Jason and Lena decided to go home that day because they couldn't afford hotel rooms for the rest of the week. Erin had to cancel her plans with her friend and go home early. My parents were able to obtain a hotel room, but the cost was nearly equal to their original $375 payment. The messages I received were not pleasant. Jason sent me a long text calling me selfish and vengeful, claiming that I had ruined Christmas for everyone and cost them money they couldn't afford to lose. Erin labeled me manipulative and couldn't believe I would punish everyone for not meeting my exact requests. My parents were horrified and disappointed. My father claimed he never imagined I would be so harsh to my own family. But what really irritated me was that no one mentioned that I had lost over $4,000 of my own money, or that I had spent months arranging a trip that everyone had virtually abandoned while still expecting me to pay for. Everyone was focused on how my cancellation had inconvenienced them, but no one seemed to acknowledge that their actions had also hurt and inconvenienced me, especially given my significant financial contribution. So, am I an asshole for doing this? Update. It's been almost a week since my last post, and I wanted to give everyone an update on what's been going on because the situation has become more confusing, and I'm still processing everything. First, I'd like to respond to some of the comments on my initial post. Many people questioned why I didn't just talk to my family directly before canceling the trip, and in retrospect, I believe I should have been more vocal about my worries earlier in the process. I tend to avoid confrontation, so I was probably hoping that things would work out without me being the bad one who puts their foot down on plans. Several individuals also pointed out that I should have been more clear about my expectations when I first offered to pay for such a major amount of the vacation, which I believe is also valid criticism. I was attempting to be kind and allow everyone to participate, but I didn't adequately express that my generosity was linked to particular expectations about how the trip would proceed. Anyway, here's what has happened since I last updated. My mom contacted me the day after Christmas. I was expecting another heated conversation, but she was much calmer than usual. She stated that once they had all returned home and had time to reflect on what had occurred, she was beginning to comprehend my point of view more clearly. She added that as they were all racing to locate places to stay on Christmas morning, Jason made a remark about how they didn't have to follow my itinerary anymore. And that's when she realized something. Perhaps they were treating the trip differently than I had anticipated. She stated that, from my perspective, it appeared like everyone had taken advantage of my planning and big financial commitment while ignoring the family experience I was attempting to create. My mother also stated that she thought they had all gotten a little carried away with their individual ideas, losing sight of the reality that this was supposed to be a family trip, which I was partly supporting. She understood how upsetting it would be for me to see everyone make their own plans while expecting me to handle all of the planning and cover 80% of the costs. She asked if I would be willing to speak with my father because he was still unhappy about the money they had lost on the hotel, but she felt he needed to hear my side of the story. I agreed to talk with him, and the conversation was difficult but eventually beneficial. My father was still concerned about the financial impact, especially since they are on a fixed income, and the unexpected hotel bill was a major hardship for them. However, when I explained how I felt watching everyone make separate plans for the trip I had planned and donated over $4,000 to, he began to understand why I was so upset. He said he had no idea that their decision to take a different flight was part of a pattern that made me feel excluded from my own family holiday, which I had primarily paid for. He also stated that he had mistakenly thought of my financial contribution as just being generous, not realizing that I was making such a large amount specifically because I wanted us to have a certain type of experience together. When he thought about it that way, he understood why it felt like everyone was taking advantage of my kindness. We discussed the cancellation, and I admitted that it was most likely an excessive reaction that I had when I was deeply wounded and upset. My father stated he wished I had discussed my worries with them before it got to that stage, but he understood why I felt severe action was the only way to attract everyone's attention after contributing so much money. By the end of that conversation, my father admitted that he wasn't pleased with the way things had turned out, but he recognized that everyone had contributed to the problem, and that I hadn't just been trying to destroy everyone's Christmas for no reason. My interactions with Erin and Jason have become more difficult. Erin contacted me a few days after Christmas. She was still furious, but she was wounded rather than angry. She claimed she thought I had punished her for something she didn't realize she was doing wrong, and that if I had been more explicit about my expectations, she would have tried to meet them. I told Erin that I tried to express my concerns when everyone started making separate travel plans, but I felt that no one was listening or taking my concerns seriously, especially given how much I contributed monetarily. She remembered my being furious about the travel arrangements, but she didn't realize it was part of a larger problem with how everyone was handling the vacation. Erin also stated that she had been looking forward to meeting her buddy, and had not considered how it might influence the trip's family dynamics. She stated she could understand how it would appear that she was favoring her friend over our family time, especially because I had put in so much effort to arrange and pay for the majority of the vacation. We ended the chat on a positive tone, with Erin apologizing for not being more attentive of my sentiments and expressing a desire to rebuild our friendship. She also offered to pay me the $375 she had initially committed to contribute, even if the trip did not take place, which I appreciated given that I had lost more than $4,000. Jason has been the most difficult to deal with. When he finally called, he remained angry and defensive. He maintained that he believed I had overreacted and that canceling the trip was vengeful and manipulative. He said that he and Lena had been looking forward to the trip for months, and that I had spoiled it due to what he considered minor coordination concerns. I attempted to convey to Jason that it wasn't just about coordination, but also feeling like everyone had put their individual tastes over the family adventure we had planned together, which I was primarily supporting. I stated that when he and Lena decided to drive instead of fly, extend their trip into a road trip, make separate dinner reservations, and spend the majority of their time hiking together rather than with the family, it appeared that they were using the cabin I had paid $4,375 for as a base for their own romantic getaway, rather than participating in a family trip. Jason became defensive, claiming that he had not known I expected him and Lena to spend every minute of the trip doing family activities, and that he assumed there would be time for both family and couple activities. He stated that he felt I was trying to control every element of everyone's trip. I told Jason that I wasn't attempting to micromanage everything, but that I had planned and paid for 80% of a family trip, and when everyone began making plans that excluded the rest of the family, it no longer seemed like a family trip. I told him that if he and Lena wanted to go on a romantic retreat, they should have planned and paid for it themselves, rather than expecting me to finance their vacation while they ignored the family element. That conversation became heated, and Jason made some hurtful remarks about my controlling and manipulative behavior. He also stated that just because I made more money did not give me the right to control how others spend their time, which I believe missed the point of what I was trying to express. We concluded the call without resolving anything, and Jason hasn't contacted me since then. He also hasn't offered to pay anything towards the money I lost, after agreeing to donate $375. Lena texted me an apology for her role in the matter and expressed hope that we could work things out, but she also stated that she felt I had put Jason in an impossible position by asking him to pick between family time and relationship time. The financial position has also been a cause of stress. Since I canceled the vacation, I lost the entire $5,500, my $4,375 commitment plus the $1,125 in donations I would never get. Erin has volunteered to give me the $375 she had committed to contribute, even though the vacation did not happen, which I greatly appreciate. My parents have also offered to pay their $375 amount, while I understand it is a financial concern for them. Jason hasn't offered to pay anything, and when I mentioned it during our phone call, he argued that because I canceled the vacation, I should bear the financial penalties. He stated that he and Lena were willing to pay their half of the trip as scheduled, but they should not be required to pay for a vacation that I canceled in what he described as a tantrum. Erin pointed out that because no one has paid me yet, it's as if I paid over $4,000 to teach everyone a lesson about communication and expectations. A quite pricey lesson. She is not mistaken about that. My mother has advised that we try to plan another family trip for spring break, with greater communication and expectations from the start. She stated that everyone gained something from this experience and that we may do better next time. I'm open to the notion, but I'm also concerned about falling into the same pattern, where I wind up doing all of the preparation and paying for the most of the trip, while everyone else makes individual decisions that ignore the group. Aaron has proposed that if we do organize another trip, we should have everyone pay their amounts in advance before making any bookings, and that we should have a clear understanding of what kind of vacation we're doing, and what everyone's expectations are. That sounds like a fantastic plan to me, especially considering how much money I lost this time. I'm still unsure whether I was the asshole in this case. I believe I could have dealt with my displeasure better and been more clear about my expectations earlier in the process. But I also believe my family took advantage of my generosity and failed to examine how their individual choices influenced the experience I was attempting to build and mostly fund for all of us. What I do know is that this entire experience has taught me that I need to be more specific about my expectations when planning events for my family, especially when I'm donating a significant amount of money. I can't assume that everyone shares my vision for how things should go, simply because they appear enthusiastic about the overall concept and grateful for my financial contribution. On Mother's Day, I brought Mom flowers, her favorite perfume, and a heartfelt handwritten letter. But she dumped everything in a trash bag. This year, I hoped things would be different. Not perfect, not outstanding, but softer. I'm not sure why. Perhaps because I had been working so hard. I had not had time to overthink it. Or maybe it was because I had recently assisted her with her taxes, and she truly said thank you, which did not sound forced. Or because when I texted her last week to confirm brunch, she responded with a smile. Not an emoji, but a colon and parentheses. Old school, familiar, like when she texted me in middle school, before everything changed. So, yeah, I gave myself hope. I got her favorite perfume, the one she used to wear as a child and called me love in public. I got fresh flowers from a local shop, not the grocery store. And I spent literally hours on a handwritten letter. This isn't your typical Hallmark thanks for everything card. I told her that I understood things hadn't always been easy, that I respected all she sacrificed for me, and that I still loved her, even if she didn't always seem to want me around. It wasn't desperate, just honest. I convinced myself that brunch may be a reset, a way back in. She had me when she was just out of high school. For very some time, it was just us, messy, yet close. Then when I was 10, Mom met Jake, her current husband. He was decent at first, quiet and practical. I thought I could be gaining someone. I hadn't realized I was about to disappear. When the baby arrived, my half-brother Zach, I became more of a reminder of her past than her son. And Jake? Jake preferred a clean slate, a nuclear family. You could feel it in the way Dad always said "our boy," but never referred to me as his stepson. Unless someone specifically inquired. But I remained hopeful. Because sometimes your need to be wanted outweighs all of the reasons you should know better. So when I arrived at the house that morning with gifts in my hands, I felt happy. Nervous, yes, but also proud. I felt like I was showing up as an adult, someone worth having at the table. The house looked great. She goes all out for occasions. Mimosas, cloth napkins, and proper place cards. Pinterest energy. When I walked in, she looked up from the table. "Oh, you made it," she replied. And for half a second, I thought she meant it. That perhaps this was it. Perhaps I had finally done something correctly. I handed her the flowers and perfume. She examined the bottle as if it were a receipt she didn't recall authorizing. "Oh, you remembered this one," she remarked. Not warm, only witnessed. I didn't let it get to me. "Yeah," I smiled. "They only had one left." She nodded, already returning to the table. My half-brother Zach was talking about dorm life and how his economics professor resembles a person who has never paid rent. Everyone laughed. I sat down. My place setting included a folded napkin but no card. Nobody had saved me a mimosa. It was fine. I poured juice for myself, like a responsible adult. Jake asked how things were going at work and then turned away before I could finish answering. My mother was fixing the centerpiece. Zach passed the salt to me without looking. This was not new. But today, for whatever reason, it felt heavier. Perhaps because I had tried this time. Maybe because the letter was still in my jacket pocket and I was wondering when to give it to her. I had sealed it in a crimson envelope. Even used a decent pen. "Does anyone want more coffee?" I offered. My mother did not hear me, or she claimed not to. Halfway through lunch, my brother gave me a smirk. "So, do you enjoy celebrating Mother's Day from a distance now? Or is this a charitable visit?" Jake laughed. My mom said nothing. She simply sipped her drink. I smiled as if nothing bothered me, saying, "Well, I didn't bring a coupon, but I did bring a gift." My brother grinned. "Cool. Did you send it to her via Venmo like last year?" "Nope," I replied. "This year it's actually in writing." I stood up, removed the letter from my pocket, and placed it next to her dish. The red envelope stood out like blood on a white tablecloth. She looked at it as if I had just delivered her a court summons. Then my brother snorted. "Do you write her a love letter or something?" "Jesus, no," I replied, still smiling. "Just a thank you." The table fell silent for a moment. Then someone asked for the butter. After brunch, I helped to clean the plates. I was halfway to the kitchen with a stack when I realized the garbage bags had already been brought to the garage. We had barely completed our meal. Maybe she was simply being efficient. She preferred a tidy environment. I went outside to trash the napkins. The garage door was half open, and the sun was just bright enough to illuminate the bins heaped toward the back wall. And there, leaning against a black trash bag, I noticed it. The perfume is still packaged. The flowers were bent sideways, as if they had been thrown in without consideration. And my envelope is still sealed. Red on black plastic. My entire offering was dumped. I just stood there and stared. It did not feel like fury. At first I felt heat rise up my neck and settle behind my eyes. Not enough to make you cry, but enough to make the world seem blurry. I looked around. Nobody was watching. No camera crew appeared to suggest it was a mistake, a joke, or that she intended to return it. It's just stillness and rubbish. I crouched down, reached inside, and took everything back. The scent, the flowers, and the note. I held them for a second, standing in the dimly lighted garage, unsure what I was doing. Maybe it was instinctive. Perhaps it was pride. Perhaps I couldn't stand the image of my love decomposing under coffee grinds and eggshells. I walked back to my car holding the bag as if it were evidence from a crime scene. Sat there for a minute, engine turned off, letter on the passenger seat. What a ridiculous thing to write, I thought. Thank you for the years that you provided me. I understand it wasn't easy, but you did your best. I am proud of the woman you have become. I stared at the envelope. I then drove home. We didn't say goodbye. I did not text. I did not mention what I witnessed. I did not even slam the door. Just left softly. That night, I placed the note on my kitchen counter, next to the perfume and the wilting flowers. I stood there looking at them, hoping they'd explain why I continued trying, why I cared, and why I didn't see it coming. I didn't get much sleep, but I made one decision before the sun rose. And by the next morning, she was phoning non-stop. I used to believe that things change gradually, like erosion, and that you wouldn't notice it until the coastline was completely gone. But, looking back, I believe it happened faster than I allowed myself to admit. She met Jake when I was 10. He showed up for supper a few times before becoming a regular. One morning, I woke up to find his car in the driveway, his shoes in the hallway, and my mother wearing more makeup than normal. She smiled at him in a manner she hadn't for years. I recall thinking, oh. The baby arrived not long after. I was still 10. I did the math later, but I don't believe she expected me to at the time. In what seemed like a single breath, she and Jake had created an entire new family, new habits and rules. Where the home office formerly stood, there is now a nursery. A second fridge in the garage stocked with formula and organic baby food. A chore chart that no longer contained my name. Naturally, they were busy. Newborns are challenging. So I told myself it made sense when they neglected to inquire how my spelling exam went, didn't show up to my school musical, or left me waiting outside for karate practice in the rain. They were simply tired. It was a phase. I waited years for that period to pass. It did not. The baby grew. They adored him. He walked, and they applauded. He said "Dad," and they cried. When I brought home a school award, my mother responded, "That's great. Can you keep an eye on your brother while I take a nap?" It wasn't like she quit loving me overnight. It was as if she began to love someone else more loudly. And over time, the silence became terrible. By the time I left for college, the house no longer seemed like mine. Every wall featured photos of them, smiling at parks, matching holiday jammies, and my brother on Santa's knee. I was not in any of them. Not even a high school graduation photograph. Just erased. I recall walking past a framed canvas by the stairs that stated, "Family is everything," and thought, yeah, but not this one. But I continued trying. That's the part that still makes me embarrassed. I kept coming up on holidays. I kept purchasing birthday gifts. I assisted with expenses when I knew money was tight, even after I discovered they had taken a vacation and had just forgotten to tell it. I helped Jake find a job. I used my relationships to promote him for a client-facing function for which he lacked the necessary qualifications. He nailed his interview. When no one is fact-checking you, charisma can get you far. They never told anyone I helped. It was fine. I reminded myself that I wasn't doing it for credit. I was doing this to stay connected. To feel as though I was still theirs. Even after I acquired my own apartment and a decent job, I continued to visit, call, and contact my mother on odd Wednesdays to say, "Hope your day is going well." Sometimes she responded. She sometimes left me to read for days. But when she did answer, it was like oxygen. She texted me once after I helped her with some insurance papers saying, "You always come through. Thank you." I reread that message for weeks. I'm not proud of it, but if you've ever felt invisible to someone you used to be close to, you'll understand. That's why this year's brunch hurt so much. Because I had allowed myself to imagine that we had turned a corner. She confirmed the invitation with a smiley face in her text message. She thanked me after I assisted with her taxes. She did not beg for money. That month I felt things could be leveling out. Perhaps she was softening again. And for a little moment that morning, standing on her porch with flowers, a message, and the perfume Mom used to wear when I was younger, I felt like a son again. Then she smiled at my brother's joke about me being part family, and remained silent when Jake halted me mid-sentence, and moved the conversation to something about stock options. And when I delivered her the envelope, she hardly looked at it. The one I'd spent the night writing. The one in which I told her I loved her even when it hurt and felt one-sided. Then she tossed it away. I kept seeing it. The bag outside the garage, the folded and crumpled red mail, the unopened perfume box, and the half-crushed flowers under other trash. I took it all back out. Not to give it again. Not trying to make a point. I just couldn't bear leaving it there. Because those items were not just gifts. They were mine. They were me. And if she didn't want them, I was finished giving. My mother sent a message that same evening. "You departed in a strange mood. I hope that wasn't something we did." It almost had me laughing. But it didn't, because nothing about it was amusing. Not the years I spent shrinking myself to make room for the version of her life she preferred. Not the 1,000 little kindnesses I gave without asking. Not the memory of her tucking me in at 7 and saying, "You're my whole world." Only to grow up and discover that world had borders I was never allowed to cross again. They did not kick me out. They simply made sure I always felt like I was visiting someone else's family. So, I have not phoned them back. Because for the first time, I'm not attempting to be invited in. I'm trying to recall what it's like to belong to myself. I didn't sleep that night, not out of fury or sadness. There was something worse. Clarity. That dismal, cold clarity that sets in when you've stopped hoping. It's like standing in a house you thought you'd live in forever, only to discover that all of the walls are hollow. Around 2 a.m., I strolled into my kitchen and arranged the 3 gifts on the counter: perfume, flowers, and a letter. They appeared smaller and sadder today, like vestiges of a version of myself I no longer recognized. I stared at the envelope for a long time, wrinkled by the garbage bag, but still sealed. I did not open it. I did not need to. I understood exactly what it said. I opened my laptop. First the utilities. I logged into the accounts I'd been silently paying, gas, water and power, and set up final payments for the month. Then I erased my name from everything and closed the auto draft. Next, consider the tuition account. I had offered to assist pay for my brother's next semester. The transfer had not yet gone through. It was slated for the 15th. I canceled it. The confirmation email made it official. Then I opened a fresh email and addressed it to my mother. Subject: Mother's Day. Body: just a heads up. I hid an envelope of cash inside the letter I handed you. It was intended to go for Zach's tuition. I thought you'd know what to do with it. I hope it did not get lost. I pressed send. Then I shut off my laptop, brewed tea that I did not drink, and sat in silence. Allowing her to deal with it felt better than yelling. The text began to arrive around 8:12 a.m., as expected. Wait, what do you mean by cash? I did not see any envelopes inside. Are you serious? Oh my God, how much was inside? I will look right immediately. Then there were the calls, which came in repeatedly. I watched as the screen lit up and then went dark. Voicemail after voicemail piled up like small panic episodes. I didn't respond. I allowed her to panic. Allow her to mentally retrace her steps. Allow her to wonder how much she had thrown away, literally and metaphorically. It wasn't true, of course. It was not. There was no cash. But she didn't realize it. And now, every time she thought about that garbage bag, she felt it. The potential that she had thrown away something important. Not just a gift. Not only money. Something that could have saved them. And now it's gone. Around midday, Jake finally texted me. You are being childish? This is a significant issue. Could you please inform us whether you are lying? I almost responded. Consult the garbage truck. Instead, I turned my phone to silent and kept going. There was one final step to take. I checked my contacts and found the names of 3 people I'd personally introduced Jake to. People he currently works with. Client leads, vendors, and an old acquaintance who helped him score a side contract. I sent them all a version of the same message. Hi. I just wanted to ask. From now on, please do not associate my name with Jake Hatcher. There is nothing dramatic. Just a personal barrier. I hope that made sense. There's no chatter. There are no details. Just enough to let folks feel it. Enough to make them question what had occurred behind the scenes. Enough to loosen several threads. I understood how that universe worked. Jake's entire employment rested on his reputation as a trustworthy guy with connections. And if I took a quiet step back, others would follow. By the end of the week, he had already lost a long-term recommendation. A contract was paused. Another client preferred to work directly with someone else. I didn't even have to move a finger, just one email and a few spaces, and the machine began to unwind itself. That night my phone vibrated again. Have you found it? Kindly answer. I need to know. I assume I saw the bag you're referring to, but everything is now gone. Please tell me if this is real. I looked at her name on the screen for a second. I imagined responding with something harsh, abrupt, and final. But that would give her closure. So, I did nothing. Because this was not about vengeance. This was about having them feel the weight I'd been carrying since I was 10 years old. When I stopped being her entire world, and became a nuisance she couldn't wait to get rid of. This was about seeing them struggle in silence, finally realizing what I'd been saying for years. You can't continually erase someone and expect them to remain faithful. I realize I lied. I know the envelope never existed. But the pain, withdrawal, and abandonment were real. And for the first time in my life, they were unable to ignore it. My mother left me a voicemail that night. Her voice was shaky. She wasn't crying yet, but you could sense the desperation seeping through her calmness. Kindly call me. Please. I did not know. I did not see it. I would never, if I had known what was within. Please call me, okay? I apologize. Please call. She didn't say I love you. She didn't say I'm sorry like she meant it. Just panic, as if they'd misplaced something essential and couldn't remember where they put it. I still did not respond. My aunt texted me the next morning. Apparently my mother had called her crying. I told her I was being unkind, withholding, and tough. My aunt's message was simple. If I were you, I wouldn't answer. That one really made me smile. Because for once, someone noticed it. I really saw it. How much I had given. How little I had received. How peacefully I had endured being nothing, until it became terrible. That weekend, I stowed the gifts away in my closet. I didn't want to keep them, but I also wasn't ready to throw them away. They were no longer reminders of her. They were reminders of me. The version of myself who persevered. And I wasn't trying anymore. I was finished. By Monday, she had stopped asking whether I was okay and began demanding answers. Her texts ranged from, "I'm sorry you're upset," to, "You need to stop this now." Jake emailed me directly, in a professional tone, as if we were negotiating a contract rather than untangling a decade of hidden animosity. He stated that my decision to disconnect was harming his career, and he hoped I would rethink for the sake of the family's stability. Translation: Your silence is costing me money. I didn't respond. Then Zach became involved. He wrote a voice note beginning, "Look, I know things were never perfect," and ending, "But seriously, you're ruining Mom's life over what? Some trash?" That one almost had me laughing. Some rubbish. That was the entire problem, wasn't it? They'd spent years treating me as if I were a piece of clutter to be boxed up and thrown in the attic to avoid ruining the aesthetic. Now that I was gone, they found themselves unable to function. I still didn't say anything. I did not gloat. I did not rant on social media. Did not send a final, "Here's everything you did wrong" message. I simply stopped playing the character. And this drove them nuts. By the end of the week, my mother arrived at my office. There's no warning. No call. Just walked in, as if on a mission. The receptionist buzzed me as if there was a fire. I came downstairs and saw her in the foyer, dressed in a white blazer and heels that clicked like punctuation points. She did not smile. "Can we talk?" she requested, already approaching the main doors. We stepped out. She didn't ask how I was, did not apologize. She went right to it. "You've humiliated this family," she retorted. "You've embarrassed your brother. Jake's job is hanging by a thread. Do you understand what that means?" "I understand exactly what that means," I replied quietly. She stared at me, her eyes intense. "You're doing this out of spite over one party?" I tilted my head. "Is that what you think?" She folded her arms. "We raised you. We paid for your clothes, your food, your school." I nodded slowly. "And I gave you a down payment on this house, covering your utility bills for 2 years. I offered to help with Zach's tuition. But sure, let's talk about the time you bought me sneakers in 5th grade. That broke something." Her jaw clenched. "That was your choice. We never asked you to help." "No," I replied. "You didn't ask, you just expected it. Expected me to pick up the slack when Jake forgot the mortgage was due. Expected me to understand when you skipped my birthday because Zach had a test. Expected me to stay quiet when you smiled while he called me half family, like I was an accident." She opened her mouth. "And you expected me to keep giving," he said. "Even after you threw away the only thing I had left to offer." That landed. She blinked. Something flickered in her face, perhaps remorse, or simply discomfort. Then she attempted one more play. "You're punishing the wrong person," she explained. "You're punishing your brother. He didn't throw anything away." I grinned, tight and exhausted. "You want to talk about the letter?" She paused. "I saw it, Mom," I replied. "In the trash bag next to the garage. I took it back." Her face transformed. The sharpness melted into something smaller and weaker. I didn't know," she replied. "I thought maybe you'd taken it with you. I wasn't sure." "You weren't sure?" I repeated. "I didn't mean to." "You never do." I did not yell. I did not raise my voice. I just let her hear it. Really hear it. "I'm not dropping the act just so you can feel better," I told you. "I'm not cleaning up the mess. And if Jake has to answer for how he got that job, that's not my problem anymore." She looked at me as if I'd grown a second head, as if the peaceful, trustworthy version of myself had been murdered in his sleep and replaced by someone unknown. Then she said it. "You're not just punishing Jake," she retorted. "You're punishing this family." I nodded. Then maybe this family should have stopped treating me like a stranger with a checkbook. I walked back inside. I didn't look back. 2 days later, Zach shared a hazy, dramatic story about people who abandon their family when times go tough. A few mutuals enjoyed it. One cousin contacted me individually. "Is that about you?" I responded, "Probably. And if it is, good." Jake, I heard, began hemorrhaging clients. People were questioning their partnerships. One of the vendors I introduced pulled their contract. He was asked to quit a month later. They termed it reorganization. Everyone realized it wasn't. Zach's tuition wasn't paid. He had to defer. I never said anything about it. Not because I wanted to be unkind, but because silence was the only language they never learned to understand. A few weeks after the office scene, my mom, Jake, and Zach called me as a group. I didn't respond. They left a voicemail. "We just want to talk," she murmured, sweet and cautious, like someone attempting to reset a chessboard after flipping it. Zach murmured, "Sorry, I guess." Jake did not speak. Then my mother added, "You made your point. So what now? You're disowning us?" I replayed the message twice. Once to hear what they said, and once to hear what they didn't. Nobody said I'm sorry like they meant it. Nobody complained we didn't treat you well. They simply wanted me back in position. Return to the role. But I was done playing it. So I did not respond. I blocked that number. 3 months later, I was promoted. We moved into a better flat. I began having small dinners with folks who genuinely wanted to hear what I had to say. Then, one night, my mom sent me a message. "Saw you moved. Hope you're doing well. If you ever want to talk, I'm here." She didn't say what she did or didn't. She didn't ask how I was. She only wanted to see if the door was open. It was not. I made tea, sat on my balcony, and gazed out at the city lights. There's no noise, there is no guilt, no performance, just silent. And in that silence, I felt freer than I had in years. Sometimes I wonder if I was overreacting. Maybe I should have just let it go. Smiled despite the sting. I picked a better time to set boundaries. I choose peace over quiet. But then I remembered the garage. I recall standing there with my unopened gifts, still damp from the garbage bag. I recall writing the letter with shaky hands, attempting to appear vulnerable in front of someone who threw it away without hesitation. And I know I didn't burn any bridges. I just stopped carrying the weight of one that was torn down years ago. I'm not proud of lying about the money. But I am not ashamed of it either. Because for once, they had to deal with uncertainty, discomfort, and the potential that what they threw away was more important than they thought. So what are your thoughts? Was I overly harsh? Was it finally time to say enough? Would you have done the same thing, or gone away quietly? Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. After I refused to pay my sister's $40,000 debt, she tried stealing from me. Then my mom showed up, screaming at my office in front of everyone. "Hello everyone, I've been hanging out here for a long time, but I've never really shared anything. I never imagined I'd have a reason to, but my family has officially pushed me to my limits. I need to know what others think. It seems that no matter what I do, I am always portrayed as an evil person. And frankly, I'm exhausted. So, this is what has been going on. I'm a 30-year-old male who has been on my own since the age of 18. When I say on my own, I mean it. Financially and emotionally, you name it. Let's just say that my parents aren't exactly known for their parenting skills or sibling support. They were not the type of parents who would encourage you or make you feel unique. Instead, they had an unsaid code that guided my entire childhood. My younger sister Lena could do no wrong, and I was expected to be the responsible one. If Lena made a mistake, and trust me, she did a lot of them, and it was quickly forgotten. "She's just sensitive," my mother would explain. Or, "She'll learn eventually." Which was code for, let's pretend this never happened, and hope she figures it out. Meanwhile, if I even slipped, it seemed like the sky was collapsing. "Why aren't you trying harder? You need to set a better example for your sister." It made no difference what I did. It was never enough. I could send home a report card full of A's and they'd wonder why I didn't get an A+ in math. But Lena could barely pass, and her response was, "At least you're doing your best, sweetie." That dynamic continued as we grew older. If anything, things grew worse. Lena lived with my parents until she was in her mid-20s, jumping from one failing job to the next and always finding some reason why it wasn't her fault. Meanwhile, I was working 2 part-time jobs to pay for education and figuring out how to manage my own rent and bills. They never offered to help me. Not that I expected them to, but it hurt to see them go out of their way to help Lena while leaving me to fend for myself. Anyway, fast forward to 6 months ago. My mother called me. Now please understand that my mother does not call merely to speak. She does not call to check in or say hello. She calls because she needs something. You understand the type of call I am referring to. The one that begins with a nice small conversation, as if they're attempting to warm you up before revealing the true reason they're calling. That's exactly what occurred. She began with, "How's work? Are you still with that company? Have you been eating well?" It was so out of character that I felt something was going to happen. My mother doesn't care how I eat. She had no idea what I do for a job beyond something with computers. The entire chat sounded forced, as if she was trying too hard to sound casual. Then she struck me with it. Lena is in trouble. I wasn't surprised because Lena is usually in trouble. But I didn't expect this. Lena apparently owed $40,000 in debt. And not the type of debt that can be dismissed as young foolishness, such as student loans or maxed out credit cards. No, she had borrowed from some pretty dubious people, and they were now serious about getting their money back. My mother's voice cracked as if she were going to cry, which I'm sure she hoped would make me give in. She wasted no time pouring on the guilt. "You've done so well for yourself. You've always been the strong one. Lena's not like you. She needs your help." I sat there. For a bit. Trying to understand what she had just said. How much is $40,000? How does someone accumulate so much debt? I asked her how it happened. Partly anticipating some ludicrous explanation, and my mother dismissed it. "That doesn't matter right now," she responded, as if I was fixated on the wrong issue. "What matters is that she's your sister. Family helps family." For years, they've used the adage, "family helps family," as an excuse. It was what they said whenever they needed me to fix something for Lena, cover for her, or clean up the mess she had made. And every time, I swallowed my rage and did what they requested because I didn't want to be the bad person. But at $40,000, I couldn't do it. Not this time. I told her no. Straight up. I said, "I'm sorry, but I can't help Lena out of the mess she made." And the tone of the conversation changed. My mother went from pitiful to pissed in about 2 seconds flat. "You're being selfish," she began yelling. "You're abandoning your family when they need you the most." She even added, "Do you want her blood on your hands?" As if Lena's poor life choices were somehow my fault. At this point, I hung up. I couldn't listen to it any longer. My hands shook, and my chest tightened. But I knew I'd made the correct decision. I've worked too hard to let someone else's terrible decisions bring me down. Still, the remorse set in almost instantly. My family has a habit of twisting things to make me feel like the evil guy, and this time was no exception. Even though I answered no, I can't shake the sensation that I may have made the wrong decision. Standing up to my family felt appropriate at the moment. But now I'm left wondering if I've just made things worse. What if they are right? What if I am being selfish? And to be honest, I'm still not sure what's next. That call was only the beginning, and what happened next threw me completely off guard. I have a feeling this isn't over. But I'll keep you updated as events unfold. I will provide an update soon. Update 1. Hello everyone, so I thought things could calm down for a moment. Maybe she would stew for a time before letting it go. It turns out I was way off. The drama escalated quickly, and I wasn't prepared for it. It's been a complete disaster, and I'm still figuring out how to cope with it. Let me break it down. So, once I hung up on my mom, things got worse. I knew she wouldn't let it go, but I wasn't expecting the level of guilt-tripping and pestering that ensued. My phone was continuously blowing up. My mother was the first to respond, with texts such as, "We raised you better than this," and, "You'll regret turning your back on your family." My father then chimed in, despite his normal silence. His words were brief and to the point, such as, "You're better than this," or "Do the right thing." But Lena went all out. She sent me a lengthy whiny text about how her life was falling apart and how she did not deserve to be abandoned. She used phrases such as, "I've always looked up to you, and now you're just leaving me to suffer. And you're rich. It's not like $40,000 would even make a dent for you." That made me giggle. Rich? Let me tell you, just because I don't live paycheck to paycheck doesn't imply I have a lot of money. The arrogance in her tone was astonishing. I did not respond to any of them. I figured if I ignored it, they'd realize I wasn't going to budge and leave it go. A few days later, I received a call from my aunt. She's one of the few family members with whom I get along, so I picked up. She sounded embarrassed, as if she did not want to make the call but felt had to. She claimed that my mother had been telling everyone in the family that I was refusing to save Lena and allowing her to drown. According to my mother, Lena's life was in jeopardy, and I was simply standing there, watching it happen. My aunt did not trust anything I told her, but she wanted to hear my side of the story. I detailed the entire situation, including how Lena got herself in this predicament and wanted me to suddenly cure it. My aunt was astonished but supportive. She told me I wasn't wrong to say no, and Lena deserved to face the consequences of her behavior. Hearing that helped slightly, but the harm had already been done. My mother had circulated the story far and wide, distorting it so that I appeared to be the villain. I began receiving texts from cousins, uncles, and even a few old family friends. Most of them were ambiguous, such as, "You should really think about what family means," or, "You'll regret this one day." Some were downright cruel. One of my relatives accused me of being selfish and behaved as if I was too wonderful for the family. I ignored them all, but the relentless barrage became taxing. The situation then escalated. One afternoon my bank called me. At first I thought it was a scam. Who gets calls from their bank? But the man on the phone explained that someone had attempted to access my accounts using forged identification. They classified it as suspicious because the documents did not match. Fortunately, nothing was taken. I understood immediately who was behind it. Lena. It had to be her. She was desperate. And if she was prepared to involve the entire family, why wouldn't she try to steal from me? I called the bank for more information, but all they could tell me was that my accounts had been temporarily closed as a precaution. I thanked them before hanging up, but I was enraged. This wasn't simply about guilt trips or emotional manipulation anymore. This was criminal. I need answers, therefore I'm thinking about contacting Lena personally. What would you do if you were in my position? Thank you for sticking around. I will keep you updated. Update 2. Hello again. Y'all have been waiting for the confrontation news. I apologize for being late. Here is how things went. When I arrived at Lena's place later that evening, I was still angry over my decision to face her. I hadn't told her I was coming. I honestly didn't know what I was going to say. All I knew was that I needed to face her in the eyes and hear her confess what she had done. Perhaps a part of me hoped she'd deny it to give me some reason to believe my sister wasn't the kind to fall so low. When she answered the door, she appeared shocked to see me, but not in a "what are you doing here" sort of way. It seemed as if she had expected me to show up eventually. She was wearing sweatpants and her hair was tangled, as if she had just rolled out of bed. Not that I cared about her appearance, but it added to the whole feeling that I didn't have my life together. "What are you doing here?" she questioned, leaning against the doorframe as if it were a casual visit. I didn't even attempt to ease into it. "Did you try to steal from me?" I said, holding out my phone with the bank alert still shown on the screen. My voice was definitely louder than necessary, but I couldn't help it. I was pissed. Her face froze for a second, and I wondered if she'd lie. Perhaps she'll deny it. But no. Instead, she rolled her eyes as if I was exaggerating and added, "Oh, come on. You weren't going to help me, so what choice did I have?" What choice? What did she have? I looked at her, perplexed. "Do you even hear yourself? You tried to steal from me because I wouldn't bail you out of your own mess. That's not just wrong, Lena. That's illegal." She shrugged. Actually shrugged. Like we were discussing borrowing a sweater or something. "Mom and Dad said you'd come around eventually," she explained, crossing her arms. "They told me to push you harder, that you'd cave if I made it serious enough." I couldn't believe what I heard. "You've got to be kidding me," I told you. "They encouraged you to do this? To commit fraud? Do you even realize how insane that sounds?" "They didn't tell me to commit fraud," she admitted. "They just said you wouldn't let me sink if you thought I was really in trouble. And guess what? I'm in trouble. I do not have anyone else to turn to." I was so enraged that I couldn't think clearly. "You don't have anyone else to turn to because you've burned every bridge you've ever had," I gasped. "This isn't just about the money, Lena. It's about the fact that you've never taken responsibility for anything in your life, and now you're dragging me into your mess because you're too selfish to deal with the consequences of your own actions." She did not even flinch. "You're being dramatic," she said to me, waving me away. "It's not like I actually got anything from you. The bank stopped it, didn't they? So, what's the big deal?" "The big deal," he responded, "is that you tried. The big deal is that you thought you had the right to steal from me just because you're too lazy to clean up your own mess. And the even bigger deal is that Mom and Dad think this is okay." That finally seems to get under her skin. Her face contorted into a mix of fury and shame. Instead than apologizing, she doubled down. "You think you're so much better than me, don't you?" she quipped. Just because you've got your fancy job and your stupid house, you think you can sit there and judge me? Well, guess what, big brother? You wouldn't be where you are without mom and dad. They sacrificed everything for us. And this is how you repay them. I laughed, but not in a happy way. It was the kind of chuckle that bursts out when you're frustrated and don't know what else to do. Mom and dad didn't sacrifice anything for me, I told them. I paid rent at 18. I put myself through college. Every sacrifice they made was for you, Lena. They handed you everything on a silver platter while I was left to figure things out on my own. So don't even try to pull the family loyalty card with me. She didn't respond to that. Perhaps she did, but she didn't say it aloud. Instead, she just stood there, staring at me as if I were the evil guy in all of this. I could not handle it anymore. You know what? I asked, walking back toward the door. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with mom and dad, and I'm done with this entire toxic family dynamic. You want to ruin your shitty life? Fine. But you're not taking me down with you. I left before she could say anything further. On the way home, my hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles became white. I was angry, yes, but more importantly, I was hurt. Not just Lena, but also my parents. How could they think this was acceptable? How could they justify pushing her to do anything like this? When I arrived home, I sat down and wrote a checklist of everything I needed to do to protect myself. I called my bank to confirm that my accounts were secure. I updated all of my passwords. I even called a lawyer acquaintance to see what my alternatives were if Lena did this again. He said I could press charges if I wanted, but I wasn't ready yet. That night, I hardly slept. I kept repeating the conversation in my mind, wondering how I could have handled it differently. But deep inside, I knew the truth. No matter what I said or did, Lena refused to change. And as long as my parents continued to enable her, she would never have to. After the argument with Lena, I believed things couldn't get much worse. I mean, how much deeper would they sink? It turns out that I misjudged my family's ability to make bad situations worse. It began around a week later. My folks arrived at my home. They didn't call or text, they just stood on my porch as if they owned the house. I pondered not opening the door, but I knew they'd keep ringing it until I gave in. So I opened it. My mother didn't bother to meet me. She shoved me as if she was entitled to be there, her face flushed with rage. My father followed her inside, visibly uncomfortable but clearly there to support her. I shut the door, took a deep breath, and prepared myself. This has gone far enough, my mother cried, swinging around to face me. We need to talk. I crossed my arms. I think we've already said everything that needs to be said. No, we haven't, she replied. You need to stop this nonsense and help your sister. She's family. She's your responsibility. I glanced at her, stunned. My obligation. She made me angry. Lena is a grown adult who got herself into this mess. I'm not her parent, and I'm certainly not her ATM. My mother's face contorted with frustration. Do you think we like asking you for help? Do you think this is easy for us? This is about family loyalty. You don't just abandon your family when things get tough. I laughed bitterly. You mean the loyalty you showed when you charged me rent at 18? Or when you made me pay for my own college while Lena got everything handed to her? Or how about when you let her screw up over and over again and just expected me to fix it? Yeah, no thanks. My father finally spoke up, his voice low and serious. Do you think we've had an easy life, raising 2 kids and trying to give you both the best we could? We sacrificed so much for you. Stop, I interjected, cutting him off. Just stop. Every sacrifice you made was for Lena. Every time something went wrong, you bent over yourself to fix it for her, leaving me to fend for myself. And you know what? That's okay. I don't need your support, and I never have. Nevertheless, don't stand here lecturing me on loyalty when you've been tolerating her awful behavior for years. My mother's face grew blazing red, and I knew she was about to lose it. If you don't help her, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life, she said. Do you want her to end up on the streets? Do you want her blood on your hands? So there it was. The same guilt trip she attempted to perform on. The phone call. I could feel my blood boiling. I simply did not grasp their logic. I'm not responsible for what happens to Lena, I told her. She made her choices. If she ends up on the streets, that's on her and on you, for never teaching her how to be accountable for her actions. My mother was virtually shivering with wrath by this point. Fine. she snapped. If this is the kind of person you want to be, don't expect us to be there for you when you need us. I laughed, but there was nothing funny about it. I've never needed you, I replied bitterly. And after this, I never will. For a minute, the room was completely silent. My father seemed to want to say something, but he didn't. My mother simply scowled at me, her chest rising as if she were about to explode. Then, without saying anything further, she turned and stormed out. My father followed her, but he halted at the door to give me one more look, which was a mix of disappointment and something else I couldn't quite identify. Perhaps regret. Then he departed too. As soon as the door shut behind them, I felt an enormous sense of relief. I didn't care about their approbation, guilt trips, or their toxic concept of family devotion. I was finished. Of course, they weren't. The next day, my mother sent me an email. It was long and rambling, full of typical guilt-tripping gibberish. She accused me of ungratefulness and cruelty. She accused me of abandoning my family in their hour of need and breaking her heart. She also suggested that she and my father would cut me out of their will as if it was supposed to intimidate me into obedience. I did not respond. What was the point? Then Lena started up again. She sent me a theatrical text about how she was losing everything, and how it was entirely my responsibility. She claimed she had to sell her car, was behind on rent, and was being harassed by her creditors. Honestly, I did not feel horrible. She dug her own pit. Now she had to deal with it. A few days later, I received a letter in the mail not from my family, but from a lawyer. My parents threatened to sue me. The letter asserted that I had a moral obligation to aid Lena and that neglecting to do so had irreversibly hurt the family. It was pretty funny. I sent the letter to my own lawyer, who told me that it was total nonsense. They didn't have anything to stand on, and nothing came of it. But the fact that they even tried that was enough for me. I was finished. I'm done with Lena, my parents, and the unhealthy family dynamic. I blocked their numbers, removed them from social media, and informed the few relatives I still interacted with that I didn't want to hear anything about my parents or Lena. Most of them understood, though a few attempted to persuade me to find a way to make peace. I shut that down quickly. Peace was impossible with folks who considered me as nothing more than a safety net for Lena's poor choices. I am miserable right now. Do you think it's typical for a family to go thus far? Final update. Hello again. I decided to post a final update once I'd figured everything out. So, here goes. After tossing that lawyer's letter and mailing it to my lawyer just in case I finally made the decision that had been looming over me for years, I was going no contact. Completely. Permanently. I'd been holding out hope that my family's situation would change. However, the lawyer stunt served as sufficient proof. They were not going to stop. If anything, they were intensifying their destructive conduct, and I wasn't going to let them drag me deeper into their insanity. So I went into full-on block mode. Everyone received the chop, including my mother, father, and Lena. I blocked their phone numbers, email addresses, and everything. Honestly, pushing the block button felt strangely satisfying. I then went through my social media accounts and deleted them as well. There was no way I was leaving any doors open for them to slip back in. I sent a fast text to the few family members I truly like, largely cousins, informing them that I was done with the family drama and requesting them not to play messenger for anyone. Most of them were unconcerned about it. But of course, a couple of people hit me with the, "But they're your family" guilt trip. My short and sweet response: being family does not give you the right to treat me poorly. The most difficult part was explaining the issue to several mutual friends who knew my parents. Some of them couldn't believe what I was telling them. They couldn't believe that my parents and sister had tried to steal from me, guilt me, and now sue me. One acquaintance even remarked, "Are you sure there's not more to the story?" As if I'd somehow overlooked the part where this was entirely my fault. I felt terrible. But I let go. The people who mattered believed me, and that was sufficient. The first week of no interaction was challenging. I didn't miss them, but they didn't give up easily. Despite having their numbers blocked, they found ways to get through. My mother began phoning from unfamiliar numbers, leaving lengthy, dramatic voicemails about how I was pulling the family apart. She'd say, "We just want to talk," or, "You're punishing us for trying to do the right thing." It was exhausting. I didn't listen to the majority of the messages and deleted them as soon as I recognized who they were from. Then there came the letters. My parents must have gone directly from their lawyer's office to the post office since the letters began arriving almost immediately. Initially, they were mostly gibberish. My mother wrote pages on how much she sacrificed for me and how I broke her heart. My father also chimed in, albeit his letters were more direct. One of them actually said, If you don't help Lena, don't expect us to ever forgive you. Excuse me. For what purpose exactly? For not allowing my sister to steal from me? For not enabling her terrible choices? The sheer arrogance of it was almost comical. By the second week, their communications had gone entirely off track. My mother's letters were desperate and nearly insane, with vague warnings like, "You'll regret this one day," and "You'll be sorry when it's too late." It was all guilt and gloom, as if she was trying to scare me back into line. My father, however, did not hold back. His messages were caustic, calling me selfish, ungrateful, and arrogant. He complained about how I had forgotten where I came from and was betraying the people who made you who you are. It was no longer just guilt. They seemed to be attempting to break me down, as if they couldn't bear the thought of losing control of me. And then there was Lena. Oh, Lena wasted no time portraying the victim. She sent me this long, handwritten letter, most likely because she knew I'd banned her emails stating how much I'd hurt her and how she couldn't believe I'd forsake her in her time of need. She penned things like, "You've always been my rock, and now you're just leaving me to drown. I thought you cared about me, but clearly I was wrong." But I could not believe her audacity. She closed the letter by requesting money again. This time she received a $5,000 loan to help her get back on her feet, rather than $40,000 in total. She even offered to repay me as soon as circumstances were better. I laughed so hard I almost cried. After everything she'd done, I was expecting to fall for it. But my mother went completely insane when she showed up at my office. Yes, she showed up to my workplace unexpectedly. She stormed into the lobby and demanded to see me. And when the receptionist refused to budge, she lost it. She began yelling loudly enough for the entire building to hear, calling me a terrible son and screaming about how I was ruining the family. Security had to intervene and physically escort her out. I stood motionless on the mezzanine, witnessing the entire thing. My co-workers didn't say anything, but their expressions were utter shock. I wished the dirt would swallow me entirely. That was it. I had had enough. I wasn't just upset, I was done. That night I phoned a family lawyer, not the friend I had casually consulted previously, but an actual professional. I lay out everything: harassment, entitlement, and lunacy. She listened, asked a few pointed questions, and then told me exactly what to do. The following day, we drafted a cease and desist letter. It was sent to everyone, including my mother, father, Lena, and their lawyer. The message was clear. If you approach me again, I will take legal action. No exclusions. I didn't think they'd stop, but surprisingly it worked. My mother's calls stopped. The nasty letters have vanished. Even Lena, the queen of guilt trips, went radio silent. 6 months after cutting ties, life feels different. Quieter, lighter, and frankly, better. It wasn't easy, but putting myself first over my family's constant chaos was the best decision I've ever made. Of course, not everyone understands it. A few relatives still use the tired line, but they're your family. Do you know what I say to that? Family means nothing if they don't respect you. Blood does not give anyone the right to disrupt your peace. You do not owe anyone your time, money, or sanity simply because you share DNA. Boundaries are not harsh. They are necessary. Honestly, cutting them off was the best thing I've ever done. With the drama behind me, I threw myself into work and finally received the promotion I had been chasing for years. The little I've heard about Lena suggests that she's still struggling. She's currently working part-time and living with a friend after losing her apartment. I no longer feel bad about it. She made her bed. My parents continue to share their story with anyone who will listen, but fewer people are buying it these days. It's liberating not to care. I've also begun reconnecting with people I'd lost touch with, including friends and a few cousins, and have even opened up to someone I'm currently dating. They've been extremely supportive, and for the first time, I feel as if I'm surrounded by people who genuinely respect me. I understand how difficult dealing with a toxic family can be. But things get better. Cutting them off felt like ripping off a bandage, but the peace that followed was worth the pain. My parents refused to pay for my college while funding my sister. My aunt helped me succeed. Now they want money, but I refuse. Hello, Reddit. My folks were always playing favorites. So I responded, nah, screw them. I built my own life and moved on. But those folks weren't done yet. Before we get into it, let me start at the beginning. I am a 27-year-old male son with a 29-year-old sister. In our household, she was the golden child, and I was the background noise. Some individuals believe that partiality in families is just a matter of one child receiving more attention or praise. Nope. In my situation, there was obvious favoritism that everyone could see if they looked closely enough. My parents fought really hard to keep it hidden from the outer world, relatives, grandparents, and neighbors. They treated us like we were a wonderful little family. My mother was particularly adept at putting on a phony smile. When the company arrived, I suddenly appeared. She'd inquire, "How's school going?" Or, "Show grandma your drawings." But as soon as the door closed, I was back in second place. Birthdays were the most noticeable. My sister's birthdays were always a big deal. Balloons, banners, elaborate cakes, heaps of gifts, and an entire class invited. Mine? A last-minute grocery store cake, possibly a card, and a few relatives. I once asked my sister, "Why don't I get balloons and throw parties like you?" She smirked, "Because no one cares about your boring little birthday. Mine's enjoyable. Yours would be embarrassing." Competitions and schoolwork were worse. I had talent, and my teachers encouraged me to enter contests. But my parents forbid it. At 14, I was invited to regionals, and my teacher predicted I would win. My parents sat me down and said, "It wouldn't be fair to your sister if you won something she couldn't." My sister laughed, "Please, like anyone wants to see you. If you embarrass yourself, do not bring the family name down with you." Meanwhile, she seized every opportunity. Dance lessons, singing, and art seminars. When I begged to take a class I liked, my father chuckled and said, "We don't waste money on things you'll never be good at." I was 12 years old. Sometimes I believed I was overreacting. But my aunt noticed. She'd give me extra things for my birthday, ask whether I was fine, and indicate that I didn't have to remain forever. I worked hard in school, got good marks, good teachers, and was admitted into one of the best programs in the area. For the first time in my life, I was proud. I showed my folks, expecting to receive compliments. My mother's face became flat, and my father moaned. He added, "That's nice. But we're not paying for it." I chuckled, assuming he was joking. But he replied, "We already have your sister in college. We're not pushing ourselves simply because you want to go somewhere fancier." "Fancier?" I said. "This is not fancy. It's an opportunity. It's my future." My mother interjected, "It wouldn't be fair to your sister. Imagine how she might react if you attended a higher-ranked school. We need to think about both of you." I snapped. "Every time I worked on something you shut it off. No competitions, no interests, and now this. You don't want me to overshadow her." My father snapped, "That's enough. Do you think we are made of money? Do you think the world revolves around you?" And for the first time, they refused to deny it. I went to my aunt and explained everything. She was stunned. Then her expression hardened. "Pack your belongings. You're moving in with me." She promised to pay for everything, including tuition and housing. "You deserve a future. If they don't give it to you, I will." But she did not stop there. The following day, she stormed into my parents' house. "How dare you? You're jeopardizing your own child's future because of your skewed view of fairness." My mother snapped, "This is none of your business. We are the parents. We decide what is fair." "Fair?" My aunt almost laughed, but it came out bitter and furious. "You think penalizing one child for being successful is fair? What is wrong with you?" My father rushed in, his voice rising. "Don't you come into our home and tell us how to raise our kids? We have another daughter to think about. And she is fine." My aunt shot back. "She is getting everything handed to her, and you are clipping his wings because you are afraid she will feel tiny." My mom's cheeks turned red. "You don't comprehend how much strain we're under. We cannot afford to make both of them pleased." "No, you mean you picked your favorite and dismissed the others." My aunt spoke as she approached. "He earned it, yet you're too proud or petty to help him." "Get out," my father said, his voice booming. "No," she said gently but seriously. "He is departing with me. And one day, when you wonder why he hasn't returned, recall this moment. Remember who walked away from him first." The room became still. My parents did not say anything else, but their silence spoke volumes. Then my mother appeared in the doorway as I was quietly packing my luggage, folding each shirt as if I wasn't shaking. "You'll regret it," she added again, her tone harsh and almost gleeful. "You'll crawl back when she's weary of you." My father did not even look up from his chair. I just sat there pretending I wasn't in the room, as if ignoring me would make me disappear. My sister leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a sneer on her face, as if she had already won. Then the front door opened. My aunt walked in. She didn't bother saying hi. "Is he ready?" she said, her tone firm. My mother spun around. "You're not taking him anywhere. He's our son." "No," my aunt responded, taking a step closer. "He's a kid you've been holding back for years, and now you're mad because someone finally noticed." My father stood, finally breaking his silence. "You do not come into my home and undermine me. We've reared our children well." "Fine." My aunt's voice raised. "Fine if you truly support them. Fine is when you do not reprimand one child because the other is unable to keep up. You're more concerned about your reputation than his future." My mother's face went red. "You don't comprehend how much strain we're under." "Stop," my aunt snapped. "You've had years to correct it. Instead, you doubled down on favoritism while calling it fair. So, guess what? He is going. And one day, when he doesn't return your calls, remember this." The meeting was tight, filled with statements that no one could take back. My parents scowled. My sister rolled her eyes, but no one tried to stop me. I did not even say goodbye. I simply picked up my luggage, went out the door, and for the first time felt liberated. My parents were outraged because it made them appear awful in front of their family. However, they never informed anyone the truth. So when I packed up and moved to my aunt's house unexpectedly, they had to explain why, which they despised. Living with my aunt was a complete 180. She didn't just pay for my tuition, she also provided me with a house where I wasn't constantly reminded that I was in second place. She supported me, praised my accomplishments, and reminded me that I was important, even on difficult days. I assured her I'd pay her back when I could, and she answered, "Don't worry about that right now, son. Just focus on your future." All I could do was grin at her. Then I worked part-time jobs to supplement my own income because I refused to rely on my aunt for everything. She never asked for reimbursement, but I wanted to show that I was serious. I shelved books in the library before class, tutored in the afternoons, and spent the whole weekend working in retail. Most nights, I arrived home weary, still facing hours of assignments. Every dollar was spent on food, books and bus tickets, with some meals skipped to stretch the budget. It wasn't easy, but I wasn't going to waste the opportunity she had given me. I also made a pledge to myself that day. If my parents ever asked me for aid again, I would remember this moment. I'd remember how they looked me in the eyes and said, "We're not paying for your future because it wouldn't be fair to your sister." I'd never forget that. Moving in with my aunt seemed like entering another universe. It was simply different. I was simply handled as if I were a normal person. She did not make a big issue about it. She did not baby me. But she did respect me. If I did anything well, she said, "Good job." If I made a mistake, she didn't get upset, she just helped me fix it. And Mom supported my college decision from the start. She even accompanied me to orientation, asking concerns about housing and ensuring I had all I needed. In the meantime, my actual parents were dealing with the aftermath. They informed my grandparents that I moved in with my aunt since it was closer to college and more convenient. They made it appear as if it was a shared decision rather than their refusal to pay for my future. But I didn't bother confronting them publicly. I basically concentrated on school. I had space to reflect on myself. I worked hard. I studied. I was actually doing fine. Every minor accomplishment felt significant to me. Not for gloating, but because it was mine. Nobody could take it away. Nobody could say, "Don't do that. It'll upset your sister." It was all mine. And speaking of my sister, she was not doing well. My grandparents would give me brief updates from time to time. She had graduated from her school, but instead of seeking work in her industry, she decided she wanted to be her own boss, which entailed creating odd enterprises with no plans. It began with a little business, then moved on to an internet venture, and then to another project. Every one of them failed. And my folks always bailed her out. Whenever anybody recommended she obtain a regular job, she'd roll her eyes and remark, "Why should I waste time making coffee for strangers when I can be an entrepreneur?" And when her businesses failed, she always had an explanation. "The market just isn't ready for my idea." If Mom and Dad had given me more funding, it would have worked. It was a joke. She never contemplated taking a normal job. She considered that beneath her. She aspired to achieve success without putting in the effort. My parents, as always, allowed it to happen. She'd come up with a new company plan, and instead of urging her to be realistic, they would invest more money in it. Then it would crash, and they would look astonished. Rinse, repeat. By the time I graduated, I had more employment experience on my CV than my older sister, and when I got my first real job, it seemed like I'd finally passed that invisible border. I wasn't simply surviving anymore. I stood on my own 2 feet. After a few years, I had saved enough for a down payment on a house. Nothing unusual, but it was mine. I'll never forget the day I signed the paperwork. My aunt came with me and sobbed. Not big dramatic tears, just a proud quiet moment. She said, "You did this all by yourself." Throughout that period my parents pretended everything was fine. At family gatherings, they'd discuss how well both of their children were doing. They'd brag about my sister's business activities as if she were a mogul. They rarely mentioned me, except in vague terms like, "Oh yes, he's working now, he's fine." They never revealed I had lived with my aunt for years. They never admitted that they didn't support me through college. But here's the thing, I didn't care anymore. I had an aunt, I had grandparents, and it was enough. They showed up for me, the rest was only noise. I also reimbursed my aunt for every penny she spent on my education expenses. It took some time, but I made sure to complete it. She attempted to refuse at first, but I insisted. I told her it was vital to me not only financially, but also to prove to myself that I could stand on my own 2 feet. And as I was establishing my life, my parents were getting deeper into debt. My sister's failures piled up, and instead of facing reality, they took out a loan to keep throwing money at her. According to what I learned later, they even began borrowing from other relatives. They were so determined to keep the golden child dream alive that they had no idea they were sinking themselves. Moving home with my aunt marked a watershed moment in my life. It wasn't simple, but it was free. It was the first time I had the opportunity to craft my own story rather than being cast as the shadow. I'd been in my position for a few years when this happened. Things remained stable, I was paying my bills, I owned my home, and life seemed terrific. For once in my life, I wasn't concerned with what my parents thought. I was not second-guessing every decision I made. I was just living. And then, 2 months ago, I received a promotion that altered everything. This wasn't a small, "we'll give you an extra $1 an hour" deal. It was a proper promotion with a large raise. The kind of raise that makes you sit there staring at the HR email, thinking, wait, is this real? Did they actually mean to send this to me? I'd also worked my ass hard for it. Late nights, extra tasks, going above and above when nobody asked, and it all paid off. The first people I wanted to inform were my aunt and grandparents. They had been my biggest supporters since the beginning, people who believed in me even while my own parents did not. So I called them up and shared the good news. My aunt cried on the phone, my grandmother said she always knew I'd do well, my grandfather said I deserved it and he was proud of me. That call meant more than just the promotion itself. To celebrate, I decided to treat them to supper, not just any meal, but somewhere posh. The dinner itself was incredible. We laughed, ate, and discussed all of our struggles to get there. My aunt continued telling me, "See, I told you it would all work out." She was the type of person who always believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. My grandparents were shining. They told me stories of when I was a kid, and how they always regarded me as the silent achiever, even though my parents never recognized it. I felt as if my efforts had come full circle, and that I was no longer just surviving, but thriving. At the end of the night, my aunt took some photos of us at the table. Nothing extravagant, just a few joyful photos. Later she shared them on Instagram. She wrote a lengthy caption about how proud she was, how she'd seen me fight and improve and how now I could enjoy the benefits of my labor. I didn't think much of it at first. To me, it was simply a beautiful post from my aunt. But of course my sister follows her, which is how the whole problem began. She apparently freaked out when she saw images of us at the upscale restaurant. She sent me a message on Instagram. "Wow, must be nice flaunting money while your real family can't even keep the lights on." I stared at the message for a moment, attempting to comprehend its chutzpah. This was the first time she had communicated with me in years. Years. Not a, "Hey, congrats on the promotion." Not a, "How are you doing?" Not even a simple, "Hello." Just plain entitlement. She saw me doing well, yet her first thought was not to be happy for me. They demanded that I share it with them. I told the woman, "I worked for this. Nobody handed it to me." Her response was, "Spare me. You wouldn't even have a degree if Auntie hadn't rescued you. You think you're so special because you got lucky with a job." Then my parents joined in. They sent me a lengthy note about how they had made several sacrifices for me as I grew up, and how it was now my responsibility to support them as a son. They replied, "We took care of you. Now it's your turn to take care of us." I laughed. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Not because they asked, but because they had the audacity to demand it like I owed them. My sister doubled down. She sent me another message, accusing me of being selfish and forsaking my family. She said I owed her because all of her failed businesses were for the family, and I should be supporting her ambitions now that I had a consistent paycheck. She also stated, if you really cared about family, you'd invest in me. We'd all gain if I blew up. I believed that was the end of it, but I subsequently saw her on the street. Of course, she couldn't simply stroll past, she needed to start something. She crossed her arms and sneered. Okay, Mr. Big Promotion, it must feel fantastic to think you're superior than the rest of us. I held my voice steady. I don't think I've improved. I just worked harder. There is a distinction. Please. If I had half of your chances, I'd already be running my own kingdom, she shot back. Chances? I raised an eyebrow. You took advantage of every opportunity that presented itself. Do not blame me for your sloth. Laziness. She scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I am an entrepreneur. I don't squander my life working at a desk. I smirked. Entrepreneurs actually create something. You simply deplete wallets and call it vision. There is a distinction. She lifted her chin, attempting to project confidence. You will regret shutting us off. When my next concept takes off, you'll be the one wishing to be in my shadow. I moved closer. Number. The only thing I regret is giving you so much of my time. Enjoy your fantasy, but don't expect me to fund it ever. I turned and began walking away. Behind me, she snapped, her voice rising. She yelled, you'll regret this. You think you're better than me now, but you're nothing without us. Nothing? I didn't look back and continued going, leaving her shrieking at nothing. The arrogance made me stunned. This was the same sister who received everything on a silver platter while I was told to settle for scraps. And now she wanted me to fund her lifestyle as well. I later screenshotted everything and sent it to my aunt and grandparents. My aunt called me within minutes. Absolutely furious. I've never heard her this angry. She told me that while I knew they were selfish, this was a whole other level. She then called my parents personally. I'm not sure what she said because I wasn't on the line, but based on what I heard afterward, she ripped into them like never before. She lay out everything. How they refused to pay for my tuition. They constantly favored my sister. How they let me leave at 18 instead of helping me. She stated that they had no right to ask me for anything and should be humiliated for even attempting. Then came a bigger wave. The remainder of the family found out. When my aunt began talking, the story spread. My grandparents on my father's side called to ask what had happened. So I told them the whole truth. They were stunned. Apparently my parents had been asking them for money for years under the guise of aiding the children. My grandparents felt they were distributing the assistance between me and my sister. They were enraged when they discovered that all of money had gone to subsidize my sister's countless unsuccessful companies while I received nothing. They called my parents and abruptly cut off their financial support. They explained that if my sister wanted to be an adult, she needed to obtain a job and pay off her obligations like everyone else. No more handouts. I had no idea my grandparents had been giving them money before this. It blew my mind how much my parents had lied to maintain the golden child image. They pretended to everyone that they were equally supportive of both children, when in fact they were funneling everything into one while destroying the other. So here's the thing. The moment their tiny secret was revealed, their immaculate family image disintegrated. Relatives who used to adore my sister began to have second thoughts about my parents. People who believed my mother was a fantastic, selfless mother soon understood she had been playing favorites the entire time. My sister, unsurprisingly, blamed me. She sent off another message. I was airing dirty laundry and making the family angry. I suddenly became the villain because I refused to remain silent. Then she called. No, hello. She was screaming, you've ruined everything, you owe us. Those businesses were for the family. I let her ramble for about a minute before saying, done. She became louder. Click. Blocked in the middle of a yell. The best sound I had heard in years. My parents changed tactics after that, but did not apologize. My phone lighted up every day with shame and wrath. You have ruined this family. You will regret shutting us off. Do you think you are better than us? You are nothing without us. They also dragged family members into it, telling anyone who would listen that I was ungrateful and harsh. When that did not elicit a response, they intensified. Angry voicemails, late-night calls, and even unwanted visits to my aunt's house. They tried everything, begging, threatening, gaslighting. One day it was, we're your parents. You owe us. The next, fine, don't come crawling back when you fail. Then I did something for myself for once. I purchased a motorcycle, something I had desired since I was a child but had always been warned was irresponsible. I rode it around, hair blowing in the wind, music blasting through my helmet, not caring about their acceptance. My sister was living rent-free at my parents' house, mooching off them while they were drowning in debt, and I was meant to be envious. It was so delusional that it nearly stopped making me angry. What irritated me was her accusation that I was responsible for destroying their reputation. She said that the rest of the family was now condemning them because I aired dirty laundry. Like, no. People judged them because they learned the truth. The years of favoritism, the college issue, the way they elevated her while tearing me down. I did not cause any of that to happen. I've just stopped keeping their secret. That's when the begging began. My mother sent another message, essentially asking, please don't cut us off. We know we weren't perfect, but we're still your parents. My father wrote something about how we should stick together in difficult times. And the funniest part was that they tried to guilt trip me by saying, think of your sister, she needs you. As if I hadn't spent my entire childhood being sacrificed, so she could feel like the center of the world. I did not respond to any of it. Not a single word. Instead, I blocked them. Phone, social media, and everything. I informed my maternal grandparents that I no longer wanted to receive updates about them. I didn't care what justification they used, what apology they made, or what sob story they told. I was finished. I can't put into words how satisfied I felt when I blocked them. It wasn't anger. It wasn't even vengeance in the dramatic sense. It was a sense of relief, as if I had finally closed a door that had been left open for far too long. In the meantime, the rest of the family had turned against them. My aunt was not giving up. Every time they tried to make a new reason, she shut them down. My father's parents refused to send them another cent. The girl who previously strolled into every family meeting like queen was now completely disregarded. Nobody inquired about her enterprises anymore. Nobody cared about her great ideas. They had learned the truth. My aunt subsequently told me that my mother wailed over the phone, unable to figure out where she had gone wrong. Perhaps that was true in her mind. Perhaps she genuinely didn't notice it. But in my opinion, she understood exactly what she was doing. Every time she said it would be unfair to your sister, she was making a decision. And their decisions had consequences. My father simply went quiet. That is what he always did. He'd let my mother and sister run the show and then pretended he had no say. But quiet is still an option. He let it happen. He never stepped in to defend me. So no. He does not receive a pass either. And witnessing the facade crumble, seeing the move from haughty demands to sad apologies, was rather satisfying in its own right. Not because I wanted them to suffer, but because it confirmed what I already knew. They never cared about me. They valued control, looks, and putting my sister on a pedestal. When that crumbled, they had nothing left. That's when I realized something significant. I didn't have to scream at them. I did not need to confront them. I didn't need to exact spectacular payback. All I had to do was live my life, be successful, and refuse to help them. That was sufficient. The irony was almost humorous. They spent years holding me back so she could stay on top. And now she was unemployed, drowning in debt, and being criticized by her entire family. For once, the truth was out. Everyone knew who they truly were. They could no longer hide behind phony smiles and social media posts. And honestly, it felt better than any retaliation I could have devised. I continued hearing minor updates, not because I wanted them, but because family enjoy gossiping. Apparently my parents were rushing to figure out how to pay bills without the money they used to receive from my father's parents. Furthermore, the loans they had taken out to continually bailing out my sister were beginning to come due. Debt collectors were calling, payments were past due, and they had nothing to show for it but her history of failing businesses. My sister continued to refuse to work since she was too good to work for someone else. She had another business concept she wanted to pursue, but no one in the family was prepared to fund her anymore. Even my grandparents on my father's side advised her that if she wanted money, she had to work for it. For years, they sacrificed me on the altar of her ego. They stopped me from shining, made my birthdays smaller, prevented me from competing in events I could have won, and even refused to pay for my schooling because it may make her appear bad. They made her believe that the world revolved around her. And now she was living in the same way, hoping for someone else to cure everything. Except this time, no one was available to do it. What truly surprised me was how my aunt and grandfather reacted. They did more than just support me. They went to bat for me. My aunt tore into my parents. My father's parents cut them off financially and commended me for establishing my own life. And my mother's parents advised me to focus on my happiness. For the first time, I felt completely noticed. My aunt was a rock throughout it all. "You do not owe them anything," she would remind me. And she was correct. She was the one who saved me, believed in me, and gave me hope for the future. And my sister. She kept throwing tiny digs through other people, claiming I was cold or uncaring. They took out loans and opened accounts in my sister's name. Calls were now being directed not only to them, but also to her. The self-proclaimed CEO, who believed she was too good for a real work, couldn't even get a cell phone contract approved. While I was signing mortgage documents, she slept until noon in the same bedroom she had as a teenager. No employment, no money, and no strategy. After all that happened with my parents and sister, I focused solely on myself. I did not want to bring their drama into my adult life. It was not easy at first. Cutting off your own family, even if they treated you poorly, creates this strange, empty gap. But eventually, I began to fill that place with people who genuinely cared. In the end, I didn't want vengeance. Karma handled them. I concentrated on winning at. My parents threw me out at 18 for being pregnant. 22 years later, he saw my Forbes cover. "My daughter," he cried. I replied, "She died in the cold." You can call me Skylar Alston. My parents kicked me out of the house when I was 18 because I was expecting a child. That door banging shut is still audible to me. It was more than a night's end. A childhood came to an end. Whispering to a baby I would never be able to hold, I slept beneath bridges while trembling in the cold. That evening, I vowed to myself, they would eventually recall the name they attempted to remove. They returned 22 years later, nor to apologize, nor to beg for pardon. They returned to sue me for the empire I created from the ashes of their rejection, for the fortune I created out of nothing. They left me when I had nothing and wanted a piece of my success. However, they were unaware that I had spent my entire life anticipating this moment. The girl sobbing in the rain was no longer me. The storm was me. This is not merely a tale of retaliation. It has to do with rebirth, how suffering turned into strength and quiet into the most audible triumph. Welcome to Revenge House USA, where justice, transformation, and treachery are revealed in every episode. My twist will leave you gasping for air, so stay until the very end. Don't pass on the next turn of fate event. Watch the moment when everything changes by subscribing now. I can still smell Mom's candle burning cinnamon the night my life fell apart. Even our Portland home was quiet. I entered silently, carrying the small stick with the 2 pink lines on it. Like it didn't matter, Dad was reading through real estate listings, while seated at the kitchen table. The air froze when I muttered, "I'm pregnant." Slowly, as if calculating the price of disappointment, he glanced up. "Skylar, you're 18. All of our plans for you have just been ruined by you." Even though he spoke in such a quiet tone, it was more painful than if he had screamed. Mom didn't even give me a look. She simply put down her wine glass and mumbled, "We expected better from a Halston." Then she said the words that completely broke my heart. They were bluffing, I thought, until Dad got up, took my luggage, and threw it close to the door. "You're not welcome in this house anymore." After 12 minutes, he added, "Pack whatever you can." At this point, the family portrait from last Christmas was on the mantel, facing down. Like a final judgment, the sound of the frame striking wood reverberated. My lover, Bennett Cole, didn't pick up when I tried to call him. "Do not contact Bennett again," his parents' attorney emailed me the next day. I became aware that I was all by myself. That night, the Oregon rain began, cold, unending, and critical. I slept beneath a bus stop, using my rucksack as a pillow, covering my stomach with one hand, and apologizing in a whisper to the unnamed baby. As they went past, people pretended not to notice the girl with the trembling hands and puffy eyes. Each drop of rain felt like a penalty. Every wind gust served as a reminder of my loss. By the 4th night, my hunger was so intense that I was afraid I would go away. I silently vowed as I gazed at the rising light at the break of dawn. Every cry they caused me to shed will be regretted by them. They will choke on their own hubris as I soar to such heights. The dutiful daughter, Skylar Alston, passed away at that same moment. Then another thing emerged. A silent, ruthless fire. When you have nowhere to go, Portland nights seem to drag on forever. I no longer felt cold by the middle of the 2nd week. I was more afraid of that than the rain. I discovered which coffee shops allowed you to sit for warming without having to make a purchase. Which alleys were safe from intoxicated people. The least amount of rotten food was found in the dumpsters beside Powell's bookshop. Living was not survival. It was simply keeping me moving so that the discomfort wouldn't stop me. Without me, the city moved on. Dad was still a real estate agent. Mom continued to host her brunches for charity. I watched families laughing through glass windows that I was no longer able to touch while I resided in between street lamps. I would squeeze my knees together and mutter, "I'm sorry," to the unborn child developing inside of me at night. "I'll figure something out. I swear." Yet assurances didn't satisfy a hunger. I wanted to scream when Bennett's words, "We'll figure it out together," lid replayed in my mind. They didn't warm frozen fingers. Like an email he no longer needed, he erased me. And the rejection from my parents was not as painful as the silence of his absence. The third month was particularly difficult. One morning, I woke up faint and lightheaded beside a grocery shop. I giggled as a man who was walking by tossed a penny and said, "Get help. Who is the source of the assistance?" I didn't have a family, friends, or address, and nobody would even mention my name. Then, the fever struck. Like everyone else, my body had deceived me. I recall passing out close to the Wamut River. As my vision became blurry, I heard the sound of water blending with vehicles. I briefly believed that this might be it. It might have been simpler to end the war. However, I managed to stay awake long enough to crawl beneath a bridge because of something small but ferocious that was inside of me. Dawn light was creeping across the concrete when I woke up. I was overshadowed by a stranger, an elderly woman with a cup of coffee, wearing a wool coat, and a scarf blowing in the wind. She said, "You'll catch your death out here." I hadn't heard such warmth in months from her voice. I wanted to tell her to stop staring at me like I was important and to go away. But I was unable to look her in the eyes. There was recognition instead of sympathy, as if she had been in my shoes before. She gave the cup to me. "Sip this. Aurora is my name." My tongue was scorched by the coffee. For the first time, the warmth persisted. Then something changed that morning. At last, the girl who had been dying in silence for months, began to breathe. The scent of rain and lavender filled the car. I was sitting somewhere warm for the first time in months. Aurora Mercer's hands held the driving wheel with a serene assurance that comes only from having survived your own battles. The hum of the heater was broken by her words. "Consume. Avoid arguing." She handed me a wax paper wrapped sandwich. I ate it all up before noticing that tears were streaming down my cheeks. Aurora remained unflinching. "You haven't been seen for long enough, have you?" Her remark struck a deep chord. Since that night, no one had seen me. Not really. She took me to her house, a remodeled farmhouse on the outskirts of Portland, where I could hear rain hitting metal roofs in the distance and old pines all around. Murphy, her golden retriever, waggled his tail as though I was already a part of it. I couldn't sleep the first night, but she showed me a spare room with a clean bed, a folded blanket, and a note on the nightstand that said, "You're safe here." I kept expecting her to have second thoughts, to contact the police, or to tell me that I wasn't worthy of consolation. However, Aurora merely stated, "Coffee is ready," when morning arrived. "You'll assist me at the restaurant after that." The Maple Hearth was a tiny, downtown eatery with wood paneling that smelled of hope and butter. It belonged to her and 3 other people who lived all throughout Oregon. I learned to walk fearlessly, clean dishes, and wipe tables. The dignity was invaluable, but the remuneration was meager. Months passed. Aurora started teaching me more than just how to survive, how to read people, how to transform brutality into inspiration. As we closed the register one evening, she remarked, "Skylar, you don't fight fire with tears. You create and manage a fire that is larger than theirs." I remembered that sentence. She taught me about contracts, expenses, and corporate earnings, but there was more to each lesson than meets the eye. Patience, strategy, and moderation. She would stir her tea and advise against hasty retaliation. They are easier to break the longer they believe you are broken. I took it all in. I discovered how to look confident even when I didn't have any. When males raised their voices, I stopped shaking. I began to save money. $25 at first, then $350, and finally enough to get back on my feet. She gave me a silver locket one evening. There was a quote engraved in little characters within. "Rise softly," then let out a yell. Her gaze grew softer. "You make me think of someone I was once, Mom." As the rain drummed against the window that evening, I came to the realization that Aurora Mercer had done more than save my life. She was creating a different me. From the ashes of rejection, the girl who once pleaded for love was learning how to create an empire. And a new feeling started to resurface someplace deep within, under serenity and thankfulness, waiting, cold, and intent. Books were not the source of Aurora's lessons. They originated from wounds. She would test me every morning at the Maple Hearth with people rather than numbers. "Look at that pair?" As she cleaned the counter, she would whisper, "He is making up something. Observe her hands." I became adept at interpreting subtle facial emotions. Fear, greed, guilt, like if it were a second language. She would show me the business of survival, supply lines, inventories, and payrolls at night by opening her ledger. She once remarked that money is more than just power. There is quiet. It allows you to go without having to give a single explanation. I couldn't get that line off my chest. I had changed from the shaky girl who had slept under bridges by the early summer. I was more observant, methodical, and in charge. I was promoted to assistant manager by Aurora, and I signed my name on a payroll form for the first time without feeling embarrassed. She presented me to Daniel Cross, her lawyer, a man in his mid-40s with the cool eyes of someone who's seen too much and a dry sense of humor. Aurora informed me, "If you ever intend to own anything, you'll need a legal backbone. When it counts, Daniel is one of the few people who will remain silent. Daniel discussed trusts, property rights, and inheritance law gaps during late-night coffee talks. Learning how to safeguard something I didn't yet have was strangely reassuring. I got to know Silas Reyes, an IT professional who worked with Aurora's digital systems in the interim. Silas was all rapid typing, silent disobedience, and black sweatpants. He showed me how to erase data, track digital footprints, and make information vanish when necessary. He remarked, "Every empire leaves crumbs. Your role is to manage who consumes them." Aurora observed me cultivate relationships she knew would endure beyond her lifetime. I could see it in her smile, but she never spoke it aloud. She was preparing me for more than just survival. Life then put me to the test once more. On a late January morning, it occurred. The pain was abrupt, intense, and unrelenting. It was too late by the time Daniel took me to the hospital. I had lost the child I had borne over those frightful and hungry months. Numb, I gazed at the ceiling tiles. The physicians whispered their sympathies. None of them were audible to me. The night my parents kicked me out, all I could think was that they had killed my first child. Aurora held my hand as she sat next to my bed. She spoke in a steady, low voice. She said, "You lost something valuable. Don't lose yourself again, though. You'll create a better version of yourself." It took months to get back on her feet, but I was different when I did. I remained under skin. Aurora assisted me in submitting adoption paperwork for Milo, a baby boy who had been left at a shelter outside of Salem. His little fingers encircled mine like a vow as I held him. "You'll never be alone like I was," I whispered, and Skylar Alston was no longer the victim after that day. She was a woman who was meticulously reconstructing her world, and every instruction Aurora had ever imparted to me was set to serve as the cornerstone of an untouchable kingdom. Years merged into a stable state. Quiet precision took the place of the anguish. Skylar Alston was no longer the lost girl under the bridge by the time she was in her early 30s. Her name was a whisper in Portland's corporate community. After Aurora's restaurant chain grew, Skylar digitalized it by implementing online branding, delivery services, and mobile reservations. Her concepts increased revenue. When she spoke, investors paid attention. She grinned as she passed their former neighborhood and purchased her first condo downtown, the same zip code her parents used to boast about. Out of triumph, not nostalgia, Milo developed quickly. Observant, restless mind. As she worked, he would sit beside her laptop and inquire as to what income meant or why suit-clad individuals argued on the news. Skylar signed him up for robotics classes, summer challenges throughout Oregon, and coding camps. He created a tiny app at the age of 11 that tracked restaurant waste and streamlined orders. He received a national tech prize at the age of 14. Reporters referred to him as the Oregon prodigy who was revolutionizing restaurant technology. And Skylar, I guess. Standing behind the camera, she saw that the youngster who shared her last name was more brilliant than any person she had ever met. However, avarice and fame spread quickly. Skylar froze one evening while she was reading business papers. Local genius Milo Alston partners with Invent Group, the company owned by her parents. Her heart paused when she saw the news. Naturally, it was untrue, but it indicated that they had taken note of him. A stylish envelope showed up at her office a few days later. There was a letter from Reagan and Robert Halston inside. Her parents pretended to be affectionate. Reconnecting would be wonderful. Milo is entitled to know his relatives. Family? It was a stinging word. Her IT specialist, Silas, raised an eyebrow when she presented it to him. "Do you want me to follow their digital footprint?" Skylar grinned. "Each email, each click." Silas discovered searches from her parents' IP address, grandparent rights, Oregon, inheritance claims through grandkids, and legal reconnection for family estates in less than 10 days. They were looking for power, not for forgiveness. Like Aurora had taught her, Skylar developed her strategy slowly, surgically, and silently. Her response was well crafted. "It's been a while. I waited, but I'm willing to communicate." She allowed her calligraphy to waver in notes and her tone to falter during calls. She seemed to them remorseful, vulnerable, and willing to make amends. They were drawn in by each emotional lure. In the meantime, all of the calls, texts, and money transfers connected to the Halston scheme were captured on Silas's servers. Daniel prepared strong trusts that would disprove any fraudulent claim after reviewing Oregon's inheritance laws. Her parents believed they were enticing her. They were unaware that they were entering her web directly. Bennett Cole, the high school ghost who was now broke, desperate, and conveniently back in town, then appeared. One night his voicemail came in. "Your folks contacted you, Lyd. For Milo's sake, perhaps it's time for us to speak." For Milo's benefit. She nearly laughed at the irony. Rain stained the glass of the penthouse window as Skylar gazed out. Under the rain, Portland's skyline glistened, with ghostly shifting reflections. "You all had your chance," she muttered, setting the trap such that she would be the one holding the handle when the door crashed this time. On a Wednesday morning, the letter arrived, printed on heavy, entitled-seeming paper. The seal of the Halston family gave me a fierce look. Dad used to say that the engraved crest represented legacy. It now represented greed. The contents of the document were worse than I had anticipated. A case brought on the grounds of family financial interest and grandparent visitation rights. To put it plainly, they were suing me to get access to Milo and a cut of the money made by my business. I nearly laughed at the arrogance. Nearly. My lawyer, Daniel Cross, did not blink as he read the pages. He stated that they are referring to family repair clauses and emotional harm. Traditional manipulation. They want to force you to settle and force you into negotiations. I spoke calmly as I leaned back. We should then offer them exactly what they desire. He grinned. The smile that conceals strategy. Don't you already have a plan? I did, of course. Silas Reyes had been monitoring their emails, browsing history, and encrypted chats for weeks. She had discovered private exchanges between Bennett Cole, the same lad who abandoned me in the rain 17 years prior, and my parents. If he assisted in re-establishing family relations, they would give him a portion of my fortune. One of Dad's messages said, "Play her emotions. Bring up the boy." They were unaware that I had been reading every word in real time, but she would fold. So I went along with it. Neutral Ground, a coffee cafe on the east side, is where I first met Bennett. Behind a salesman's smile, he appeared hollow and aged. He said, "You look different." I took a drink of my latte. "I'm unique." He leaned forward. "All your parents desire is to be involved in Milo's life. He has a right to know his origins." I put down my cup. He is aware of his origins. A woman who persisted. He winced. Bennett would have quarreled in the past. Like a good little informant, the new one checked his phone, most likely to give my parents an update. I texted Silas once that evening. They have fallen for the ruse. Their activities increased within a day. Bennett and Robert Halston's late-night phone conversations and encrypted texts regarding the division of possible settlements. Everything was archived by Silas. Daniel started drafting countersuits, claiming extortion efforts, mental suffering, and defamation. But patience was needed for the last stage. I disclosed a fake trust clause that said Milo's future assets were contingent only on my consent. The attorney for my parents contacted me for an urgent mediation within a day. They had taken it at face value. I saw it as art, but Daniel labeled it a legal snare. The Halstons were allegedly back in town, suing their arranged daughter for money, according to public rumors that soon surfaced. Their once flaunting social circles now turned against them. Their decades-long facade of perfection started to crumble. I saw control rather than fear when I looked into the mirror of my penthouse, which I had purchased myself, on the day of the initial hearing. I straightened my blazer, pinned my hair back, and said to the reflection, "You threw me away." They believed this was their chance to make a comeback. Now, I get to choose who leaves. However, it was the opening act for me. They would sue me in more than just the courtroom. I would bury the last remnant of my former self there. Even though I wasn't the girl outside the door, the day of the hearing felt familiar. The others were going to be shut out, and I was the only one inside. Reporters flocked to the courthouse in downtown Portland. In their press leak, my parents portrayed themselves as grieving grandparents hoping to reunite with their arranged daughter and grandson. After a day, I made sure it didn't work. Silas had planned the ideal drop. Screenshots of my parents' encrypted conversations with Bennett, which demonstrate their money extortion scheme. The headlines had shifted from family reunions in court to Halstons being accused of a deceptive lawsuit by the time the news cycle reached noon. Nevertheless, they arrived dressed in elegant suits, posing as victims. My dad's jaw was clenched. Like a stage prop, my mother clutched her pearls. Behind them, Bennett stood, nervous and pale. He didn't even understand the game, and he was the weakest pawn. The room fell silent as Judge Leo Whitaker walked in. Cameras swung. The city was observing. Calmly, Daniel opened our side. "Your Honor, my client wants some evidence to be made public before we move forward with their claim because it directly affects the plaintiff's credibility." The magistrate gave a nod. "Go ahead." The lights in the courtroom went down. The screen behind the witness stand was illuminated by a projector. The first email then showed up. "Recovering Skylar's fortune from Robert Halston is the subject. 2. Cole, Bennett, make use of the boy. Regain her trust. We will demand legal access once she has softened. We file if she doesn't comply." The room echoed with a gasp. Like predators, reporters leaned forward. Voice recordings, phone conversations, and transaction logs followed, each one more damning than the one before it. "This isn't right, Robert," Bennett begged, his voice breaking over the speaker. The icy response from my father was, "She'll find out. She is too sensitive to defend herself." Sweetly, the irony stung. I remained composed, intentional. "Your Honor," I said in a steady voice. "I was kicked out for being pregnant 22 years ago. I was called a disgrace by them, and now, after all this time, they returned for money rather than love." I turned to them after pausing. "Would you like to see my son? Fine. He isn't yours, though. I built everything you left behind, so he's mine." There was an overwhelming quiet. The judge's pen even froze in midair. Daniel then delivered the last blow, a notarized document that was signed by Reagan and Robert Halston 22 years earlier, giving up all parental rights in order to protect their reputation. Their signatures were displayed in black and white on the courtroom screens. The color faded from my mother's face. My dad made an attempt to talk. That isn't relevant. But when the crowd erupted, his voice trailed off. The judge struck once with his gavel. The case was dropped. Every claim is rejected. Next, it's colder but softer. Additionally, the court suggests looking into any attempted fraud. Security moved forward. The cameras flashed. Reporters yelled inquiries. Under a flurry of camera lights, my parents squirmed in their seats as officers led them out. Hunted by shame and headlines that would follow him for years, Bennett slipped away, head low. I remained motionless, allowing everything to happen. The humiliation, the justice, and the subsequent silence. I didn't tremble for the first time since I was 18. The rain had stopped outside the courthouse. The sun shone through the clouds in Portland. Silas grinned as he walked next to me. I looked up and said, "You did it." "No," I muttered. "We did it. I won more than one case." I took back every aspect of who I was that they attempted to destroy. Slowly, the commotion gave way to the soft hum of reconstruction. The skyline of Portland glistened in the early summer sun. And I didn't feel haunted when I looked at it for the first time in years. The headlines about the lawsuit subsided. Once ruling social circles, the Halstons vanished. Bennett Cole admitted to evading taxes. To cover court costs, my parents had to sell their lake house. Their empire, which was founded on dishonesty and image, fell apart more quickly than mine had. However, retaliation was never intended to result in destruction. Its purpose was to make room for something new. In Aurora's honor, I continued to work and grow the Maple Hearth chain. She left me everything, including her shares, when she passed away. Everything changed when she wrote, "Make this legacy about healing, not hate," in a handwritten note that included her name and home. After 8 months, I established the nonprofit Alelaner Foundation for Women Rising, which supports abandoned daughters and single mothers throughout Oregon. The first grant was given to Brianna, a young barista who was just 22 years old, pregnant, and just as afraid as I used to be. When she sobbed in my arms and muttered, "Thank you," I understood that power actually meant protection rather than punishment. At the foundation's inaugural gala, Milo, who is now 18, stood next to me. He was tall, self-assured, and much wiser than I had been for his age. Investment offers had already been made for his most recent tech startup. My throat constricted as he said, "You taught me that family isn't who you're born to, it's who shows up." Then I made a mistake. Daniel Cross, my dependable advisor and steadfast compass in every adversity, took my hand later that evening under gentle golden illumination. "Skylar," he said, "you've built everything you ever imagined." "Not all of it," I muttered. "However, I'm making progress." I was not moved to tears when he produced a ring. I simply grinned. "Steady." "Yes. Yes," I said plainly. The hall was filled with the cheers of Foundation members and friends. But I sensed a calm, enduring kind of peace in that noise. The girl who used to sleep beneath bridges and whisper promises to a baby she was never able to hold came to mind. About the hunger that once defined me and the rain that once hurt. She was still there. She had been reborn and was standing here. "You don't win by destroying your enemies," I said, grinning through tears as I turned to face the camera crew that was filming the gala's highlight reel. I felt the final shackles of my past melt away as the lights went down. "You win by surviving them." Once discarded, Skylar Alston is now unstoppable, a woman who used the ashes of her own name to build her throne. Additionally, I ensured that the last line appeared bold across the screen when the online video came to an end. Hatred isn't what revenge is all about. It's about taking back your. My daughter hit 105.2 inches, the ICU. Mom's only text, send $8,500 for bro's honeymoon. Dad, called 7 times. On 8th call, I finally answered, and blocked them all. In the intensive care unit, where my daughter was battling a fever, there was no conversation among the family. My mother then sent me a message that came out of nowhere and said, "Your brother could really use $8,500 for his honeymoon. I take it that you are doing well?" Nothing was mentioned by me. I had just interrupted her. On the following day, my father spoke to me 7 times. I was able to respond and listen on the 8th. The first time I noticed the numbers on the thermometer was at 2:40 minutes after the clock struck 2. It is 105.2. Grace was trembling, she was only half conscious, and she was saying things that were completely incomprehensible. Shadless, I hurried her to the emergency room. It was only a sweater that I had thrown over my pajamas. There was no jacket on. They brought her straight to the pediatric intensive care unit. During the time that nurses were speaking in a manner that I was unable to completely comprehend, I signed forms with trembling hands. That was the beginning of the most difficult week of my entire life. When I was in the hospital, I recall the smell of antiseptic, the faint beeps of machines, And the way the physicians avoided making eye contact with me as they outlined the potential consequences of a systemic illness for a kid of her age. I sat next to Grace's hospital bed, watching her tiny chest rise and fall while I waited for her to show signs of progress, which happened in small increments. Over the course of 2 days, the hours became hazy. However, the quiet was the thing that kept playing over and over in my head. My family had been informed of everything. I texted them while I was in the corridor of the hospital. In fact, I posted in the chat room for the family group. Nobody gave a response, not even a thumbs up, nobody. When they were sick, I had to take time off from work to care for them. These were the same people. The exact same ones that I had driven to appointments, bailed out financially, and dropped everything for in order to attend. I made sure to bring my brother smoothies for a week after he was diagnosed with kidney stones. For the duration of my mother's hysterectomy, I slept on her couch for 3 consecutive nights in order to assist her with her meals and medications. In addition, they did not say anything when my daughter was battling a fever that had the potential to take her away from me. No, in point of fact, that is not the case. My phone rang 5 days into Grace's stay in the intensive care unit. This was the family conversation. In my haste to open it, I accidentally dropped my charger. The new statement caught my attention in a flash. It did come from my mother. "Hi there, Evelyn. It would be very helpful for your brother to have $8,500 for his honeymoon. I take it that you are doing well?" Yes, that was it. No. Greetings, Grace. Not at all, we are praying for her. It's just a request for money. A honeymoon costs $8,500 to plan. My gaze was fixed on the screen as if it were written in a different language. I failed to provide a response. I did not even bother to read it again. After leaving it on read, I closed the application. Next, I accessed the settings menu on my phone, scrolled down to contacts, and then pressed the block button. After my mother, my father, and finally my brother. As for me, I remained silent. I decided to cut them off. I was listening to a nurse describe how long Grace might need to recuperate when I heard my phone ring once more the following morning. At the same time, I was giving Grace ice chips with a spoon. I failed to pick up the phone. Then, after 2 minutes had passed, there was yet another one. By noon, 7 calls had been missed. I picked up on the 8th of the month. In his voice, there was a harsh and annoyed quality to it. "You think you're more capable than we are right now?" While I was standing in the hallway between the vending machines, I was holding the phone in one hand and pushing the other hand on my temple. I did not utter a single word. "You are completely disregarding your own mother in favor of a text message. You are exaggerating the severity of this situation. Hello, it is your brother. We are a family. Always keep in mind where you originated from." I hung up the phone. At no point did I utter a single word. In that same instant, everything underwent a transformation. They believed that I would finally give up, that I would become more lenient. They were unaware that something within me had recently exploded. What's more, once it happened, there was no turning back. However, they were unaware of the fact that I had receipts at the time, both literally and alliteratively. Over the course of many years, they have been their backup, their emergency contact, their free therapy, their babysitter, their emotional sponge, and everything else between. Moreover, I had nothing left for them at this point. There is only quiet. They maintained the same level of silence with me when Grace was on the verge of failing, and they were about to find out what the true significance of that was. There was a triumph for Grace. Before she was able to walk without stumbling, she had to spend 10 days in the intensive care unit, 3 days in the step-down unit, and 9 days at home. Her weight dropped, she had fits of sleep, and she clutched to me as if she was afraid that I might disappear if she let go of me. I remained silent while she was getting better. A total of 5 fresh email chains from my mother were subject. "We need to talk." But I did not answer to any of them. Then, if $8,000 is too much, I did not respond to my brother's Venmo request for merely $4,000 just. However, I did not read the voicemails that were left for me by my father. As I was reading, I noticed one transliteration. "It is not possible to simply leave your family just because you are in a bad mood. I choose not to erase it." An image was captured by me. One of the amusing aspects of retreating is that it causes people to become anxious, particularly if you were the person who said yes to them. At the time when my brother had used his credit card to its maximum limit on cryptocurrency, I had been the return policy on their poor decisions. When my mother was taken advantage of by a con artist who sold her a phony concert ticket through Facebook Marketplace, I paid her the remaining $1,200. By calling the vendor and pretending to be a lawyer, I was able to ask for a refund from her. At one point, I even paid the property tax that belonged to my father because the bank was being so absurd. People referred to me as unselfish. In the past, they had referred to me as a savior, but now I am the antagonist. Not reasonable at all. No one called to inquire about Grace's well-being. Not a single time. There were no flowers, no card, and not even a knock at the door. All they did was express their outrage that I would no longer serve them. At that point, I began organizing the receipts in a category. Statements from the bank, emails, and chat logs respectively. The folder that I created is titled "For When They Claim That I Was Never There." It was not because I intended to make use of it. Rather, I wanted to remind myself of having it. There is a potentially harmful consequence that can arise when you mature into a productive adult. You begin to believe that love is the same thing as usefulness. That the state of being cared for is synonymous with being needed. In the past, I believed that if I provided enough, they would notice me. Now I had a better understanding. Once, Grace inquired as to the reason why Nana had not come to visit her. I mentioned that Nana was quite busy. She did not inquire once more. After a week had passed, my parents ceased making direct attempts to get in touch with me, but the message was delivered in a new manner. Lauren, a friend of ours who we both share, gave me a screenshot. On Facebook, it was a public post that was made by my mother. There are those daughters who, once they begin earning money, forget about their family. Before it is too late, I pray that they forget who it was that brought them up. The comments were full of relatives who I hadn't seen in years, and they said stuff like, "Wow, and he kids these days." I chose not to reply on the post. I have now forwarded a link to my attorney. We had established a trust for Grace that was revocable the previous year. The following week, I went ahead and moved my assets into it. The only person who would ever come into contact with the aroma of what I had acquired was her. My will was altered by me. I am now using different emergency contacts. Everything was altered by me. I had reached the end of my role as their backup plan. It's only that they weren't aware of yet. Now it's been 4 months. When Grace returned to school, she was in good condition, she was laughing again, and she was painting space whales and glitter robots as if nothing unexpected had happened. Then again, I was not the same. The way I felt had changed in some way. My habit of checking my phone first thing in the morning has been discontinued. I no longer felt terrible about ignoring a communication that was sent to me. There was a return to tranquility. Next, the wedding took place. The wedding of my brother took place in the late spring. The destination, of course, was a lakefront property in Michigan that had a rustic chic atmosphere and included a weekend agenda that included paddleboard yoga. A cousin of mine tagged him in a post, and that's how I found out about it. I was not made a guest. Not in the way that I had anticipated. It was the GoFundMe page that initially drew my attention. Please assist us in making our ideal honeymoon a reality. We have put a lot of effort into our big day, and now we are asking our friends and family to help us cover the cost of a trip to Bali that will be once in a lifetime. There was a target of $11,000. A total of 5 had already been raised. Mother was the most generous benefactor. Additionally, the name of my father was included on that list. I then became aware of it. "Evelyn, you had better be contributing," was one of the statements that was made. "You make 6 figures, girl," said another cousin, including a laughing emoji in the communication. I failed to provide a response. There was a contribution from me. I referred to it as cost reimbursement. Despite the fact that they removed it the following day. The point was made. My father contacted me once more the following morning. During this moment, I responded, "I don't understand what the hell is wrong with you." I did not inquire as to what he meant. You continued for a continuous period of 4 minutes. Something to do with the fact that I was allowing money to destroy the family. The manner in which he learned that I had caused a commotion on the internet. When my mother saw my donation, she broke down in tears. It was quite awkward that people were inquiring about the reason why the older sister was not present at the wedding. Afterward, the bit that took me by surprise arrived. It was reported that his mother had fallen on ice the day before, shattered her wrist badly. Surgery was required. They were unable to provide the monies at this time. Insurance was a source of frustration. I was hoping that I could help them float for a short period of time. There are only a few thousand. I questioned her to see whether she was feeling okay. Although she is anxious, he assured her that she will be. Every one of us is anxious. You have the ability to make this disappear. It was my hope that she would recover swiftly. I hung up after that. In order to return the call, it took him 5 minutes. I was able to prevent him. Following a period of 3 days, I received an email from my brother, a single line with no subject. "You are a self-centered person. It is not fair that you have a family." Although I did not respond, I did keep it. When I reached that conclusion, I made my choice. We will no longer tolerate silence or gradual fades. I was going to make certain that there was no misunderstanding about the position that we were in. I decided that I would no longer be their ghost, constantly lingering on the periphery of their life and patiently bearing the burden of their entitlement. Before I became valuable to them, they had forgotten who I initially was. They were going to remember in the future. It is not via words, through absence, through consequence, or through a type of cold that does not seem to melt. When it finally arrived, it was the latter part of July. In fact, it is. The envelope. Zip it up. Printed on the front is my name in handwriting. It was very close to being closed. I was under the impression that it was some kind of passive-aggressive request wrapped in a Bible passage, but it couldn't have come from my parents. It was from my aunt, Diane, who is the sister of my father. I had not communicated with her in more than a year. Since she lived in Arizona, she avoided getting involved in any of the family problems. When we were younger, she and I would send each other Christmas cards and occasionally send each other cat memes via email. She was the person who never asked for anything, and she was the one who kept to herself at gatherings. A little note, consisting of only a few lines, was found inside the envelope. "How are you doing, Evelyn? I thought you ought to be aware of what's going on in this area. I didn't say it to you when I said it." Underneath, appeared to be a folded piece of paper. The email was printed, and it was from my mother. Moved forward. "It is imperative that we have a conversation with Evelyn." That's right. The message was somewhat lengthy. A complete and total appeal to the rest of the family to conduct an intervention because I was destroying the future of the family by refusing to assist her when she is the only one who is capable of doing it. She enumerated the reasons. The assertion that my brother was barely surviving financially, that their retirement was in peril, and that my behavior was troubling were all things that she made. In her letter, she claimed that I might be mentally ill and recommended that they might want to consider taking legal action when they forsake me financially. I couldn't help but giggle at that particular part. After that, I viewed the attachments, which included screenshots of my LinkedIn page as well as old texts in which I had transferred them money, made trip plans, and managed their emergency. All of it had been preserved by her. To construct a case, not to recall the kindness I showed you. I did not feel angry. The fact didn't even surprise me. The fact that I had changed employment 6 weeks earlier piqued my curiosity because I hadn't yet disclosed this information to anyone. Quietly quit my technology company and joined a smaller business, accepting a lesser pay, more stock options, and fewer duties that required me to interact with the public. My LinkedIn profile was intentionally out of date. Moreover, I had transferred some of my money. Grace's savings have been moved into accounts that are in her name. Custodial trusts are used to be established. It is more difficult to discover and to touch. They believed they were aware of the location of my money. Absolutely nothing was known to them. I sent Diane a text message. "Please accept my thanks." After that, I access a folder on my laptop that is referred to as the exit plan. I had been working on it for several weeks. It is a revised will. An inability to meet financial obligations. In preparation for Grace's 18th birthday, a lengthy letter to her. However, there was something that I had not yet completed. There is something conclusive. I then opened a blank email to my mother, my father, and Lucas. The subject is not anything. I did not add too much. I get it. At this point, I was never a member of the family. Just now, I was providing funding for it. Your identity has been made very evident. Permit me to make it perfectly apparent who I am at this moment. You are not going to get anything. Not at this time. By no means. Think of this as being permanent. Attached is a PDF file. It was a list that I used. Every currency, every flight, and every favor that is given. Each and every night, I showed up, sat at a hospital, paid a bill, and held someone's hand as mine shook. The title I gave it was Return Not Required. When I finally pushed the submit button, I finally experienced what it was like to be at peace. When I received a call from a number that I had blocked 7 days later, I was taken aback because I had not anticipated what would happen next. The call was left on my voicemail. There were 5 words in the message. "Arrest has been made of Dad. Talk to me." Not a familiar voice could be heard. And all of this was just the beginning of the twist. There were 3 times that I played that voicemail. One could hear a clipped voice. A male. More mature. Certainly not my brother, and certainly not my father. "I did not return your call. I bided my time." Within the next 4 hours, the news arrived in my inbox. An alert from Google. There was a link between the name of my father and a local story, which was about an investigation into fraud. When I clicked, I did so quickly that I almost spilled my coffee. It was discovered that my father had been operating a fictitious consulting business, in which he had been accepting deposits from small businesses for work that he had never intended to perform. As of this moment, the story reported that there have been 7 victims, one of which was a church. The charges against him included misrepresentation and wire fraud, and he had been detained. Fake invoices, shell accounts, and paper trails were discovered by our team. What he was doing was utilizing my name. That particular part was a potent blow. It had been asserted that I was his partner. I was even identified as the director of finance on a phony bio page for the company it was called. My previous photo, which was taken from LinkedIn. Additions made to my fabricated qualifications. Under the cover of a casual conversation, he had asked me how things worked in startups or what contracts typically look like. He had done this numerous times. It wasn't even a casual conversation. The man had been constructing a cover. I didn't make any phone calls. Instead, I decided to call a lawyer, and this time it was a real one. If you need assistance with your criminal defense, not for estate preparation. A formal statement was produced, and a cease and desist petition was sent. Following that, I sent an email to the church that he had deceived, in which I briefed them on everything, attached legal paperwork, and wished them success. It occurred to me that perhaps, just possibly, it would be the final chapter. Then, however, my brother arrived at my door, not in a metaphorical sense but in an actual sense. I have no idea how he was able to locate my new address. Diane is most likely. He never failed to have good intentions. In order to get a glimpse of his face, I opened the door slightly. It is Mark. His appearance was more slender than I had recalled. Still wearing the wedding ring, there was no greeting from him. He predicted that they would be unable to keep the house. I blinked my eyes. They used it as collateral for the loan. After that, he continued. The mother did not tell you. Last year, Dad utilized it in order to obtain a private loan. They have decided to call it in now. I was sitting there. He looked at me as if I were his final card in a terrible game of poker. He was staring at me. I am aware that we have made a mistake, he stated. However, this is not the same. You are not going to allow your mother to live on the streets, are you? It was the manner in which he expressed it. This is not a question but rather a statement. Indeed, I would be willing to assist. As if, that was still the person I became. I chose not to respond. The door was shut after I simply took a few steps back. For a brief moment, he remained in that position. At the same time that he was standing on my porch, looking around, and muttering something, I observed him through the peephole. Next, he departed. A voicemail from my mother was left for me the following day. She did not shed any tears. Her threat was made. He warned me that if I did not assist, she would go to the press and tell them that I was complicit, that I was aware of my father's scheme, that I was a part of it, and that I had benefited from it. Even more, she threatened to file a lawsuit for emotional damages. It was the most frantic thing I had ever thought I'd ever heard. I did something that was very cold. My attorney's contact information and a screenshot of the trust were both sent to her. After that, I left a message with just 2 words, good luck. It took her 2 hours to respond to my email. A biblical passage about forgiveness, all capital letters, and several paragraphs of rage and accusations. After archiving it, I went to check on Grace, who was in the living room constructing a pillow fort. I followed her to the living room. Smiling, she looked up at the sky. It was the only family that mattered, and it was the one I chose. And the storm that I had decided to leave behind was finally dissipating on its own. Now, there was only one component left. It was at this point that they realized that this was not an exile. Extinction was the result of. After a period of 4 weeks, the notice of foreclosure was made available through public records. I did not go there to look. I received an email featuring a link from a member of Diane's church group. An auction was scheduled to take place in 28 days for the house that I grew up in, which was a colonial-style home with gray siding and 3 bedrooms. Since 1994, it had been in the family's possession. While they were losing it, I had no feelings whatsoever. Not guilt, not satisfaction, just nothing. As if a door had finally shut in a house that I had stopped going to and that was inhabited by people that I had stopped recognizing. The day in question was Grace's play date. After driving her across town and dropping her off, I sat in the car for a few minutes, and scrolled through some old photographs and then drove away. Not of my parents, not of my daughter in that house, not of my daughter learning how to ride a bike in the driveway while my father held the seat, not of my daughter baking cookies with my grandmother, not of my daughter sliding down the staircase in a sleeping bag. But those were illusions, versions of people I had invented in my head. Because the truth was, when things got hard, when the panic set in, their first thought wasn't about family. It was about who could be used. And when I stopped being useful, they showed me what I really was to them. I hadn't heard from them since the threats. Not even after my lawyer sent a final notice detailing every false claim, every fake business record, every legal step I was prepared to take if they so much as said my name publicly again. They went quiet until one night. Grace was already asleep, and I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was a picture of my childhood room. No caption, no context, just hardwood floors and sunlight coming through the curtains I hadn't seen in years. It didn't take a genius to guess who sent it. A few hours later, another message from a different number, probably a burner account. Hope it was worth it. That was the last I ever heard from them. The auction went forward. Dad got sentenced 7 months later. 24 months probation, some community service, restitution to the victims. His mugshot was online for a while. Mom moved in with a cousin upstate. Lucas and his wife filed for bankruptcy and divorced quietly. The honeymoon he crowdfunded never happened. The family chat silent since spring. Diane and I still talk sometimes. She sends Grace postcards. We keep it light. I never told my daughter everything. Just enough that not all family is forever. That people show you who they are when you stop doing things for them. That we can forgive without reopening the door. She's doing great now. Her fever never came back. She's learning piano into astronomy. Wants to be an inventor who builds machines that help sick kids. I told her I think she already saved one. We live simply, just the two of us. Quiet mornings, warm dinners, a home filled with softness, and no expectations of repayment. And in that silence where my parents used to live, there's no anger anymore. A space that is precisely the same size as the past that I have finally left behind. Grandma gave cousins' kids iPads but ignored my son. He doesn't need much, she said. I smiled. Neither do you. I stopped paying her rent. She cried. Have you ever had one of those moments where your entire body goes cold, but your face remains cheerful because you're seated at a family dinner table and can't afford to scream? That was me right there. Right there. We were at my parents' house on Saturday evening, sitting at the same old oak table where I grew up eating mashed potatoes, and my mother advised me to sit up taller and not chew like a truck driver. Roasted chicken, string beans, and my father's favorite cornbread. Everything looked fine, except for the potatoes and manners. Oh, the typical partiality, phony smiles, and a thin veneer of judgment with each bite. My sister Madeline, the golden child, was seated across from me with her husband and their 2 twins, all in perfect posture with identical sweaters and napkins on their laps. And Noah, my sweet, loving, odd little Noah, stood beside me, bouncing his legs beneath the table and softly peeling the crust off his bread, as he always does when he is worried. Then it arrived. My mother took a sip of her wine, looked at the twins like she was looking at royalty, then dropped the remark that set everything off. Some grandchildren make you proud every day. That was it. There was no warning or shame, it was simply uttered as a casual compliment. It's not like Noah was sitting 6 feet away, holding a juice box and trying to be good. She did not glance at him. Not even a glance. But Noah gazed at her. Then he stared at me. His eyes widened, slightly bewildered and hurt. He then said, "Am I one of them?" I swear the entire world became silent in that instant. I could hear my heart cracking. I wish I was being theatrical, but I am not. That sentence came from him. It broke me. I felt it in my spine. Do you ever want to crawl across a table, grab someone by their perfectly highlighted shoulders, and ask, "What is wrong with you?" I took a breath. I reached out and took Noah's small hand in mine. His fingers were icy, and I looked directly at my parents, not my sister or her twins, and said, "Some parents use my bank account, but they won't be able to do so any longer." There was silence. It was beautiful. My father actually choked on his water. My mother suddenly became quite interested in the green beans. And Madeline, oh, she lifted one of her gorgeous brows, like if she were watching a low-budget soap drama. I didn't care. I didn't mind if it made me the villain in their eyes. Because I want to ask you something. What would you have done? Allow your youngster to sit there, convinced that he is unfit for his own family. This was not about a single comment. This was about years of witnessing Noah be passed over, disregarded, and treated as if he didn't exist. He won the school science fair 2 years ago. They remarked, "Oh, that's nice," and immediately inquired if Madeline's twins were still playing the violin. Noah learned to swim last summer. My mother turned the discussion to Madeline's planned cruise. I had had enough. Don't get me started on the money. Oh, I'm the responsible, independent daughter, which in their lingo means the one we can guilt into paying bills. I repaid their credit card bill twice. I helped with my sister's emergency down payment. Spoiler alert, the emergency was a Disney vacation, which I was never praised for. No, that would mean admitting they needed me. They prefer to take quietly while ignoring loudly. Well, not anymore. Noah looked up at me with those large brown eyes, and I realized I couldn't protect him from everything, but I could certainly protect him from emotional sabotage. So I said it and I meant it. Do you think I went too far? Or not far enough? Because I had no idea at the time that this supper and this moment would change everything. What happened next was not what I expected. And shortly, I'll tell you how my mother responded when I stopped playing the grateful daughter role. It gets worse before it gets better, but believe me, It will get better eventually. So, after I said it, after I threw that tiny line across the table like a grenade with a smile, some parents used my bank account, but they will no longer be able to do so. There was this strange, uncomfortable period of quiet, as if the entire room inhaled but forgot to exhale. My father coughed, not just a small clear-your-throat cough, but a full-fledged shocked, about-to-choke-on cornbread crisis. His face grew crimson, his eyes moistened. My mother quietly handed him his drink, as if she had nothing to do with it, as if I hadn't already exposed the family's hypocrisy like a rotting banana at the Saturday table. Madeline, my sister, grinned. I swear to you that she smiled. That smug little look she used to wear when she came home from college with big news, and I was the only one doing the dishes in the background. Wow, she exclaimed, sipping her wine without blinking. Someone has problems. I wanted to laugh. I actually did. But Noah was now seated next to me, gripping my sleeve. He had no idea what was occurring, but he felt it. Children always do. They are emotional sponges. So, I turned to him and said, "You're fine. You did nothing wrong." He nodded slowly but did not grin. Have you ever seen your kid shrink like that? As if he's attempting to fold himself into nothing in order to keep the peace. That's you. And then, from across the table, my mother tilted her head slightly and murmured, "Sweetheart, if something bothers you, please tell us. You do not have to erupt like this." Erupt? I did not even raise my voice. But that's the case with folks like my mother. You say no for the first time in your life, and you become unstable. You bring up the fact that you've been supporting 2 grown adults for the past 5 years, and you have a breakdown. I remained calm. I did not blink. "I'm not exploding," I said. "I'm just done pretending this is normal." My mother's fork froze halfway to her mouth. "What isn't normal?" she inquired calmly, as if she didn't already know. And you know what? For the first time, I told her the entire truth. It's not usual for Noah to be ignored while the twins receive standing ovations for simply being. It's unusual that I've handed you tens of thousands of dollars, and you've never said thank you, and it's certainly not typical that the moment I stopped being beneficial, I became the issue. Silence. Even the twins had stopped chewing. My father set down his fork as if he intended to speak, but he did not. Of course not. He never does when it really counts. And Madeline, oh, she was texting under the table, perhaps crafting a message for her group chat. My sister is genuinely losing it at supper. So I looked at Noah again. His eyes were large, puzzled, and a touch terrified. I whispered, "You are great. Do you hear me? There is nothing wrong with you." And then, "So, help me." My mother had the gall to add, "Well, maybe if you didn't seem so defensive all the time, things would feel more balanced." I actually laughed out loud. "Defensive?" I said. "Do you think this is about me being defensive? Try being invisible at your own grandparents' table for 9 years straight and tell me how it feels." I got up. Noah stood beside me. He did not even hesitate. And before leaving the table, I said, "You know what? I've had enough of attempting to buy affection. If you want anything from me from now on, you'll have to start treating my son like he's important." And then we left. We got in my car. I put Noah's seatbelt on as if it were any other night. Then I sat behind the wheel for about 2 minutes, staring at my quivering hands. Noah leaned closer and asked, "Are they furious at us?" And I answered, "Maybe, but I'm not terrified of it anymore." I noticed something while sitting in my car. They brainwashed me my entire life to believe that their acceptance was something I had to buy with money, silence, and swallowing my emotions. But Noah will not grow up learning the same lesson. Not on my watch. Do you know what occurred next? I pulled into my home, put Noah to bed, and remained at my kitchen table until nearly 1 a.m., gathering every receipt I had, bank transactions, Venmo logs, Cash App screenshots, everything. And I forwarded it all to the family group chat in a single statement. "Here's a list of things I've done for you that you all appear to have forgotten." Clears throat. Was that too much? So what happened after that? It was silent for 3 days. Finally, one of them responded, and their words were a relief. "Do you want to sit down for this one?" 3 days. That is how long it took for anyone to respond after I pushed submit. The family group chat, which is usually filled with blessed morning sun texts and fuzzy photographs of church bulletin boards, was completely silent. I wasn't expecting cheers as I dropped images of every transaction, loan, and favor I gave without interest, followed by, "In case anyone forgot who's been footing the bill." I didn't expect a thank you, but the quiet was stronger than any reaction. Have you ever done something daring and instantly felt like you were suspended in midair with no way to land? That was me sitting on the edge of my couch, checking my phone every 5 minutes, half expecting a response, half hoping for one. Noah noticed. He inquired, "Are you upset with Grandma?" I paused. Then I said something honest, but cautious. "No, I'm just done pretending she didn't hurt our feelings." He gazed at me for a long moment, nodded slowly, and returned to building a Lego spaceship. Then, unexpectedly, it appeared. My father texted me. Yes, him. The man who has never voluntarily texted me anything other than all right, The man whose most emotional message to me was, "Don't drive on bald tires." I didn't realize it was so much. I apologize. I sat there frozen, reading it at least 5 times. I don't think I blinked. Then another one arrived. I should have been more attentive. I let your mother manage things. Maybe that was a mistake. And I am just wondering whether you have ever cried not because you are unhappy, but because someone finally uttered the bare minimum and it seemed like a miracle. That was me. But it did not end there. A few minutes later, Uncle Marcus messaged me. Allow me to establish the scene here. Uncle Marcus is the family ghost, my mother's older brother, with whom she had a screaming war 14 years ago about her self-centered behavior during Thanksgiving. He relocated to Arizona, adopted a puppy, began brewing beer in his garage, and, as far as I knew, had mentally abandoned the entire family. I hadn't even realized he was still in the group chat. But there he was. It took guts to send it. I mean, you are not wrong. Then she did the same thing to me when my daughter was little, never arrived to her birthday. She always had an appointment, but she never missed Madeline's children's recital. My jaw fell. I almost couldn't believe it at first. I was so used to feeling like I was the only one who could see through her shenanigans. You're not the only person she's made feel small, he explained. But you might be the first to say something. Have you ever felt that 3 texts could explain your entire childhood? Yes, that's it. I sat there, startled. And then, just as I was ready to react, Noah came over and hopped onto the couch beside me. He rested his head on my shoulder and inquired, "Are we going back to Grandma's?" I hesitated, not because I didn't know the answer, but because he didn't ask if Grandma or I were mad. He inquired if we were going back. He felt compelled to know what the future held now that things were no longer a lie. So I answered, "Only if she wants to see you, not just the twins." He remained silent for a bit. Then he nodded and muttered, "I don't want to go if I'm just background." My heart broke like an egg. That's when I realized I'd done the correct thing. Even if it made me a troublemaker. Even if it wrecked the years-long illusion of quiet. Because my son was learning something I hadn't learned until my early 40s. That he matters, even if no one applauds, no one posts about him, and they act as if he is invisible. Then something wild happened. Madeline called me, not texted, called twice. Then she left a voice memo that began, "I'm not sure what's been going on with you lately, but you're definitely upsetting Mom. She hasn't left her room since the group chat thing. So it's my fault she's hiding in her silk robe and drinking tea in a dramatic manner." I didn't answer. I wasn't prepared. Not because I lacked the words, but because I had finally grasped something. This wasn't about a single dinner. This was not a group conversation. This has been years in the making. And just when I thought it couldn't be much more passive-aggressive, Noah showed me grandmother's Facebook post, camera with flash. Madeline's children stand in front of a piano. Sparkles captioned, "So grateful for the joy these two bring into our lives every single day. A yellow heart, number blessed, number proud, gamma." That was it. No mention of Noah. No mention of the big explosion that had just occurred. I stared at the computer until something drew my attention in the comments. "Aunt Susan. Noah is also a joy. I hope he's doing well. 2 hearts. Cousin Emma, you have 3 grandchildren, right?" People were noticing. I could feel her control slipping. And I wasn't doing anything anymore. I had ceased performing, and then the show ended. "Allow me to ask you something. Why is it that when you stop trying to earn affection, people begin to question why you tried so hard in the first place?" So here I am, waiting because I know what is going to happen next. She is going to call. She always does, after everyone else stops clapping. But what she doesn't realize is that Noah will be there when she calls, and he will talk first. I was surprised by what he said. It occurred the next Thursday. I was folding laundry, attempting to recover a sense of normalcy, when my phone rang. The screen flashed up. I stared at it. Noah also noticed her name appear up. He was sitting at the table, coloring in a space-themed book he had received as a gift from his last school. He looked up at me, then back at the phone, and then asked, calmly, "Can I answer it?" I blinked. "Are you sure?" He nodded as if it wasn't a question. So I gave it to him. My hands were still sweaty from doing washing. My heart was stiff and thudding. I had no idea what was going to happen, but I knew I wouldn't meddle. He tapped the green button and placed the phone to his ear. "Hello, Grandma. It's me." There was a pause. I could not hear what she said. On the other end, all I could hear was her feeble voice. Noah went on, "Why didn't you mention that I was also a decent grandson?" There's silence. I sat down fully, every nerve in my body on alert. He nodded and listened quietly. Then he replied, "It's fine if you like the twins, but I want you to like me openly, not in secret." I swear I forgot how to breathe. He stared at me. I gave him a tiny nod. His small fingers gripped the phone hard. "Then, I heard you say something complimentary about them. But I'm here too." And I made my teacher chuckle with a science joke. And I helped Mom bring the groceries. There was more stillness. I could now hear my mother's voice, a faint, sorrowful hum. I couldn't exactly understand the words. Noah then added softly, "You made Mom sad. He tried hard. But you only clapped for other people." Another long period followed. He ended with, If you want to come to my school play, I'll save you a seat. But if you don't come, that's fine. I'm just not going to wait for clapping anymore. He handed me the phone back. I stared at him. He blinked once and remarked, I just told the truth. Do you know what that felt like? This tiny guy, the one I had worked so hard to shield from emotional harm, had turned around and protected me. He saw everything. Every fake grin, every backhanded compliment, every time I held my breath in that house, every time I wiped his tears in the automobile that followed. Instead of crumbling, he stood taller than anyone in this family had ever done. Now for the wild part. She arrived shortly after the phone call. Yep, my mother drove over that same evening. No announcement, no guilt texts, no theatrical sighs, just rang the doorbell like a normal person. Noah responded. She was standing there, holding a supermarket bag full of his favorite goodies. Juice boxes, his favorite cereal, gummy bears, not flowers or gifts, but the items he'd told her he loved on a trip she scarcely noticed. He asked, Can I talk to you and your mother? Noah turned back to face me. I nodded completely. She stepped inside. Her eyes were red, not the red of allergies. The kind of red caused by sincere tears. The kind she won't let anyone see. She sat down and stated, I believe I forgot how to be fair, and I think I forgot how to apologize. You could have knocked me over with a feather. She then looked at Noah and said, I see you now. I apologize for making you feel as if I didn't. He didn't say anything dramatic. He simply nodded and opened the juice box she brought. Like that was enough. He seemed to understand better than I did that forgiveness isn't about flowers or long speeches. It's about someone making a final attempt. But when she looked at me, I could see it. She spent a year pretending. The significance of being called out in public. My honesty left bruises on her pride. You didn't deserve what I did to you, she told me. You did everything right. And I treated you like an extra. I felt the air shift. Do you know what it's like to finally hear the words you've waited your entire life for? I wanted to cry, but I did not. I just nodded. Finally, it was no longer about her. It was about us. Me and Noah, our peace, home, and truth. She asked if she could attend Noah's school play. I told her, he saved your seat. For the first time in years, it felt real. But that's not the end. What happened next? Let's just say Madeline did not take this well. Do you want to hear petty? Do you want to hear how desperate they are to reclaim the spotlight? You will not believe what she does next. Noah's school play day arrived like a breath held. We had been practicing his line all week. He'd walk around the house in his foam Neptune costume, wobbling like a baby moon, and proudly announce, I'm Neptune, cold and far, but still part of the family of stars. And every time he said, family, something in me tightened slightly, because wasn't that the whole point? The point of everything we'd been through in the last few weeks was that family is what counts, who matters, and who deserves applause. He didn't ask me if grandma was coming. He did not inquire about Madeline, the twins, or who would sit in the front row. He concentrated solely on getting his one line right. Do you know why? Because he had stopped waiting for claps. He no longer needed permission to feel proud of himself. But I still had that tiny knot in my stomach, which I'd had my entire life when it came to family gatherings. That little voice in my head whispering, what if they don't arrive? What if they show up and pretend you aren't there? I did not say anything. I just packed an extra juice box in my purse in case he became nervous. We got to school early. I helped him adjust his costume and kissed his forehead. He was calm, focused, and ready. And then I entered the auditorium. They were all present. My mother, my father, Madeline, the twins, Aunt Susan, even Uncle Marcus, with a giant coffee and a grin like he was watching the season finale of a family drama he'd been waiting years to see. Madeline didn't look at me when I walked in. Mom did. And to my shock, she smiled. A small one, a little stiff, but real. She patted the seat next to her. I hesitated just for a second, but then I sat. I didn't do it for her. I did it for Noah. Because this story, it's never been about proving myself. It's been about teaching my son that you can stand your ground without burning down every bridge behind you. The lights dimmed. The kids came out in glittery foam planets and starry paper hats. There were laughs, forgotten lines, and one unfortunate child who sneezed into Saturn's rings. Then came Noah's turn. He stepped out boldly and confidently, his costume wobbling as he approached the microphone. He looked right at the crowd, right at us, and said, I'm Neptune, cold and distant, but still a member of the star family. He said it clearly, loudly, and without hesitation. And my mother. She stood and applauded before anyone else. She clapped repeatedly, even after the other parents joined in. I looked over and noticed tears in her eyes. Real ones. My father clapped awkwardly, but he was trying. Uncle Marcus gave a standing ovation as if he were on Broadway. And Madeline gave a tight, forced smile, but she didn't say anything. Following the show, there was punch and sugar cookies in the school cafeteria. Noah ran up to me, his cheeks flushed with excitement, and asked, did I do well? I took him into my arms. You did great, he said, beaming. My mother then approached with a bag, A genuine, authentic gift bag. She crouched to Noah's level and handed it to him. "For you," she stated. "There's no reason. Just because I'm proud of you." He looked inside, and there were his favorite chocolate bars, a small sketch pad, and a note saying, "You are also my star." I did not cry in front of them. But later that night, after I had put Noah to bed, I sat in the dark in my kitchen and let it happen. Because that note was more than I ever received as a child, and if it means standing up and speaking out, cutting financial ties, and burning guilt trips like matches, so be it. Noah would never have to wonder whether he was loved. Thanksgiving arrived. This time it happened in my house. My residence. No more fake grins at mom's table. No more pretending that Madeline's dry turkey was a family tradition. No more performances. I cooked. My father brought the sweet potatoes, which were still insipid but had been seasoned with actual effort. My mother brought rolls and an old cranberry dish, and she even asked Noah to help her in the kitchen. Madeline arrived late. There's no dramatic entrance or power play. She helped with the service. The twins played peacefully. There were actual conversations. Laughter that didn't feel forced. Even a group photo that hasn't been planned to perfection. I stood there with the camera, staring at them all. Noah sits on my lap. Mom is smiling, truly happy, with a flower on her sweater. Uncle Marcus was recounting a story, and my dad was nodding along. Madeline sipped cider while silently watching the room, and I realized this is the family I'd always wanted. Not flawless, not always fair, but finally authentic. So, have you ever had to fight to be seen inside your own family? Have you ever stood up, despite your shaking voice, and said, "I deserve better than this"? "Happy birthday, failure," my husband toasted. He announced our divorce in front of 52 people. I own the company IP. I just deleted it. $2 billion vanished. Taylor Miller is my name. On my birthday, my husband stood at the head of the long table, glass lifted, and grinned at 52 of his closest friends and coworkers in a private room at a fancy steakhouse downtown. He looked directly at me and said, "Congratulations, failure. We're done." The kind of laughing that comes from those who have been waiting for the punchline burst out of the room. The glasses made a clinking sound. There was a cheer. The woman he had been dating for almost a year sat at his right hand, her hand resting softly on his arm as though it were supposed to be there. I refrained from crying. I didn't get to my feet and yell. I just took one black envelope out of my bag and slid it over the gleaming wood in his direction. I continued, "Before you all celebrate," in a steady, low voice that made the crowd quiet enough to hear. I stood up, straightened my clothes, and left as the first phones rang. You might want to explain to your sisters why their tuition just vanished, to your parents why their house and cars disappear tonight, and to your partners why the firm collapses before the check arrives. Everything he had created began to fall apart at that point. But you have to know what it was like almost 10 years ago to comprehend how I got there and how I sat at that table with my heart oddly at ease. My mother worked triple shifts at the hospital to keep the lights on when my father passed away when I was a little child, and I grew up in a little Indiana town. Being quiet and intelligent kept you safe, I discovered early. It allowed you to observe, listen, and make sense of things before anyone realized you were there. I carried that silence with me into graduate school, where I immersed myself in statistics and coding to create models that could read market turbulence and uncover the underlying order. I got to know Atticus Hayes there. Like many ambitious guys, he was pleasant, full of huge goals, quick to offer compliments, and constantly focused on the next area he wanted to own. I trusted him when he spoke of creating something amazing together. When we got married, I believed that partnership meant that I should share the burden rather than bear it alone while he took the credit. We moved into a large suburban home outside of Chicago, the kind that exuded success long before you entered, with lofty windows and well-kept lawns. For more than 10 years, I got up early every morning to make his coffee the way he preferred, strong black, poured into the same mug at the ideal temperature. While he slept on his side of the bed, facing away from me, I spread out his clothing, ironed and immaculate. The mattress began to feel like a continent as the gap between us stretched by inches. During the day, I worked next to him at Hayes Advisory Group, the company he had started. I kept the predictive technique that underpinned every successful trade a secret from everyone in those glass offices. I had constructed it in our home office late at night. Atticus shook hands and shared stories about his vision while writing lines of code during dinners and golf outings. He was the genius in the eyes of the investors. He was the one who introduced me to me, and I grinned when he said, "My wife, Taylor. She handles the scheduling and keeps things running smoothly." During presentations, I filled coffee cups again. When he described my work in terms he had learned but never fully comprehended, I remained silent. Making myself tiny so he might feel large was what I long believed to be love. In retrospect, that was the first lie I let to persist in my mind. However, falsehoods carry weight, and they will ultimately begin to drag you down until your inner self decides you've had enough. A few months prior to my birthday, on a calm morning, the first significant crack developed. With a half-eaten piece of toast in one hand and his phone in the other, Atticus arrived downstairs already dressed for the day. He hardly looked at his coffee, even though I had placed it on the island as usual. He said, "I need you at the office early," while maintaining eye contact with the screen. "Big investor lunch, make sure the conference room is ready." "Of course," was my instinctive response. I didn't disclose that I had been working till almost dawn to improve the system that would entice those investors to continue funding us. My algorithm, which had been my silent preoccupation for more than 10 years, was able to identify patterns that others were blind to. It was the cause of Hayes Advisory Group's rapid expansion, the reason why Atticus's words were heard in rooms full of men wearing pricey clothes, but it was always his vision in his telling. I heard 3 of the more recent executives conversing in the hallway that afternoon as I was organizing folders in the conference room. "He's bringing in his old college friend as chief strategist," a person commented. "Big change is coming." The other said, "About time," and chuckled. "And what about her, still playing assistant?" Through the glass they were unable to see me. I felt the weight of being talked about like furniture that had outlived its usefulness as I stood there holding the leather portfolios. I discovered the folder later that week when I was backing up files at home, which Atticus insisted on for security. With the term reorg, it was buried deep. Drafts and updated organizational charts were found there, with Atticus at the top, his college pal prominent, and my name nowhere to be seen. Not in technology, not in operations, and not even in support. Following the resolution of some personal issues, a memo was issued on simplifying and eliminating superfluous roles. Private affairs. With the house quiet around me, I reclined in the desk chair and felt a chill creep into my chest. It seemed more like recognition than astonishment. I was now seeing the map, and the gradual degradation I had been sensing for more than 10 years had a destination. A few days later, I made the rare decision to have a peaceful lunch by myself at a cafe close to the office. When Atticus's helper Freya entered with an unknown woman, I had just placed my order. Behind me, they were seated at the table. I don't know why I pulled out my phone and started recording. I was thinking, perhaps a part of me knew already. Freya's voice carried that enthusiastic whisper individuals use when they're delivering something meaty. "The birthday thing is all set," she added. "Private room downtown. He wants it perfect." Her pal questioned, "It's really happening then?" "Oh, absolutely. He's been planning this for nearly a year, moving things around, making sure she won't have a leg to stand on when it's done. Poor thing still thinks it's a celebration." They chuckled quietly. As Freya continued, I sat motionless, leaving my meal unopened. Everyone knows about Scarlett. Everyone except her. Her. Like a stone in quiet water, the name fell. Until the air became too thin to breathe, I traveled the city blocks and paid the bill with trembling hands. Atticus arrived home late that evening, with a slight perfume odor. After giving me an absent-minded cheek kiss, he made a beeline for the shower. I stood for a while in the kitchen with a glass of water that I never drank. I contacted Rachel Donovan, a former graduate school buddy who was now employed in forensic accounting, the following day. In Wicker Park, far from anyone who could know me, we met at a little bar. She listened as I filled her in on everything: the files, the conversation that was overheard, and the gradual disappearance of my contributions from business records. She leaned back and gave me a steady gaze after I was done. "This isn't just a divorce, Taylor. This is a razor. He's not leaving you. He's planning to make sure no one ever remembers you were part of any of it." I nodded, allowing the reality to sink in. Something changed inside of me as I drove home that evening under the streetlights. Not anger just yet. A decision, something more subdued. To keep the peace, I had been invisible for more than 10 years. I would now defend what was mine by using that same invisibility. I wandered about our home like a shadow in the weeks that followed, going through the motions that had long characterized me. Morning coffee and perfectly organized folders. During family dinners at his parents' suburban home, he nods quietly. However, something was unfolding within, a silent determination that was like to awakening from a protracted, dreamless slumber. I began modestly. I locked myself in the upstairs guest bathroom late one night after Atticus had dozed off on the couch while still holding his phone. The door there clicked shut without a question, unlike any other area in the home. With my laptop balanced on my knees, I sat on the tub's edge and started assembling everything I needed. More than 10 years prior, I had acquired knowledge about secret structures, assisting his family with investments, safeguarding assets, and connecting things without anybody noticing. I now introspectively used that information. I established a number of silent businesses with names that merged with the surroundings and were registered in locations where paper traces vanished into the haze. They were locations to store what was really mine: the code, the ideas, the bits of myself I'd given away, but they weren't weapons yet. Over a roast dinner and wine they toasted like ambrosia one late evening at his parents' place. His father voiced his displeasure with the interest rates on their loan for the lake cottage. I had been moving food around on my plate more than I had been eating it when I looked up. I whispered, "I know some people from my old network. They handle things like that. Better terms if you're interested." For the first time, his mother glanced at me as if I might have something interesting to share, and she raised an eyebrow. "Really? What kind?" "Fair ones," I said, maintaining a steady tone. They fell for it for families like yours. The paperwork went through 10 days later, seemingly perfect but with tangled threads that only I could unravel. Subsequently, his sister's trusts were reorganized in the sake of tax savings. Without realizing the connections I had made during it all, they signed with their kisses and informal thanks. Everything would come undone with a single tug. It was more than just the mechanics, though. It was the burden of bearing it by yourself. Like a stone in my pocket that I couldn't put down. The secret got heavier every day. I saw that I was looking at old pictures on my phone. Back home, my mom and I were laughing over burnt toast in our small kitchen. She was so exhausted from giving so much and expecting so little that her face was lined with it. The facade I had been maintaining began to crumble when she called to announce that she would be paying me a visit. She pulled me into an embrace that smelt like home when she came on a wet afternoon with her baggage frayed at the edges. I was anxious, brushing my hair and looking over the counters for any indication of chaos when Atticus returned early from his shift at the office. After giving her a brief kiss that hardly touched her cheek, he informed her that he would be spending the weekend away with clients playing golf. She clasped my hand across the kitchen island as his automobile drew away. After he left the following morning, we sat with coffee and eggs while the sun shone through the windows. I took my time clearing the table for the first time in more than 10 years. Without raising her gaze from her dish, she inquired, "How long has he made you feel like this?" My fork was halfway to my mouth when I froze. "Like what?" Then, steadily and knowingly, she looked into my eyes. "Like you have to earn your place in your own home." The words lingered, and then unexpectedly, hot tears fell. I told her about the papers I had discovered, the rumors about Scarlett, how my job had been taken away from me piece by piece, and how I had been working on something behind the scenes not for revenge, but because I couldn't let myself go entirely. After I finished speaking, she listened with her hand on mine and remained silent for a while. "Your father's first marriage ended like this," she finally stated. She waited too long, thinking love meant enduring. By the end, she'd lost more than money, she'd lost her fire. She got up and dragged me along with her. "Come on, we're packing what you need, just in case." We gathered necessities, documents I had copied, clothes that fit me, and little sums of cash throughout the afternoon. We concealed everything under boxes he never saw at the back of the basement closet. Before leaving, she gave me a firm hug and said, "You call when you're ready, I'll be here." The house felt more empty when she left, yet I felt stronger and fuller in some way. The blossoms came a few days later. Beautiful pink and white peonies were brought to the door. I didn't receive the card. "Can't wait for your FGRMV." I contacted the florist, sounding happy as though I were confirming a purchase. They claimed to deliver to a hotel suite in the heart of the city every 2 weeks, during the previous 8 months. Feeling the remaining illusions fade, I placed the bouquet on the counter and gazed at it, with a sigh rather than a crash. As I lay awake next to him that night and listened to his steady breathing, I became aware that I was no longer angry. I was clear and prepared to make my own decision, even if it meant stepping through flames. My birthday night came like any other night, but behind it all was a faint hum, the realization that this was the last time I would have to pretend. Dresses that Atticus had chosen for me were spread out on the bed like play props. He said, "Wear something that fits the occasion," without looking directly at me. From the back of my closet, I selected the basic black one that I had purchased about 10 years prior to him, when clothing was more about how I felt than how I appeared next to him. He angled away from me as his phone lit up with texts as we drove silently downtown. When we exited the elevator, the private area of the steakhouse was already filled with conversations. 52 individuals, including all of his college pals, business partners, and their well-groomed spouses and girlfriends. No one from my world, no face that knew me other than the silent shadow of Atticus. With a hand on my back that felt more like steering than love, he led me inside. His place card shone at the head of the table. Scarlett Monroe was next him, while mine was tucked away at the far end. As we walked in, she glanced up, her smile fleeting and sardonic, then returned her attention to the man next to her, Atticus's college friend, the man who would eventually replace me at the firm. His mother, who seemed to already know the script, gave me a pathetic air kiss on the cheek. I sat down with the younger wives, listening to their background discussion about trainers and trips. Wine was poured repeatedly, the meal took a long time, and I hardly tasted any of the courses. From his end, Atticus controlled the room, causing stories to flow and laughter to rise in response to his instructions. Scarlett made a silent notification by touching his sleeve at the appropriate times. They all watched and waited for the dessert, which was a rich chocolate confection with a single candle. Standing, Atticus tapped his glass. Immediately, the room fell silent. "I have something to share before we toast Taylor's birthday," he began, his eyes darting between us, his voice full of that practiced charm. The edges of the envelope were harsh against my fingers as I touched it in my purse. He turned to face me and said, "Congratulations, failure," with a smile that stopped short of his eyes. "We're finished." As though they had all been holding their breath for this, the loud, relieved laughing came like a tsunami. Glasses up. Applause rang out. Scarlett gave a gentle clap, her face triumphant. At first, I just breathed in the moment and let it to settle without moving. After that, I got up and moved along the table, my footsteps echoing in the unexpected silence. As I got closer, faces turned, a spark of bewilderment. With firm hands, I slipped the packet toward him. Before you celebrate, I urged with a quiet voice, explain to your sisters why their tuition just vanished, to your parents why their house and cars disappear tonight, and to your partners why the firm collapses before the check arrives. There was a dense, total quiet. Atticus's confidence shattered like thin ice as he gazed at the package and then at me. The door gently closed behind me as I turned and left. My phone vibrated once and then again in the lobby, but I continued to stroll out into the chilly night air, my heels clicking on the pavement as I made my way to my car parked across the street. I opened my laptop inside and saw my configured dashboard come to life. One by one, notices go off. Loans were called in, systems were locked down, money was frozen, everything was connected, and everything went according to plan. I could see the chaos unfolding through the restaurant's windows, with his father pacing while holding his ear to the phone and voices rising. Someone knocked a tray in their hurry, breaking glasses. I got the car started and headed to my condo, which I had purchased 7 months prior through one of my covert businesses, in the peaceful lakeside area. It had never occurred to Atticus. He assumed that my mother's house or budget hotels were where I spent my seldom nights away. It was a basic space with gentle lighting, books on shelves I had selected, and a view of the river that eased any remaining strain. As the confirmations came in, I sat at the table and made tea. The platform of the company went down first, with backups failing behind walls that I alone could access. Next came the notices from his parents, who were losing their lake house. The accounts of his sisters were locked, and their futures were on hold. I remained there in the silence for over a year, letting the structure I had constructed do its job while I ignored the deluge of calls. It was early on the 5th morning when the doorbell rang. I saw Atticus through the peephole, his eyes hollow, his outfit crumpled, and he was unshaven. Coffee in hand, I stood in the frame as I opened the door. Please, he said, the word escaping him like an alien tongue. Please, what? Everything's gone. The firm, my parents' place. The girls can't even access their accounts. Just tell me how to fix it. Simply, you can't, I said. This is what happens when you build on what isn't yours. He produced reams of accusations, a big envelope, and legal threats. With a small smile at the desperation, I turned through them. You should go. His lawyers retaliated, but my lawyer, who had been preparing for almost a year, submitted evidence that proved his theft and transformed their threats into reality. Emails, recordings, and the real story of who created what. Then Scarlett appeared, seeming tiny without the polish, and gave him a drive with her own evidence, his insider information, and other items that would further bury him. She remarked, I thought we could team up. I shook my head, but I took the drive. I don't need to. But the investigators might. An emergency meeting was convened by the board. I was the one with the keys when I entered that glass room downtown, not the phantom wife. Around the table, they sat stiff. Overnight, Atticus grew older, his father deflated, and his friend useless at his side. The ownership web appeared when I plugged my laptop into the screen. As I observed them shifting, I replied, Gentlemen, every component of the system you depend on is mine. It was developed prior to the firm and is patented under my name. One said, What do you want? I outlined the conditions. I can sell it entirely to rivals, keep the majority ownership, or give them pieces. Within 90 minutes, they signed. A cadence of silent reconstruction dominated the days following the board meeting. I assumed the position that had always belonged to me. The creator, proprietor, and the brains behind the machine. However, my tenure at Hayes Advisory Group was brief. The echoes of meetings where I had poured coffee rather than facilitating them made the glass walls feel too much like the past. I made news in the business sections when I sold the core system to a rival. It was time to start over, not out of animosity. I used the money to start Bennett Strategic Analytics and rent a place downtown with a view of the lake. I carefully assembled the team, which consisted of ladies I had known for 10 years, all of whom were exceptional yet underappreciated. Isabella's models revolutionized risk analysis at a large bank, but her boss received the credit instead. Sloan, a programmer who had invented trading speeds, continued to work in entry-level positions. We collaborated side by side, ideas flowing freely, and each contribution was acknowledged. Within 10 days, our first client joined up after reading the article that finally revealed the truth about how I had built the system from the ground up and how it had been claimed and then reclaimed. There were others, yields rising higher than Atticus had attained. Then he disappeared from view. Scarlett's findings revealed insider movements, misrepresentations, and deeper inquiries. His business devolved into litigation and paperwork. His parents moved to a smaller home with his aunt after selling their lake mansion at a loss. In order to make up for what the trust could no longer provide, his sisters changed schools and took part-time jobs. I wasn't satisfied when I watched it. It was simply the natural conclusion of an edifice built on sand, the settling of a balance. Soon later, my mother paid me a visit. As she entered the new office, her eyes widened at the bustle of activity and the whiteboards covered in drawings and mathematics. She reached out and traced the letters, her hand calm but her breath catching, when she saw my name carved on the door, Taylor Miller, CEO. Her words were quiet. "You didn't just get through it," she added. "You made something beautiful from the pieces." For a moment, we stood there, silent laughter mingling with tears. Pride felt like something I held, not something I sought, for the first time in more than 10 years. He was working at a booth for a small advisory firm at a conference in the city half a year later. His suit was ill-fitting, and his smiles were forced as he spoke to people who hardly stopped. The air froze for a moment as our gazes locked. He turned to arrange unnecessary papers and averted his gaze first. I spoke in front of a packed house, explaining not only the technology but also the lesson it contained, that taking responsibility for your own worth begins on the inside. Using some of the money, I established a foundation, funding for Quiet for women whose voices had been ignored, legal assistance to safeguard their labor, mentors to help them progress. The first awardees created businesses that revolutionized their industries, serving as a reminder that progress frequently starts in the shadows. My phone rang with a text from an unknown number one late evening as I stood by my office window, watching the lake turn silver in the last of the light. "I knew you took everything." I blocked the line after sending back a picture of Bennett's strategic analytics, leading the pack in our most recent inclusion in a trade journal. He was partially correct. I destroyed what was untrue, but I had created something genuine in its stead. That evening, I gave my mother a call. "There's a place opening up near me, a cozy spot with a view, room for your books and calls with friends." Her voice trailed off. "Abby, I couldn't." "We can," I said, "let me bring you closer." As we conversed, I gazed at my image in the mirror, not the woman who had concealed her light, but one who had discovered how to let it shine according to her own rules. The most profound betrayals might occasionally provide room for your actual self. And you find a life that seems like yours there, not just a place to survive.